Chapter 693, Magic Weapon Against Magic Weapon. Traceless blood was extremely fast. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The assassin had not given Violet Cloud any opportunities to activate her skills. Traceless blood had investigated Violet Cloud, so he knew the cleric was very strong. If he gave her even a breath of time, it was possible that his assassination attempt would fail. Hence, he had taken his time, slowly and carefully approaching Violet Cloud and using shadow steps at its maximum range. This way, by the time Violet Cloud's senses reacted, it would be too late. The dagger covered in engraved black runes tore through the air, colliding with Violet Cloud's back. With his first strike landing successfully, Traceless blood immediately used the most powerful skill of assassins, Absolute Strike, instead of a different skill like Backstab. Unlike Backstab, Absolute Strike did not require any specific attack motions, allowing for a faster strike. Suddenly, Traceless blood transformed into a black light that pierced through Violet Cloud. After arriving in front of the cleric, Traceless blood spun in midair, using his dagger's most powerful additional skill, Flowing Light, on the cleric. Flowing Light's single target damage was even higher than Absolute Strike. The skill was also much faster, the entire process ending in less than a heartbeat. Traceless blood's eyes widened as he looked at his dagger in disbelief. No matter how much strength he put into his arm, his dagger could not pierce Violet Cloud's pale golden robes. It was as if her robes were made of adamantine. You are quite impressive. If I hadn't activated Absolute Space at the first sign of danger, I would have most likely been dead by now, Violet Cloud said as she looked at the dagger with black runes. Those black runes looked very familiar to her. They were very similar to the runes unique to magic weapons. If the dagger wounded her, the consequences would be unimaginable since his attack had failed. Although Traceless blood was shocked, he immediately turned and fled. He abandoned the idea of attacking Violet Cloud as he knew that he could no longer inflict damage on the cleric. Moreover, he did not know the duration of the cleric's Absolute Space. While she had that protection, he was no more than a living target. His only options were to run and hide. You can't escape. Violet Cloud did not dare give Traceless blood an opportunity to escape. Absolute Space had a relatively long cooldown. If she allowed the assassin to get away, she would not be able to fend him off should he come back to attack her again. Waving her finger, she used the Tier 1 skill, Star's Guidance. Immediately, a powerful gravitational force pulled at Traceless blood, dragging him back towards Violet Cloud. What kind of skill is this? This was the first time Traceless blood had seen such an unconventional skill. He felt like small threads had wrapped around him, zealously pulling him towards his enemy. As a last resort, Traceless blood used his control removal skill, removing the effects of Star's Guidance Sacred Seal. Seeing that her attack had failed, Violet Cloud used Sacred Seal, a marking skill of clerics. Suddenly, a sacred light appeared on Traceless blood's forehead, preventing him from entering stealth. Damn it. She knows a skill like this as well? Traceless blood began to panic. Not being able to enter stealth was extremely disadvantageous for him. With this, he would not be able to sneak up on Violet Cloud later in the battle. Shortly after Traceless blood began to flee, a black figure dashed towards him. Don't even think of escaping. Shadow Sword lifted Tempest's breath and used charge at the assassin. Since Traceless blood had already used his control removal skill, he had no choice but to use Wind Steps, utilizing the 1 second of invulnerability the skill provided to block Shadow Sword's charge. Turning around, Traceless blood then flipped his dagger into a reverse grip and plunged the weapon into Shadow Sword's abdomen. Kidney Strike. As long as the skill forced the berserker into a fainted state for 2 or 3 seconds, it would be enough for him to get away. Realizing that he could not block the incoming attack in time, Shadow Sword activated Whirlwind Slash, swinging Tempest's breath at Traceless blood. Shadow Sword fully intended to trade hit for hit. Seeing this, Traceless blood had no choice but to halt his attack and retreat immediately, evading Shadow Sword's Whirlwind Slash. He was merely an assassin. How could his normal attacks deal more damage than a berserker? Moreover, he wore leather armor, whereas berserkers wore plate armor. Even if his weapon were a magic weapon, a head-on clash could end with mutual destruction. Moreover, he currently occupied the rear line of the enemy's formation. There were no healers to recover his HP. However, Shadow Sword was different. He had the assistance of a healer like Violet Cloud. The Berserker had no fear of a battle of attrition. Hence, when Shadow Sword attacked, there was no fear in his eyes at all. After evading Shadow Sword's attack, Traceless Blood immediately turned and fled, having no desire to continue his clash with the Berserker. His opponents included an expert cleric and an expert Berserker. He had very little confidence in defeating either one in a frontal assault, to begin with, not to mention fighting both simultaneously. However, Shadow Sword had no intentions of letting the assassin get away so easily. Immediately, he followed his failed attack with Break and Thunderclap. When the movement speed reduction effects of both skills were compounded, Traceless Blood lost any hope of escaping. The Berserker Traceless Blood had no choice but to enter a melee with Shadow Sword Pung. When the two weapons collided, dazzling sparks scattered into the surroundings. The impact forced Traceless Blood to retreat by 3 steps, a grim expression appearing on his face when he noticed his opponent still standing steadily in his original location. Why does he have so much strength? Traceless Blood acknowledged that his own strength attribute was quite high, even slightly higher than an ordinary Berserker. Yet, against Shadow Sword's attack, this Berserker's strength overwhelmed him. The magic weapon he wielded granted him a significant amount of strength. Even if Shadow Sword was superior in terms of strength, the Berserker's attack should not have been able to force him back by 3 steps. Even now, his hands still felt numb from the exchange. Zero Wing actually possesses so many top-tier experts. Smiling, Violet Cloud finished chanting her incantation. She then pointed her finger at Traceless Blood Tier 1 spell, Black Coffin. A pitch-black barrier suddenly wrapped around Traceless Blood. Having no other choice, Traceless Blood used Vanish. After activating Vanish, he would become invulnerable to all attacks momentarily. The skill would also place him in a forced invisibility state for 3 seconds, followed by a stealth state. Even Sacred Seal would not be effective during forced invisibility's 3 seconds, and these 3 seconds were more than enough to put a huge distance between himself and the two experts' Vanish. Shadow Sword had no counter for this skill either. This was the most powerful life-saving skill an assassin, one of the 12 major classes, possessed. Unless one had a silencing skill, it was extremely difficult to kill an expert assassin. 3 seconds later, Traceless Blood reappeared far from Shadow Sword. At this range, even the Berserker's charge would not reach him. Moreover, Assassin was an agility-focused class. In terms of movement speed, an Assassin was much faster than a Berserker. In addition, Traceless Blood also possessed equipment that enhanced his speed. There was no way that Shadow Sword could catch up to him at this point. This was also why Traceless Blood had been able to escape after his assassination attempt on Galaxy Past had failed. What's this? Traceless Blood suddenly noticed a black magic array beneath his feet, although Traceless Blood struggled to get away. This black magic array was like a black hole. No matter how much he tried to struggle, he could not escape his fate of being devoured in the next moment. The black magic array swallowed the assassin whole, his body vanishing without a trace. When Traceless Blood saw light again, he was shocked. How is this possible? He appeared a short distance from Violet Cloud once more. This time, however, he was surrounded by mana balls and barriers of light. The Berserker Shadow Sword also stood nearby. He had no options to flee the enclosement of the barriers of light. I already told you that you can't escape. Wielding a pitch-black key in her hand, Violet Cloud smiled at Traceless Blood and said calmly, "You have a magic weapon. I too have a magic weapon." To resolve a serious threat like Traceless Blood, Violet Cloud utilized her final trump card, Star's Reminiscence. The skill was also an Astromancer's main weapon. One of the skill's effects was spatial imprisonment. When activated, Star's Reminiscence would lock a target in the specified space indefinitely. If the target wished to escape their imprisonment, their only option was to shatter the spatial barrier or have the user dispel the skill. Meanwhile, the user's mana determined how much damage the spatial barrier could absorb. It was a skill with terrifying effects. However, the skill also had a very long cooldown of 2 hours. I am actually gonna die like this. Traceless Blood could not help but smile bitterly as he watched the mana balls that covered the sky and the Berserker that eyed him like a fierce tiger. Chapter 694, Zero Wing Strength. Stoneclaw Mountains, Outer Region. Currently, over 400 finely equipped red names push deeper into the Stoneclaw Mountains' inner region. However, as they approached the area, Not only were the monsters they encountered stronger, but the number of monsters they encountered also increased. Moreover, the more players there were on the team, the easier it was for monsters to discover them. As a result, battles occurred quite frequently initially. The group only encountered 200 to 300 level 35 elite half-orcs and a few special elite and chieftain half-orcs. Now, however, the group frequently encountered groups of 400 to 500 level 38 elite half-orcs led by level 39 half-orc lords. The battles were twice as difficult now. Our luck is terrible. These half-orcs respawn so quickly. If we had known that their respawn rates were so fast, we would not have wasted so much time on recruiting more members and let Traceless Blood get ahead of us. Many team members envied Traceless Blood's team to have better chances of defeating Zero Wing's main force. They had spent a lot of time trying to recruit more members. Yet now they had to deal with all of these half-orcs. It would still be some time before they would catch up with Zero Wing's main force. I heard that the battle has started already. I wonder if we can make it in time? We'd be more effective if we arrived late. After all, this is Zero Wing's main force we are talking about. If Traceless Blood cannot wipe them out completely, we can pick up the scraps. Hey, that's Traceless Blood you're talking about. With him on the offensive, do you really think many will get away? I guess that's true. Let's hurry, then. Otherwise, this trip will have been pointless. Realizing this, the team began to fight with more fervor in God's domain. Dark players and light players rarely interacted as both sides looked down on each other. To dark players, light players were merely a group of players with little to no combat capabilities. They were only good at grinding dungeons. How could such players compare to their intense lifestyles of blood and blades? Hence, no matter how famous and powerful a guild expert was, in the eyes of red names, these experts were insignificant existences. Red names thought nothing of light guilds. There's a large group of players heading our way. A ranger suddenly reported it can't be Zero Wing's main force, right? I didn't think that they would give up so quickly. It seems that Zero Wing only amounts to so much. Those rumors about how powerful the guild is are all just a bunch of lies. Many red names began to ridicule and mock the guild. All right, enough. Get ready. Do not let a single player from Zero Wing escape. They were quickly approaching the Stoneclaw Mountains inner region. Aside from Zero Wing and the ambushing red names, this area was empty of players. Since these players approached them from the inner region, they were, without a doubt, members of Zero Wing. Immediately, the 400-plus red names spread out and waited for Zero Wing to stumble right into their encirclement. Seconds ticked by. Very quickly, several dozen players emerged from the forest, each and every one of them looking miserable. These players panted heavily as they emerged. It was obvious that they had exhausted their stamina from running across a long distance, just as the red names, who lay in wait, were about to rush forward and surround these exhausted players. They suddenly realized that something was amiss. Huh? Isn't that Berserker 3 Knives, the person ranking 91st on the red list? Aren't they members of Traceless Blood's team? Why do they look so miserable? A series of questions popped up in everyone's minds. However, they soon found their answers. Suddenly, dozens of arrows and spells burst from the forest. In the blink of an eye, several of the escaping red names fell to the ground and dropped several pieces of their equipment. Meanwhile, 3 Knives, who ran at the forefront of the team, desperately blocked and dodged the incoming attacks. However, 2 arrows still found him, his HP instantly falling by nearly 3,000. You think you can get away with provoking Zero Wing? Minor Wind, who appeared at the treeline, coldly demanded as he glared at 3 Knives. Behind him, more of Zero Wing's members followed. Since I can't escape, I'll take you to the grave with me. 3 Knives, who was exhausted from running, stopped as he resolved to fight to the death. The fight with Zero Wing's main force had been one-sided punishment. Even their strongest combatant, Traceless Blood, had been easily defeated, not to mention the rest of their team. Less than 5 minutes since their battle with Zero Wing began, they had lost over half their numbers. On the other hand, Zero Wing had not suffered a single death. It was simply inconceivable at that point. Each side's strength had been obvious. They were on completely different levels. Following which, he had issued a command to retreat immediately. When they started retreating, they still had more than 100 players. Now, however, only a dozen or so were alive. Minor Wind had claimed the majority of their members' lives himself. Not only were the ranger's arrows extremely fast, but he also had ranged AoEs at his disposal. Even Three Knives, who ranked 91st on Starmoon Kingdom's red list, could not defend against all of Minor Wind's attacks, much less the members of his team Mutual Destruction. Minor Wind could not help but laugh. Unfortunately, you are not capable of such a thing. Although Three Knives was strong, superior to even a few members of Zero Wing's main force, the Berserker's skill completion rates were not high. After taking into account the difference in their equipment, Three Knives would rank roughly around 56th in Zero Wing's main force. Of course, this was not taking the power of darkness into consideration as Minor Wind said so. He knocked his longbow and shot dozens of arrows in quick succession at the remaining red names. Although Three Knives and the other red names tried to approach Minor Wind, over 40 yards stretched them and the ranger. There was not enough time for them to reach the ranger. Moreover, of the dozen or so remaining red names, not a single one was a ranged class. Hence, the group had no choice but to weather the rain of arrows as they advanced. However, the Tier 1 weapon, Windchaser, was no trivial item. With it, Minor Wind could deal over -1,500 damage with his normal attacks alone. Three Knives and the others had, at most, a little over 7,000 HP. A few arrows were enough to finish them off. In addition, Minor Wind's arrows would occasionally trigger the quadruple stars effect. Before the dozen or so red names crossed 10 yards, only Three Knives remained alive. Though the Berserker only had a thread of HP left, the red names lying in ambush were all shocked with just his bow. Minor Wind single-handedly defeated over a dozen red names before they came anywhere close to him. Even Three Knives was on his last breath. None of the red names lying in wait could believe their eyes. Am I dreaming? Why is that ranger so powerful? Suddenly, everyone realized that their fellow red names who had gone ahead to ambush Zero Wing were all dead. Moreover, the only survivor had no more than a thread of HP remaining. The gap between the light players in their imaginations and the members of Zero Wing's main force was massive. You called for reinforcements? Minor Wind shifted his gaze towards the red names hiding in the bushes. With eagle eyes, he noticed more than 400 players. Grinning, he said, "Since Big Sis Fire and the others are not around, let's use you guys to test out my true strength." When the red names heard Minor Wind's words, a sense of doom seeped into their hearts. Minor Wind's attack power was simply too high. Moreover, none of them were confident in escaping his rain of arrows unscathed. Three Knives was the best evidence for the assumption. Suddenly, the leading black-robed elementalist jumped up from his hiding spot and shouted, "W8! Chapter 695, Flower of Seven Sins." The black-robed elementalist was level 33. On Starmoon Kingdom's ranking list, he would rank within the top 20. The majority of his equipment consisted of level 30 fine gold rank, while the rest was dark gold rank. Particularly, his staff, which sported a spiral of flame-red runes, was no ordinary dark gold staff. Sunlight Dust. Three Knives was shocked when he saw the black-robed elementalist reveal himself. "What are you doing here?" Among the top 10 experts on Starmoon Kingdom's red list, Traceless Blood ranked 7th. Meanwhile, Sunlight Dust stood above Traceless Blood, ranking 3rd on the red list. The red list was different from the ranking list. Rather than ranking players by their levels, players on the red list were judged by their strength. It was a far more accurate estimation than the God's Domain experts list the Secret Pavilion had created. So your Sunlight Dust, the person who defeated Red Feather, the Star Alliance's apex expert. Minor Wind grew serious as he watched Sunlight Dust. Coldly, he asked, "Are you targeting Zero Wing as well?" Red Feather was one of the strongest combatants in the Star Alliance and was an expert who ranked on the God's Domain experts list. The fact that Sunlight Dust could defeat an apex expert like Red Feather showed that the Elementalist should also rank at the top of Starmoon Kingdom. Hence, even he could not afford to be careless around Sunlight Dust. Even the slightest mistake could result in his death. Initially, I had only planned to earn a quick buck. Now, however, it seems that won't be possible, Sunlight Dust said as he turned to an empty area near Minor Wind. Shaking his head, he said, "Zero Wing really has an abundance of experts. Its fame is not undeserved." Seeing Sunlight Dust's reaction, Three Knives was very confused. With Sunlight Dust's strength and that of his companions, they could make short work of Minor Wind. Yet the expert elementalist chose to surrender. A figure suddenly appeared beside Minor Wind. This figure was none other than Flying Shadow, who had been in stealth all this time. I am impressed. He actually sensed me from so far away. Flying Shadow muttered in surprise. With his standards, aside from their guild leader, Black Flame, only Fire Dance and Violet Cloud could detect him from such a long distance. One could just imagine how powerful Sunlight Dust was. You can't expect this matter to end just because you revealed yourself, right? Flying Shadow growled as he stared at Sunlight Dust, and his companions had aimed for Zero Wing from the very beginning. And yet, the instant the situation turned sour, they wanted to just up and leave. It was nothing more than disrespectful. Of course not, Sunlight Dust said calmly. I have very useful information for Zero Wing. Let us offer this as compensation. What do you think? What kind of information? Flying Shadow asked. Currently, only red names and small workshops are targeting Zero Wing. However, this is only the beginning. I've heard that our employer is in the process of hiring the Flower of Seven Sins as well. Sunlight Dust said slowly at the mention of the name, Flower of Seven Sins. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. There were many powers in the virtual gaming world. There were guilds, workshops, and special organizations such as the Flower of Seven Sins. The Flower of Seven Sins was neither a workshop nor a guild. However, the organization's name shook the virtual gaming world. Their fame was so widespread was because the Flower of Seven Sins was an organization specializing in assassination work. They targeted gamers' characters. Specifically, as long as a virtual reality game possessed a PvP mechanism, the Flower of Seven Sins would be present. And as long as a player could afford their price, whether it was a monster-like gamer or the guild leader of a super guild, the Flower of Seven Sins could assassinate their target. Moreover, these statements were not without proof. In the past, someone had paid to have the guild leader of a super guild eliminated. In the end, the Flower of Seven Sins completed the task. Back then, the organization had greatly angered said super guild, causing said super guild to declare war against the organization. In the end, however, this super guild ceased to exist. The Flower of Seven Sins tore the guild apart thoroughly and removed its name from the virtual gaming world forever. However, the Flower of Seven Sins' asking price was extremely high. No ordinary person could afford it. Fire Dance suddenly appeared in between the two groups. In a grave tone, she asked, "Are you telling us the truth?" Fire Dance's sudden appearance surprised even Sunlight Dust, causing the elementalist to feel an immense pressure. I actually failed to detect her at such a close distance. Sunlight Dust wore a grave expression as he looked at Fire Dance. This was the first time anyone had come so close to him undetected. He possessed a special skill that granted him greater perception than ordinary players. Otherwise, he would not have so easily discovered Flying Shadow. If Fire Dance attacked him at such a close distance, he would likely die. Zero Wing really is scary. It's no wonder that person is hiring the Flower of Seven Sins. Sunlight Dust finally realized. He then turned to Fire Dance, smiling bitterly as he responded, I guarantee that this information is true. However, as to what that person has requested the Flower of Seven Sins to do, even I have no clue. You may leave. Fire Dance dismissed them with a wave of her hand. Whether Sunlight Dust was lying to her or not, she doubted his words. Experts had their own pride to protect. It was especially true for an apex expert like Sunlight Dust, following which, Sunlight Dust led his team away. As for Three Knives, he was not allowed to leave with his life. Flying Shadow immediately ended the Berserker's life as negotiations ended. As for Sunlight Dust, he did not particularly mind. Although he and Three Knives were both red names, they were not companions, and he had no obligation to rescue Three Knives. Big Sis Fire, what are we going to do now? Flying Shadow asked worriedly as he sheathed his daggers. Every player's heart was familiar with the terror of the Flower of Seven Sins. Until today, they had never once failed a job. Even super guilds did not dare to provoke the Flower of Seven Sins. Such an organization targeted Zero Wing. Even with Zero Wing's current strength, Flying Shadow doubted that they could fend off the Flower of Seven Sins. This matter is of utmost importance. Let's discuss it with Aqua and guild leader first. Fire Dance had no idea of what to do now. The Flower of Seven Sins' reputation was simply too immense. Anyone who had touched a virtual reality game knew about the organization. The Flower of Seven Sins was a transcendental existence among gamers. If the Flower of Seven Sins truly intended to annihilate Zero Wing, then this would be the greatest danger their guild had ever faced. The top of the world, Mount Sogar. With the aid of 2 Tier 3 demons, Feng finally managed to locate a pair of massive locked doors near the top of Mount Sogar. Engraved runes decorated the stone doors and black chains bound them, each chain giving off a faint pressure. This pressure was familiar to Feng divine might. Although the divine might the chains exuded was faint, no one who had encountered divine might would forget the sensation. Feng had already reached level 34. His level was high enough for him to rank within the top 3 of Starmoon Kingdom's ranking list. On Mount Sogar, however, he was an insignificant existence. If he had not possessed 2 Tier 3 demons, he would not have made it up to this point. Feng had encountered multiple level 50 lords on his way up the mountain. With his strength alone, unless he activated the aura of Space's space movement, he would not have survived. Meanwhile, a gigantic beast stood guard beside the massive pair of stone doors. This quest is absurdly difficult on so many levels. Feng inwardly laughed bitterly as he watched the gigantic beast 9-headed magic snake. Ferocious beast, Great Lord. Level 55. HP 90, 000, 000, 000/90, 000, 000. Chapter 696, Ferocious Beast. Ferocious beasts were different from general wild and demonic beasts. They belonged to the ancient era. During ancient times, ferocious beasts were monsters that fought even gods. Some ferocious beasts had even managed to kill gods. Ferocious beasts were on the same level as angels and dragons, possessing the strength to challenge opponents of a higher tier. In the past, Feng had watched large guilds raid ferocious beasts, and he could describe those battles with a single word: intense. Once, an army of 10,000 elite players and several hundred first-rate and top-tier experts had attempted to raid a ferocious beast. The players had all been above level 100, whereas the ferocious beast had only been level 90. Some of those players had even been Tier 3 classes. In the end, although the players defeated the ferocious beast, over 95% of the elites and half of the experts had died. There was a massive difference in strength between players at level 90 and players at level 100. It was like the difference between level 40 and level 50. Equipment's attributes would undergo a massive improvement at the level 100 threshold. Monsters received a similar boost, yet, even with such a huge difference, the players who faced off against the ferocious beast still suffered devastating losses. Although the 9-headed magic snake was only a great lord, unlike the level 90 ferocious beast that had been a level 90 grand lord, it was still a much higher level than Feng. At the very minimum, it would take a party of level 60 players to take down a level 55 great lord ranked ferocious beast. In Feng's opinion, if he wanted to kill this ferocious beast, he needed at least 500 level 60 and above tier 2 players. Moreover, they would need excellent equipment. Particularly, their weapons should be at least dark gold rank. Facing the 9-headed magic snake with any less would be suicide. Unlike other monsters, ferocious beasts did not just possess immense combat power. They also possessed the life force passed down from ancient times. In combat, ordinary monsters' battle recovery would only regenerate 1% of their HPs every 5 seconds. Ferocious beasts' battle recovery, on the other hand, regenerated 3% of their HPs every 5 seconds. A ferocious beast's HP already ranked at the very top among monsters. They were practically bug-like existences. The 9-headed magic snake had 90 million HP. In battle, it could recover 2,700,000 HP every 5 seconds. Even if Feng multiplied his damage output by 10, and the Great Lord stood motionless, he could not kill it with such a powerful monster guarding the doors. It had been made clear that underestimating this quest's difficulty would be a mistake. Even an epic quest wasn't this absurdly difficult. Fortunately, it doesn't seem like I'm required to kill the 9-headed magic snake to pass through those doors. Feng breathed a sigh of relief as he shifted his gaze towards a small circular indentation in the stone doors. The indentation was the perfect size for the elemental core. Weissman had said that the elemental core was both a map and a key, since there was a keyhole in the stone doors. He just needed to insert the elemental core to open them. Moreover, with the 9-headed magic snake's massive body, it would not be able to cross the threshold. As long as Feng reached the other side of the doors, he should be safe from the ferocious beast. However, trying to open the doors under the snake's nose was not going to be easy. It seems like I'll have to sacrifice the purgatory demon. Feng noticed that the purgatory demon's time in this world was already nearing its end. Since it was going to disappear soon anyway, he might as well put it to good use. The purgatory demon had 13 million HP. It should buy him some time immediately. Feng used Phantom Kill and sent his doppelganger away. With this, should his life be in danger, he could escape. As the doppelganger distanced itself from Feng's group. The swordsman directed the purgatory demon to charge towards the 9-headed magic snake. Next to the 9-headed magic snake, which was over 30 meters tall, the purgatory demon looked like an insect. One bite from one of the Great Lord would be enough to devour several purgatory demons. When the purgatory demon was 30 yards away from the 9-headed magic snake, the latter yawned lazily as it whipped its tail forward. Suddenly, the hill-like snake tail appeared before the purgatory demon. Before Feng could react, the snake sent his purgatory demon hurtling into a nearby stone wall. When the purgatory demon slammed into the wall, a damage that the demon had never experienced before appeared above its head. 267. 849. Feng's mouth twitched when he saw those numbers. This damage far surpassed his expectations. With a casual strike, the 9-headed magic snake dealt nearly minus 270,000 damage. Despite both creatures being tier 3, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Since I can't approach it, what about this? Feng did not dare direct the purgatory demon to approach the ferocious beast again. Instead, he used the tier 3 skill, Garuda's Flame. Suddenly, a sea of fire rushed towards the 9-headed magic snake. This time, the ferocious beast finally woke. Suddenly, one of its snake heads opened its mouth and inhaled. The beast sucked the flaming tide into its mouth, devouring the fire in the blink of an eye. Even Feng was stunned. This was his first battle against a ferocious beast. Although he had known that the purgatory demon was no match for the 9-headed magic snake, he had not expected the ferocious beast to fend off the purgatory demon's attack with little to no effort. The difference between them was absurd. After devouring the sea of fire, that snakehead turned to stare at the purgatory demon. In the next moment, it widened its mouth and spat out a more powerful version of Garuda's flames. The flames were extremely fast, and it took everything Feng had just to get the purgatory demon to dodge those flames. As for the sturdy stone walls that bore the brunt of the molten attack, not only did the flames effortlessly tear through the walls, but the stone also melted into glowing lava. In an instant, over 50 meters of the stone wall disappeared. Is this the strength of the 9-headed magic snake? Feng was utterly baffled at this point. He even began to doubt whether the 9-headed magic snake was just a great lord. Even several thousand tier 2 players would not be a match for the ferocious beast. Moreover, based on the magic snake's lazy attitude, it was obvious that the ferocious beast was simply toying with him. It had yet to utilize its true potential. Helpless, Feng could only use his final trump card, the purgatory demon's tier 3 taboo skill, spatial suppression. If he could not shift the 9-headed magic snake's attention towards the purgatory demon, he would not have a chance to open the stone doors. The power of a tier 3 taboo skill could rival even an ordinary tier 4 skill. As the 9-headed magic snake was both a great lord and a ferocious beast, its combat power should be equivalent to tier 4. In theory, a tier 3 taboo skill should deal damage to the 9-headed magic snake. Moreover, the damage should be relatively high. When the purgatory demon swung its war axe at the 9-headed magic snake, Feng silently prayed that the attack would wound the Great Lord. Even a small amount of damage would be fine this time. The 9-headed magic snake finally raised all 9 of its heads. Its eyes locked onto the purgatory demon's incoming war axe. Suddenly, a hint of gravity appeared in its amber eyes. Let this succeed. Feng tightened his grip around the elemental core, focused on the 9-headed magic snake's reaction when spatial suppression activated. Everything the space surrounding the 9-headed magic snake suddenly grew incomparably heavy. One could not move if they tried, yet the 9-headed magic snake still moved. Although it was extremely slow, it was still capable of moving under the spatial suppression. However, as its tail moved very slowly, Feng could easily control the purgatory demon to avoid the attack. The demon's war axe then struck one of the fierce beast's heads. Boom. The 9-headed magic snake instantly lost that head as it fell to the ground, forming a massive crater. Meanwhile, the other 8 heads simultaneously screamed in pain as a massive amount of damage appeared above them. 605, 791. Chapter 697, super large-scale destruction spell. After suddenly losing one of its heads, the magic snake's 8 remaining heads glared at the purgatory demon, rage filling their amber eyes. Less than a second later, however, the dismembered head grew back. All 9 of the Great Lord's heads then abruptly opened their mouths and spat out a gray beam despite receiving a Tier 3 taboo skill. The 9-headed magic snake's combat power had not decreased in the slightest, not daring to be careless. Feng hurriedly directed the purgatory demon to evade the beams and distance itself from the ferocious beast. Anything the snake's beams touched turned into gray stone, however, as the beast had fired 9 gray beams. Due to Feng's lack of control over the purgatory demon, he accidentally allowed one of the beams to strike on the demon instantly. The purgatory demon lost over 500,000 HP. Moreover, it was also afflicted with the petrified state, stealing more than 200,000 HP every 2 seconds and 60% of its movement speed for 30 seconds. I sent this petrification skill a little too strong. Feng used the aura of water skill, Life Bloom, on the purgatory demon the moment he saw the debuff's description. While petrified, not only would the purgatory demon lose massive amounts of HP, but the 9-headed magic snake could also easily catch up to it due to the movement speed reduction. If that happened, the purgatory demon would be a goner in less than 30 seconds with Life Bloom. However, the purgatory demon's HP recovered at an impressive rate. Life Bloom recovered 60% of its target's HP every second. With the purgatory demon's 13 million HP, even if the 9-headed magic snake were more powerful, it would not instantly kill the demon. Hence, for the next 40 seconds, the purgatory demon was nearly invulnerable. Immediately, Feng used the purgatory demon to lure the 9-headed magic snake away from the massive stone doors once the ferocious beast was 40 yards away, and Feng was sure that it focused on the purgatory demon fully. Feng activated Windwalk and dashed towards the stone doors. Time ticked by, second after second. As Feng approached the massive stone doors, his heart rate rose rapidly. If the 9-headed magic snake discovered him now, he would die without a doubt. Even if he relied on the temporarily immortal purgatory demon, he could not stop the ferocious beast from grinding him to a pulp. By the time Feng arrived at the stone doors, over 6 seconds had passed. Meanwhile, the purgatory demon had lured the 9-headed magic snake 100 yards away from the stone doors and desperately tried to pin it down. Earning as much time for Feng as possible to the 9-headed magic snake, the purgatory demon was practically a toy. Again and again, the ferocious beast smashed the purgatory demon into the ground, damages in the hundreds of thousands appearing above the demon's head. The purgatory demon had no power to resist. Without wasting any time, Feng immediately inserted the elemental core into the small hole in the door. Suddenly, the magic arrays on the elemental core and inside the circular hole shifted and aligned. They then released a faint golden light. The runes covering the pair of stone doors lit up, releasing a dazzling golden glow. A moment later, the chains around the stone doors began to shatter faster. Hurry up! Feng's anxiety mounted as he watched the chains break. One after another, there were over 20 chains around the doors. Yet each one took a full second to break. It would take more than 20 seconds for the stone doors to open as the chains shattered. The initially weak divine might grew stronger. This is bad. Feng frowned as he turned to the 9-headed magic snake, which currently toyed with the purgatory demon. With the divine might growing stronger, even he could sense it clearly now, not to mention the ferocious beast that had guarded the doors all this time. Sure enough, the 9-headed magic snake sensed the increasing divine might, and it could not help but turn to look at the stone doors. Suddenly, it whipped its tail and sent the purgatory demon flying before turning and slithered towards Feng. Meanwhile, 10 chains remained on the doors. With the 9-headed magic snake's speed, it did not need that much time to reach him. With no other choice, Feng directed the cursed demon to use the Tier 3 skill, Spiritual Blade, to attack the ferocious beast. Spiritual Blade was not just a magical attack skill. It was also capable of forcing its target into a confused state for 15 seconds. The skill could earn him enough time for the doors to open this time. Due to the stone doors being unlocked, the 9-headed magic snake did not bother blocking the Spiritual Blade. Immediately, the ferocious beast received over -300,000 damage, releasing a pained cry as its massive body slid to a halt. Its eyes glazed over slightly. Good. Feng unconsciously sighed with relief. Although the 9-headed magic snake possessed relatively high magic resistance, in the end, it was still only a Great Lord. A Tier 3 skill should still be effective against it as the chains continued to shatter. The ferocious beast's glazed eyes gradually regained clarity by the time the last 3 chains remained. The 9-headed magic snake woke from its stupor. It then released an earth-shaking roar, its cold, amber eyes suddenly turning blood red. Widening its mouths, it fired multiple gray beams. Once more the 9-headed magic snake had spat a total of 9 gray beams. Each one was more than enough to kill Feng instantly. Moreover, the 9 beams sealed off any path of retreat. Feng had nowhere to go immediately. Feng activated his replace skill in the next moment. Feng's doppelganger lost all of its HP as it transformed into a gray statue, following which the doppelganger shattered, becoming dust that scattered in the wind. It could not resist the beams in the slightest, seeing Feng vanish completely. The 9-headed magic snake shifted its attention towards the cursed demon. Feng immediately directed the cursed demon to escape to the 9-headed magic snake. However, the cursed demon was simply too slow. After the demon had taken a few steps, the ferocious beast caught up to it. With a whip of its tail, the 9-headed magic snake sent the cursed demon into a stone wall, destroying over 400,000 HP instantly in less than 3 seconds. The cursed demon lost over 2 million HP. This is my chance. Feng realized that all of the chains had finally broken. He activated space movement and arrived before the doors once more. Stretching out his hand, he twisted the elemental core as the elemental core produced a click sound. The massive stone doors gradually opened. Turning to take a look, the 9-headed magic snake froze. It had never imagined that Feng would appear again. Thinking that its previous skill had been too weak, all 9 of the Great Lord's heads stretched open their jaws once more. This time, however, the heads did not spit gray beams suddenly. A massive 3-fold magic array appeared above the stone doors. The sky suddenly darkened as black winds moaned. The massive magic array covered a radius of 300 yards, and even the distant Purgatory Demon and Cursed Demon were within the ferocious beast's attack range. Feng's excited expression dropped. Feng had seen this spell before, the Tier 3 curse, Dark Gale. The curse was a super large-scale destruction spell that lasted 10 full seconds. At this moment, Feng had no defense against the spell. The 7 Luminaries ring was still on cooldown, so he could not switch to the Aura of Earth or the Aura of Illusion. As for Defensive Blade, the skill's block counts were not enough to block the Dark Gale completely as the Black Gale tore at him. Feng said his prayers as he activated Defensive Blade. The wind devoured all life it touched. In the blink of an eye, the Defensive Blade's 9 block counts had been exhausted. Dark Gale had caused 9 instances of damage in just 1 second. Even with his Tier 1 Defensive Blade, Feng would not last 2 seconds. Meanwhile, the Purgatory Demon and Cursed Demon each lost nearly 500,000 HP every second. The 9-headed magic snake's damage was terrifying. What a pity. As the black wind surrounded him, Feng felt somewhat disappointed. He was a thread away from opening and entering the stone doors. He had never imagined that the 9-headed magic snake would be so vicious to use a Tier 3 curse. Moreover, it was a super large-scale destruction spell. The ferocious beast gave him no chance as the black wind swept in for a second attack. Suddenly, the 3-fold magic array in the sky began to disappear. The Dark Gale also dissipated into nothingness before Feng could figure out what was happening. The 9-headed magic snake cried painfully as its body rapidly turned into stone. It then shattered into dust and rubble. 3 shimmering items fell on top of the pile of rubble. The sound of a system notification suddenly reached Feng's ears. This is Chapter 698, Strengthening Device. By now, Feng was quite familiar with the 9-headed magic snake's strength. To current players, it was practically invincible. It didn't matter how many players came here to raid it. Meanwhile, in Feng's mind, he had never actually thought of killing the 9-headed magic beast. Since the beginning, he had only thought of luring it away from the stone doors. He had never expected the Great Lord to die for a time. Feng was speechless, however. When he heard the sound of the system notification, he more or less understood what had happened. System Blood Refining Passage has been opened. Do you wish to enter? Time remaining 1 hour 59 minutes. So it turns out that, as this place's guardian beast, if the stone doors open, the guardian dies. It's no wonder why the nine-headed magic snake was so desperate. Feng inwardly celebrated as he stared at the rubble that used to be the nine-headed magic snake. Unfortunately, he had not killed the snake. Otherwise, with the EXP from the ferocious beast, he might have risen several levels, with the stone doors open and quite some time before they closed again. Feng did not hurry into the blood-refining passage. Instead, he approached the nine-headed magic snake's remains, hoping to take a closer look at what items the ferocious beast had dropped, although he was not responsible for the nine-headed magic snake's death. As a monster, it would still drop some items after dying. Only, it would drop significantly fewer items. The nine-headed magic snake had been a great lord-ranked ferocious beast. Even the most inferior item it would drop was not something one would find from an ordinary great lord. Among the three items, one was a magical, pure black cube covered with blood-red runes. The item was called Blood Refining Stone, and it could be used inside the blood refining world. As for the other two items, one was a silver, Feng-like dagger, while the other was a drawing. Sure enough, a ferocious beast's loot is amazing. It even dropped an epic dagger. Feng was momentarily stunned. Petrified Thorn. Dagger. Epic rank. Level 40, level 100. Equipment requirement. Strength 550. Agility 400. Attributes adjust according to user's level. Attack power plus 1165. Currently level 40. Strength plus 92. Agility plus 101. Endurance plus 60. Strength increased by 10%. Agility increased by 10%. Attack speed plus 12. Evasion plus 20. All skills plus 2 levels. Ignore levels plus 20. Ignore 20% of the target's defense damage from sneak attacks. Increase by 20%. Level requirement to equip all items decreased by 5 levels. Durability 300/300. Attacks have 30% chance to inflict petrified effect, reducing target's weapon damage by 10% each second, and movement speed by 60% for 6 seconds. 30% chance to trigger fatal blow effect, increasing damage by 220%. Additional skill 1 dash. Devour magic. Absorbs magic damage equal to 300% of user's maximum HP for 15 seconds. Damage absorbed can be converted into a single attack, dealing twice the amount of damage absorbed to an area of 5 by 50 yards in front of user. Cooldown 10 minutes. Additional skill 2 dash. Petrification domain. Enemies within 50 yards receive 500% weapon damage and have their movement speed reduced by 50% for 10 seconds. Increases the user's agility, strength, and movement speed with each target hit. Agility and strength can increase to a maximum of 30%, while movement speed can increase to a maximum of 100% for 30 seconds. Cooldown 1 hour. Fire Dance really lucked out this time. She'll be able to equip this once she reaches level 40. Only, the dagger's strength requirement is somewhat high. I'll have to figure out a way to increase her strength. Feng happily stored away the Petrified Thorn. Although the True Fire Blade's Fire Dance wielded were top-tier dark gold weapons, they were on a completely different level compared to the Petrified Thorn. At the end of the day, even the most powerful dark gold weapon was only a mortal's weapon. An epic weapon, on the other hand, was a true extraordinary weapon. The Petrified Thorn's attack power was especially frightening. The dagger's 1165 attack power was even higher than a level 40 dark gold ranked two-handed weapon. Not to mention, there were the strength and agility increases the dagger provided. If Fire Dance equipped this dagger, she could slice through players as if she were dicing vegetables, following which, Feng's gaze shifted towards the tattered drawing-strengthening device forging design. Can strengthen player equipment, significantly reducing the consumption of durability required materials. 1 magic crystal, 10 mithril or 2 intermediate mana recovery potions, and 1 basic alchemy array. Is this real? Even something like this dropped? Feng muttered in surprise. In God's domain, monsters would grow more powerful as they reached higher levels. Take the monsters players currently faced, for example. Not only did they possess very high attack power, but they could also significantly reduce equipment durability. It was why the various guilds were forced to repair their equipment in Stone Forest. Town players could repair weapons with whetstones and advanced whetstones. However, there were no such recovery items for equipment. However, there were items that could reinforce equipment. The strengthening device was one such item. Only, its forging design was extremely hard to obtain. It only dropped from level 50 and above Great Lord ranked field bosses. Dungeons would not drop the design. Moreover, the strengthening device was a consumable item. It could not be permanently equipped. Fortunately, the forging process was very simple, and the item also had relatively high durability. Players could put it to good use for a relatively long period. If they dodged attacks properly, they could extend the strengthening device's lifespan even further. However, one of the raw materials required was not that easy to obtain. While mithril or intermediate mana recovery potions and basic alchemy arrays were both cheap and easily available, it was a different story for magic crystals. Magic crystals were always rare and valuable, hence, crafting strengthening devices was expensive. Each one would cost roughly 30 silver to produce. Even so, there were still a large number of players willing to purchase it, while ordinary players were willing to waste some time traveling back to towns and cities to repair their equipment. Large guilds were not as willing. To them, time was money. In the past, a strengthening device's standard price was 2 gold. During its peak, however, the price soared to 4 gold due to high demand and low supply. Currently, the various large guilds of Starmoon Kingdom and several neighboring kingdoms had sent many of their members to the Stoneclaw Mountains. Obviously, the strengthening devices could offer some convenience. Just the amount of time and repair fees the strengthening devices could save them were worth more than 4 gold. It seems I'll have to find some opportunity to grind level 50 field great lords. With one strengthening device forging design, I won't even be able to produce enough for the guild members. Feng suddenly thought of a profitable business idea if he waited too long. The strengthening devices would not be as profitable. Just as Feng finished organizing his items and was about to enter the blood refining passage, he suddenly discovered over 100 unread messages in his inbox. Among them, over 90% were from Aqua Rose. There were also messages from Gentle Snow and Fire Dance. They had all sent these messages around the same time after he had reached Mount Sogar's core. He had worried that he would get himself killed while receiving a message. Hence, he had blocked all calls and messages for the time being. What happened? Why are they so anxious? Feng wondered as he opened the messages. Chapter 699, Banished. The Flower of 7 Sins. A serious expression overcame Feng when he saw this name. He had not expected that exemplary willow to be so vicious. It would have been fine had she just hired a bunch of red names and small workshops to harass Zero Wing. At most, it would make things a little difficult for the guild. However, it was a completely different story if she hired the Flower of 7 Sins as a mysterious assassin organization of the virtual gaming world. Nearly every virtual reality game contained traces of the Flower of 7 Sins. In the past, the Flower of 7 Sins had even developed itself into one of God's domain's peak powers. No guild could afford to offend the Flower of 7 Sins. As long as one could afford the organization's price, these assassins could even take out a super guild's guild leader. Everyone was afraid of them. In the past, 5 super guilds had banded together to suppress the Flower of 7 Sins, threatening to retaliate if the organization accepted any assassination requests on their respective guilds' upper echelons. Unfortunately, those super guilds' efforts had been futile. In less than 10 days, all 5 super guilds gave up on suppressing the assassin organization. The Flower of 7 Sins had made a statement by killing their upper echelons once. There were even God-ranked experts among those who had died. From then on, the various super guilds in God's domain no longer bothered with the Flower of 7 Sins. Back then, the incident had shaken God's domain. The Flower of 7 Sins had become a power that no one would dare provoke. However, the organization's asking price was also extraordinarily high. Even open source corporations should feel a sting from the cost of hiring the organization. Exemplary Willow must have hired the Flower of 7 Sins to deal with Zero Wing's upper echelons. Even OSC can't afford to target the entire guild. Feng gave the situation some thought. The best method to deal with Zero Wing was to kill the guild's upper echelons to level 0. This would certainly collapse both Zero Wing's strength and reputation. As for the possibility of the Flower of 7 Sins failing to carry out their contract, since its creation, the Flower of 7 Sins had never once failed a job. Their strength was practically endless. Even Feng was not confident of surviving an assassination attempt from the Flower of 7 Sins right now. Not to mention the guild's other members. If I remember correctly, before the Flower of 7 Sins takes action, the organization usually invests some time to investigate their target before taking action. In the past, the Flower of 7 Sins would take anywhere from 5 to 10 days to collect information. If Exemplary Willow went directly to them and hired the organization after she returned from our meeting, I should still have roughly 4 days before the organization takes action. If their target is much stronger than their initial estimations, the Flower of Seven Sins will adjust their quote to their employer and will only take action after their employer agrees to the new price. Right now, the best way to avoid this mess is to increase the strength of the guild's upper echelons significantly. Within 4 days, forcing the Flower of Seven Sins to renew their price. If that happened, Exemplary Willow might not consider the price worth it and give up on the organization altogether. Feng had some understanding of the Flower of Seven Sins rules and pricing. Killing a system recognized. Third-rate expert cost 500,000 credits. The price increased depending on the expert's strength. Moreover, this was only the price for one death. As for system-recognized second-rate experts, the minimum asking price was 3 million credits. The minimum price for first-rate experts was 10 million credits. Top-tier experts cost 100 million credits at the very minimum. Above them would be apex experts, and the organization charged upwards of 500 million credits for each kill. Ordinary people could never afford the Flower of Seven Sins. Only those large guilds and corporations with significant financial strength could do so. However, rather than spend so much money to kill an opponent, it was more cost-effective to send their own men to get the job done. Hence, only when one had no other options would they employ the Flower of Seven Sins. This was precisely the case for Exemplary Willow right now. At this point, even the Star Alliance was helpless against Zero Wing in the Starmoon Kingdom, not to mention Twilight Echo, which did not have the home ground advantage. The cost of killing Zero Wing's upper echelons to level 0 was astronomical. Only a massive existence like the Open Source Corporation could afford such a price. Currently, the Flower of Seven Sins had yet to determine the strength of Zero Wing's upper echelons. Based on Feng's estimates, killing a 5th-floor expert of the Trial Tower should cost at least 500,000 credits. A 6th-floor expert would cost at least 3 million credits. A 7th-floor expert would cost around 10 million credits, and an 8th-floor expert should cost at least 100 million credits. Currently, Zero Wing upper management consisted of more than 20 players, and the majority were 6th-floor experts. Only Fire Dance and Violet Cloud had reached the 7th floor. If everyone could improve their strength, the cost of killing them would increase exponentially. At that time, even OSC would have to reconsider, following which, Feng contacted Aqua Rose, instructing her to turn the guild's upper echelons focus on improving their strength and progressing through the Trial Tower as much as possible. Feng would also go all out to supply everyone with the 100-berry wine. Although Aqua Rose did not understand Feng's intentions, since he had given the order, she had no choice but to do as he wished. For a time, Zero Wing's upper echelons ceased grinding monsters in the Stoneclaw Mountains. Instead, they focused on their progression in the Trial Tower. As for Gentle Snow's message, she wanted to inform Feng of OSC's investment into the Star Alliance, becoming one of the guild's major shareholders. She also stated that OSC intended to deal with Zero Wing, so he should be wary of the Star Alliance. Naturally, Feng had already taken appropriate measures to protect Zero Wing. Hence, not long after Feng read Gentle Snow's message, shocking news spread throughout Starmoon City. Stone Forest Town was no longer open to the Star Alliance. Any guild that was affiliated with the Star Alliance was also barred from Stone Forest Town. This incident instantly attracted the attention of every player in the capital city. Everyone was confused as to why Zero Wing would suddenly declare war against the Star Alliance. The Stoneclaw Mountains had long since become an iconic symbol of Starmoon City. Meanwhile, Stone Forest Town was an indispensable resting place for players grinding in the Stoneclaw Mountains. Without this resting place, the Star Alliance would fall far behind the other guilds. Of course, the Star Alliance could seek the aid of others to help them repair their equipment in Stone Forest Town. However, Feng had prepared for that as well. Feng had limited the amount of equipment players could repair. In other words, in addition to one's own equipment, players visiting Stone Forest Town could only help one other player repair a set of equipment once. Moreover, he also placed a limit on the players' levels. Only players who were level 30 or above were allowed to repair their equipment in the town. With this, he restricted the Star Alliance's options of repairing equipment in Stone Forest Town. Can someone tell me what is going on here? When Galaxy Past received this information, he nearly jumped out of his seat from anger. The situation had changed so suddenly that even Galaxy Past did not understand what had happened. Why had Zero Wing turned against them? The Star Alliance had only considered striking out against Zero Wing. The guild had yet to take such considerations seriously. Yet, Zero Wing chose to humiliate the Star Alliance publicly. The Star Alliance had already mobilized the majority of its combat power to the Stoneclaw Mountains. If the Star Alliance's members could not rest in Stone Forest Town, how was the guild supposed to compete with the other guilds? Silence filled conference hall. This was the first time anyone had seen Galaxy Pass so furious. Guild leader, maybe Zero Wing made this move because they think that we are becoming too big of a threat? Purple Eye was also confused by Zero Wing's drastic actions. They had clearly minded their own business until just recently. Zero Wing must have found out about OSC's investment into the Star Alliance. Red Feather reasoned, even if we have OSC's support, there is no reason for this. Zero Wing has clearly made us out to be their greatest enemy. Purple Eye said as she shook her head. Go. Contact Black Flame immediately. Galaxy Past agreed with Purple Eye's opinion. He needed to sort out this matter with Black Flame properly. Chapter 700 Improving Swordsmanship. After Feng finished dealing with Zero Wing, he entered the blood refining passage. Regarding the Flower of Seven Sins, he could only focus on growing stronger. He had already obtained an epic weapon, and he was nowhere near completing the Solomon's Treasure quest. If he completed the quest, he might be able to upgrade his equipment. If he could obtain an epic weapon for himself, his combat power would rise significantly. Is this the blood refining passage? Feng found his surroundings somewhat stifling. The blood refining passage was a long and narrow passageway. Feng could not even see the passage's end. Numerous blood-red runes had been carved into the walls on either side, radiating a faint divine might that made him very uncomfortable. It felt as if he were submerged in water. Even walking down the passageway was difficult. If he had to fight in such an environment, he wouldn't be able to exert even half of his normal strength. The moment Feng entered the passageway, the large stone doors had closed, preventing any retreat. Right now, his only option to escape was to give up on the quest and use a return scroll, since his path of retreat had been closed off. Feng could only advance down the walkway. However, before Feng had covered a distance of 100 yards, two monsters suddenly emerged from the walls on either side of the passage. These two monsters wore blood-red armor and wielded silvery white bone spears. Blood fighter. Undead. Elite rank. Level 50. HP 100. 000/100. 000. Undead. Feng unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the two 3-meter-tall blood warriors. Luckily, they're just level 50 elites. With the Divine Might suppression, the strength he could exert was limited. If a chieftain had appeared, he would have had no choice but to summon a Tier 3 demon. However, the magic amplification scroll had limited uses. Feng did not want to waste them. After the two blood fighters appeared, they immediately charged at Feng while thrusting their spears, each spear splitting into 3. They fought like experts who had known the same weapon for many years. All 6 spears aimed for Feng's vital points. With the two blood fighters working together, even Feng could not avoid all of their attacks. Such skill. Feng was slightly surprised. The blood fighter spearmanship was on par with experts who specialized with the spear. In a fight without skills, even elite players would stand no chance against these blood fighter. Feng retreated, dodging the oncoming attacks as much as possible. From time to time, he used his swords to block and attack. The passage was somewhat narrow, and the two blood fighters took up the entire path. He had no room to circle to their sides. He could only face them head-on. Die. After Feng tested blood fighter's skills, he took half a step back and raised the abyssal blade, intending to use Thundering Flash to end this battle quickly. In the next moment, the abyssal blade transformed into a streak of black light as it descended. However, the usual blue electric arcs did not appear. The two blood fighters did not receive any damage whatsoever. On the contrary, one of them thrust its spear at Feng's head fiercely. Hurriedly, Feng repelled the oncoming spear with Purgatory's shadow in his other hand, deftly evading the silver spear. I can't use skills? Feng felt his head begin to ache. Skills were a player's advantage against monsters. If a player could not use any of their skills, then more than half of their advantage over monsters would be gone. However, Feng was not a greenhorn. During God's Domain's initial stages, players normally relied on skills in a battle. However, battles between experts were usually fought without any skills. Instead, they relied on their techniques against each other. The two blood fighters were indeed powerful. However, Their attack patterns were overly monotonous and lacked flexibility. To a sword expert like Feng, a few exchanges were all he needed to find a gap to damage the two elites. When the abyssal blade slashed at a gap in one of the blood fighter's crimson armor, that blood fighter immediately retreated by a step, a crack appearing on the white bone beneath the armor. A damage of -1,056 points then appeared above the blood fighter's head, such a powerful defense and mana body. Feng had a very clear understanding of how high his attack power was. Not to mention, the abyssal blade even bore a magic device that increased its destructive power drastically. Against a level 50 elite monster, he should be able to deal at least -1,500 damage. His strike should also affect his target's combat power to some extent, not to mention an attack that had struck a vital point yet. He had only dealt slightly over -1,000 damage after striking the blood fighter's bone. Moreover, only a small crack had appeared on said bone. The blood fighter's defense could already rival that of a chieftain-ranked monster. However, after repelling one blood fighter, the space available to him increased significantly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Feng quickly dashed to the other blood fighter's side, stabbing Purgatory's shadow into the blood fighter's arm joint and forcing the elite's attack to a stop. Immediately after, the abyssal blade struck one of the blood fighter's vital points, one hit at the joints and one hit at a vital point. Feng repeated this combination attack, preventing the blood fighter from retaliating as its HP rapidly decreased. Even though the blood fighter had 100,000 HP, the damage would slowly accumulate if Feng continued dealing -1,000 or so damage with his attacks in less than 5 minutes. Both blood fighters fell to the ground, becoming no more than a pile of bones and armor while dropping a piece of level 50 common equipment and a few dozen copper coins. They had also provided Feng with an ample amount of EXP in the next moment. The red mist that the blood fighters released upon death suddenly flowed into Feng's body system. Blood Refining Stone has obtained 1 point of blood energy system. Blood Refining Stone has obtained 1 point of blood energy. This is... Feng took out the Blood Refining Stone, which he had obtained from the 9-headed magic snake. The pitch-black stone gave off a faint, red glow. Its information had also changed. Blood Refining Stone can evolve into a blood refining crystal after absorbing 1,000 points of blood energy. 2/1000. Although Feng did not know what use there was to upgrading the blood refining stone into a blood refining crystal, after giving it some thought, he realized that it might be a crucial key to completing his quest. Moreover, the blood fighters had provided an ample amount of EXP. It was roughly 3 times that of an ordinary level 50 elite. Hence, this wasn't a bad place to level up, following which, Feng continued along the passageway. He would encounter blood fighters every so often. However, as he progressed down the passage, more blood fighters appeared with each ambush. From the initial 2, the number gradually increased to 3, then 4. However, this was still not the greatest change. As the number of blood fighters increased, their attacks became more accurate. By the time Feng faced 4 blood fighters at the same time, their spearmanship had also become far more flexible. Their attack patterns began to vary as well. Killing the blood fighters became more of a challenge, and the time it took for him to end each battle increased significantly. After 3 to 4 hours of intense, non-stop combat, even an elite player would feel mentally exhausted. Fortunately, Feng had long since adapted to God's domain's battles. Rather than feeling tired, he felt elated when fighting these blood fighters. It was not very often that he could fight in a life-or-death battle purely involving techniques, without being able to use his skills. Feng gradually noticed the deficiencies in his own swordsmanship. While he possessed plenty of attack methods, he lacked methods to defend himself with his swords, and he would often make up for this gap by relying on movement. Hence, Feng began to use his swordsmanship for both attacking and defending, no longer relying on his agility to evade oncoming attacks. As Feng engaged in more battles, his defensive swordsmanship improved. Initially, he still had to evade attacks every so often against 2 blood fighters simultaneously. After a few hours, however, Feng no longer needed to evade the attacks. He could fend off all of the attacks with his 2 swords. Another change has occurred. Just as Feng prepared to deal with the next batch of blood fighters, the elites stopped appearing. Instead, a skeleton wielding a 2-handed saber and wearing exquisite armor pulled away from one of the walls. Life filled the skeleton's flashing, red eyes. It was completely different from the robotic blood fighters. Chapter 701, Blood Warrior. Hua! Hua! The skeleton in black spiked armor suddenly brandished its two-handed saber, creating a powerful gale that engulfed Feng. Its blade work is so fast. I didn't see the weapon move at all. Feng unconsciously tightened his grip on the abyssal blade. He felt an immense pressure as he stared at the flashing red flames in the skeleton's eye sockets. Blood Warrior. Undead. Special Elite. Level 50. HP 240. 000/240. 000. Although the Blood Warrior's HP was not high, its attack speed and strength were on a whole different level compared to the Blood Fighter. Suddenly, the Blood Warrior stomped its foot. Feng only heard the sound of a sonic boom before the Blood Warrior appeared right in front of him, its massive saber transforming into a streak of silver light as it descended towards his head. In terms of strength and speed, the Blood Warrior was simply overwhelming. Although Feng had stretched his perception to its very limit, the Blood Warrior's explosive power still caught him unprepared. Boom. When the Blood Warrior swung its saber, the saber light extended over 10 yards. If the walkway had not been indestructible, the undead's attack would have gouged the ground. Meanwhile, the attack had sent Feng flying over 20 yards, a damage of more than -1,000 points appearing above his head in the blink of an eye. Feng lost 1/10 of his HP. So powerful. Feng gaped at the Blood Warrior with a face. His entire arm was numb. It was not surprising that the Special Elite was stronger and faster than he was. What was surprising was the fact that the Blood Warrior had an expert's techniques as well. Neither its movement nor attacks contained any excess movement whatsoever. This allowed the undead to exert astonishing speed and destructive power. Even Feng had only barely blocked the attack with his sword. Suddenly, Feng was no longer as complacent as he had been against the Blood Fighters. Players had two main advantages against monsters. The first was their skills, while the second was combat techniques. However, inside the Blood Refining Passage, players could not use any of their skills and could only rely on their combat techniques in a fight. As for the Blood Warrior before Feng, not only did it possess superior attributes, but its techniques surpassed even ordinary expert players. If an ordinary expert stood in Feng's place right now, they would have no strength to resist the Blood Warrior. Just as Feng pondered ways to deal with the Blood Warrior, the latter charged for Feng once more, giving him no time to catch his breath. The Blood Warrior slashed its two-handed saber at Feng in quick succession, every one of its attacks faster than Feng's visual perception. Feng could only rely on his intuition to block or dodge the attacks, did not even have time to breathe. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. Countless saber lights intertwined, generating dazzling sparks as they collided with Feng's swords. Each time Feng blocked the Blood Warrior's saber, he was sent flying. Even while Feng soared through the air, the Blood Warrior showed no signs of stopping its assault. As long as Feng erred in his judgment, he would be executed on the spot. Feng was thrown over 100 yards in quick succession, his body slamming into the ground. The difference between their strengths was obvious at first glance. Is this really a level 50 Special Elite? Feng looked at his own HP. He had less than 3,000 HP remaining. At most, he could receive 3 more hits before his life ended. Before Feng could even consider his options, the Blood Warrior appeared before him. Attacking with its saber, it sent Feng flying once more. Since Feng had rejoined God's domain, he had suppressed his opponents with his strength. This was the first time an opponent had beaten him so badly. Regarding strength and speed in the face of absolute strength, all manner of trickery was useless at this moment. Feng was reminded of the fact that attributes were the basics of combat in God's domain. Even if Feng could perceive the Blood Warrior's attack trajectories, he simply could not keep up with the Special Elite's speed. If he could not even dodge the Blood Warrior's attacks, there was no point in considering a counterattack. If Feng received the Blood Warrior's saber a few more times, Feng's HP would be no more. Feng suddenly realized that the Blood Warrior had stopped attacking him. Instead, it turned around and walked back to where it came from, no longer interested in Feng. What's going on here? Despite needing only 2 more hits to end the battle, the Blood Warrior had stopped attacking him. Did I move out of its field of activity? Feng accepted this conclusion after giving it some thought. Otherwise, the Blood Warrior had no reason to spare him. It seems that I need to defeat the Blood Warrior if I wish to continue forward. However, with his current strength, It was utterly impossible to defeat the Blood Warrior. It would be easier without the Divine Might's suppression. Feng thought as he glared at the passage walls. The Divine Might radiating from the walls had limited his strength significantly. Otherwise, he would not have been so helpless against the Blood Warrior's attacks. If I wish to pass the Blood Warrior, I only have 3 options. I can reduce the Divine Might suppression, improve my combat techniques, or improve my attributes without any of my skills. Weakening the Divine Might will be impossible. As for techniques, that is not something I can improve significantly in a short time. It seems that my only choice is to raise my attribute. Feng then looked at his current level. At this point, he was at 61% of level 34. He was very close to reaching level 35. He currently wore a Tier 1 set equipment. As his level increased, the set's attributes would improve as well. Level 35 was considered a small milestone for equipment. Moreover, he also possessed epic and fragmented legendary ranked items. Once he reached level 35, those attributes would also increase. Let's level up. Then, Feng halted his advance. Instead, he retraced his step. Feng had mostly grasped the blood refining passage's rules. He would encounter different monsters depending on where he was. Since he had entered the field belonging to the Blood Warrior, if he retreated to the previous field, his would return to the 4 blood fighters. Fortunately, the blood fighters provided a lot of EXP, so Feng did not level slowly. Moreover, he could also improve his techniques by facing the elite monsters in such a way. Feng began an endless journey of grinding, his level rising little by little. Star Moon City, inside a VIP room of one of Star Moon's high-class restaurants. Currently, 3 people, 2 women and 1 man, occupied the luxurious and spacious room. All 3 were at least level 32. 1 woman had already reached level 33. This woman was none other than Zero Wing's vice leader, Aqua Rose. Sitting across from Aqua Rose were the Star Alliance's guild leader, Galaxy Past, and the Star Alliance's #1 elementalist expert, Purple Eye Vice leader Aqua. Let's be frank. Why did Zero Wing suddenly decide to banish the Star Alliance from Stone Forest Town? I don't recall our guild provoking your guild in any way, Galaxy Past asked quietly. Trying his best to suppress the raging fire within him, the Star Alliance's progression into the Stoneclaw Mountains had slowed significantly. If this situation persisted, their previous advantages would vanish, and other guilds would overtake them. Had it not tasted the fruit known as Stone Forest Town, it would have been fine. However, after experiencing the benefits that Stone Forest Town offered, it was impossible for the Star Alliance to endure losing access to the town guild leader Galaxy. Don't tell me that you've agreed to Open Source Corporation's investment without knowing what was happening? Aqua Rose countered calmly. Or does guild leader Galaxy not know what kind of people have been harassing Zero Wing recently? After Aqua Rose's reminder, Galaxy Past quickly came to a realization he had received some information mentioning a small conflict between Zero Wing and Open Source Corporation. However, he had never imagined that this enmity was so severe. Guild leader Galaxy, I believe that you should have a general understanding of the situation. Today, I've come here to pass on a message from our guild leader. Narrowing her eyes, Aqua Rose coldly declared, if the Star Alliance doesn't enter an alliance with Zero Wing now, then it will be our enemy. What is your decision? Chapter 702, Swift and Ruthless. Become your enemy? Galaxy Past let out a laugh as he raised an eyebrow, a flame of anger igniting in his eyes. However, he quickly suppressed the emotion. Chuckling softly, he said, Guild leader Black Flame really hasn't changed. Although he had known about Black Flame's arrogance, he could not help his anger when it turned on him. However, he had to admit that, up until this point, not one guild had managed to do anything to Zero Wing. Aqua, you're saying that Zero Wing intends to go to war if the Star Alliance refuses to become its ally? Purple Eye asked, a hint of cold surfacing on her white, delicate cheeks. The killing intent she radiated even dropped the surrounding temperature by several degrees. The Star Alliance was a first-rate guild. Its survival until now spoke volumes to its strength. Why would it possibly cower due to an upstart guild? Besides, the Star Alliance currently had OSC's support. Star Moon City was the Star Alliance's home ground. If an all-out war broke out between their 2 guilds, Zero Wing would suffer tremendous losses if not for Stone Forest Town. the Star Alliance would have lashed out against Zero Wing in the Stoneclaw Mountains long ago. You can interpret it as such. Aqua Rose nodded in acknowledgement. Feng's method was indeed crazy. Dealing with Open Source Corporation was already a huge headache. Now, he planned to tear away all pretenses with the Star Alliance. This decision would only place Zero Wing in even greater danger currently. Zero Wing was not in particularly advantageous position. Aside from Overwhelming Smile, Heaven's Burial, and the other White River City guilds eyeing Zero Wing covetously, now they needed to deal with Open Source Corporation and the Star Alliance. If Zero Wing declared war on the Star Alliance, it went without saying that Overwhelming Smile and Heaven's Burial would also take action. At that time, Zero Wing would be exposed to attacks from the front and the rear. However, when dealing with a problem, one must be both swift and ruthless, since they already knew that the Star Alliance had fallen under OSC's control. There was no doubt that the first-rate guild would become Zero Wing's enemy in the future. If they maintained the current peace, they would only prolong the inevitable. Zero Wing would eventually be at risk. Moreover, by declaring war on the Star Alliance, it would deter the other guilds. They would have to think twice before plotting against Zero Wing currently, as the Star Alliance had the home ground advantage. Even without Stone Forest Town, the guild could continue their development in the Stoneclaw Mountains. However, the other guilds did not have that advantage, so what if we don't become allies? Galaxy Past sneered. In a low growl, he asked, "Do you think the Star Alliance needs a rest stop like Stone Forest Town? Once the 15-day protection period is over and Zero Wing loses their NPC guards, the Star Alliance will be able to occupy the town at any given moment. Moreover, I believe that the other large guilds will also be very interested in the town." Guild Leader Galaxy is correct. However, might I remind you that Zero Wing has not yet started a war with the Star Alliance. Our guilds have not had any conflicts with each other in the Stoneclaw Mountains. If we go to war, however, Zero Wing cannot guarantee the safety of the Star Alliance members in the Stoneclaw Mountains. Guild Leader Galaxy. You know that Star Moon City doesn't have only one first-rate guild. Aqua Rose paid no attention whatsoever to Galaxy Past's threat. Zero Wing had the support of Stone Forest Town. Even if its members died, they could simply revive in the town. Ouroboros's members, Zero Wing's allies, could also revive in Stone Forest Town. Hence, Ouroboros could quickly send reinforcements into the Stoneclaw Mountains. Aside from Stone Forest Town, the nearest town players could revive in was over 10 hours away. If a fight broke out in the Stoneclaw Mountains, the Star Alliance's members would have to waste a lot of time to return. Aqua Rose refused to think about the resources and manpower that would go to waste. If the war persisted, it would definitely wear down the Star Alliance. Galaxy Past and Purple Eye's expressions grew serious upon hearing Aqua Rose's words. Yet, if they allied with Zero Wing, Open Source Corporation would not be pleased. How could the guild elders ever agree to an alliance that would anger a god of fortune like Open Source Corporation? Even his position as the Star Alliance's guild leader would be at risk. However, Galaxy Past did not wish to start a full-blown war with Zero Wing right now. Seeing Galaxy Past's troubled expression, Aqua Rose stifled a sigh. Heavy with emotion, Zero Wing had only recently established, yet with no backing whatsoever, it had become an existence that could even trouble the guild leader of a first-rate guild. Nothing like this had ever occurred during the virtual gaming world's long history. If the Star Alliance allies Zero Wing, our guild leader has promised to let the Star Alliance repair its equipment in Stone Forest Town at market price. Its members will also be able to revive in Stone Forest Town. In addition, the Star Alliance will be allowed to construct a guild residence in Stone Forest Town, allowing its guild members to transfer to the town swiftly and save on travel time. Aqua Rose said, her bright, charming lips curling into an alluring smile. What did you say? Galaxy Past's composure shattered. For a moment, he wondered if he had heard wrong. If Aqua Rose's words were true, then the Star Alliance's development speed in the Stoneclaw Mountains would rise by multiple times. Purple Eye was similarly shocked. She had never imagined that Zero Wing would be so generous. I've said all that needed to be said. I look forward to Guild Leader Galaxy's decision. We will only wait one day. After saying so, Aqua Rose turned and left the VIP room. Zero Wing's biggest problem right now was not the Star Alliance, but the Flower of Seven Sins. Hence, the guild's upper echelons needed to improve their strength quickly and prepare. Aqua Rose would not waste her time with the Star Alliance. Right now, she needed to challenge the Divine Colosseum's trial tower. Feng was going all out to provide the upper echelons with the 100-berry wine. They would be fools not to use it. Hence, Both Fire Dance and Aqua Rose fully immersed themselves in the trial tower. As for the Stoneclaw Mountains, they could leave that to the guild's core members after Aqua Rose left. Galaxy passed and Purple Eye remained within the luxurious room guild leader. What should we do? Purple Eye asked, a hesitant expression on her face. Both the OSC's funding and Stone Forest Town's resources were sorely tempting. However, both organizations were just as threatening. No matter which side they chose, the consequences would not be light. If it were up to me, I would agree to Zero Wing's offer. However, the guild's main purpose when it established was to earn money for the company. The investment of a god of fortune like OSC is something all guilds strive for. Galaxy Past laughed bitterly. However, now that I think about it, this was all due to Zero Wing. OSC only chose to invest in the Star Alliance to deal with Zero Wing. Purple. Gather the guild elders for a meeting immediately. They must all be present. I don't care if they're busy. I'll contact them right away. Suddenly, the Star Alliance's elders received a message. All of the elders, regardless of where they were required to attend the meeting in Starmoon Kingdom. This situation shocked the Star Alliance's members as a first-rate guild. Their development was widespread. The Star Alliance had created branches in several other kingdoms, each one managing themselves on their own. This was the first meeting since they had joined God's domain that required the presence of every elder. Time flowed quickly. Before he knew it, a day had passed in God's domain inside the blood refining passage. Feng had killed blood fighters almost without rest. He only took small breaks to recover his exhausted stamina before returning to grinding blood fighters after Feng killed another blood fighter. The sound of a system notification suddenly reached his ear system. The blood refining stone has collected 1,000 points of blood energy. Do you wish to evolve it into a blood refining crystal? There was no guarantee that each blood fighter killed would generate blood energy. The more blood energy Feng accumulated, the less he could collect from the slain blood fighters. Who knew how many blood fighters he had slaughtered throughout the day to collect the 1,000 points of blood energy? Chapter 703 Improved Attributes. Evolve. Feng clicked, confirm. Although he did not know what changes would occur after upgrading the blood refining stone to a blood refining crystal, seeing as he had spent so much time to collect the required blood energy, the crystal should not be an ordinary item. Otherwise, it would not have dropped from the 9-headed magic snake suddenly. The magical black cube in Feng's hands crumbled, transforming into a half-transparent, blood-red crystal ball. There were even droplets of dark red liquid flowing within the crystal ball, each containing powerful life force. Why is there so much life force? Feng could clearly feel the life inside those droplets of blood. It was only slightly weaker than the water of life, but what kind of treasure was the water of life? Just one drop was enough to cure a crippled NPC. After accumulating a certain amount of the treasured water, one could even use it to revive a dead NPC. Meanwhile, the blood-red crystal in his hands contained over 10 droplets of blood that could rival the water of life. Just what kind of item is this? Unable to hold back his curiosity, Feng clicked to check the blood refining crystal statistics. Blood refining crystal, dark gold rank item, can absorb the life force of powerful monsters the wielder kills. After accumulating 100 points of blood energy, player can produce a drop of life essence. Can accumulate a maximum of 1,000 drops of life essence. Each drop can increase a player's stamina and concentration recovery speed for 2 hours. Current drops of life essences: 12/1, 000. Is this the true power of the blood refining crystal? Feng was shocked when he read the statistics in God's domain. It was common knowledge that players required rest to recover their stamina and concentration. Hence, players could not grind for long periods. They had to take breaks. Although there were some tools that sped recovery, such as food and field tents, those items could only be used outside of combat. Feng also knew of a few items that could recover stamina and concentration during combat. However, these items were extraordinarily difficult to obtain. The water of life was one such item. However, using the water of life to grind for longer periods was no less than extravagant. Not a single guild in God's domain could afford such a waste. The other tools were similar to the water of life, in which they were extraordinarily valuable and exceedingly difficult to obtain. Even if a large guild mobilized its forces, it would barely obtain enough items to supply for a handful of expert Feng had never expected the nine-headed magic snake to drop such a valuable item with the blood-refining crystal. He could recover stamina and concentration without having to stop his slaughter. With this, he could grind far longer than other players. Unfortunately, accumulating life essence was a slow process. At most, 2 or 3 players could use the crystal continuously. With the blood-refining crystal, I can save plenty of time. Due to Feng's reliance on techniques to kill the blood fighters, he consumed far more stamina and concentration than usual. Moreover, the blood fighters in the blood-refining passage were not easy opponents. In an intense battle, a player's stamina and concentration consumption rate increased by several folds. Hence, the blood-refining crystal was a convenient item for Feng right now. Following which, Feng poured a drop of life essence into his hand and drank it. Suddenly, Feng felt his body relax, the fatigue he had accumulated from constant battle vanishing instantly. His mind also cleared. This really is a great item. Originally, Feng had intended to take a break after fighting for a little while longer. Now, it seemed that he no longer needed rest after fighting the blood fighters for over a day. Feng was very familiar with their attack patterns. His swordsmanship had also become far more precise. During battle, Feng would try to discard extra attacks, pursuing efficiency. As a result, his swordplay became much faster, and he could now defeat the blood fighters with minimal effort. Feng had never considered these techniques before. He had only focused on ending the monsters he fought regardless of how much power he had to expend. After reaching the blood-refining passage, however, he had to improve his attack efficiency if he wanted to kill his opponents quickly. Due to his inability to use skills, it was as if a new world had opened up to Feng initially. When facing 4 blood fighters simultaneously, Feng had needed over 150 moves to finish off just one of the undead. Among these 150 moves, more than 50 were used to defend himself against incoming attacks. He had to defend himself because he was unfamiliar with his surrounding, and as a result, this allowed the blood fighters to launch counterattacks. However, as the number of fights against the elites increased, he began to require fewer movements to defend himself. Now, he could defeat a blood fighter with roughly 130 attacks. For a time, Feng's leveling efficiency increased significantly. As time passed, Feng had become completely immersed in his swordsmanship. He no longer needed to think about how to streamline his attacks once he ran out of stamina. He just needed to drink a drop of life essence before returning to battle. Only after Feng reached level 35, and a golden glow illuminated his body, did he finally regain his senses. After training for so long, I should be at my limit. It's time to challenge the Blood Warrior again. Feng smiled faintly as he looked at his newly improved attributes. When he reached level 35, the golden stigmata increased all of his basic attributes by 5 points and provided 10 free attribute points. Meanwhile, as a Tier 1 player, he received 8 free attribute points every time he leveled. The Abyssal Blade also provided a bonus of 2 free attribute points after reaching level 35. Feng received 20 free attribute points in total and 5 points into all of his basic attributes. Furthermore, his Tier 1 set equipment, the 7 Luminaries Ring, and the Heavenly Dragon's Breath had also received a significant boost to their attributes. During Feng's previous fight with the Blood Warrior, it was obvious that he lacked sufficient speed. Hence, he placed all 20 free attribute points into agility despite rising by only 1 level. Feng had improved his attributes almost as much as if he had equipped an additional piece of level 35 dark gold equipment. His strength had also improved. Blood Refining Passage, Blood Warrior's Combat Area. The Blood Warrior wielding a silver 2-handed saber appeared once more. Since Feng had already experienced the special elite, he would not allow the Blood Warrior to take the initiative to attack. Taking a step forward, he dashed towards the Blood Warrior. Previously, such an action would have been suicidal. With the Blood Warrior's attack speed, Feng had not been able to defend against its attack. It would have been utterly impossible to dodge the special elite's fearsome saber. In the next moment, the Blood Warrior tightened its grip on its saber. It then slashed forward, sending a streak of silver light plunging towards Feng. Boom. The silver 2-handed saber missed Feng. Feng had long since predicted the trajectory of the Blood Warrior's swing. Even before the Blood Warrior prepared to strike, Feng had prepared to dodge. If he had only begun dodging after the Blood Warrior launched its attack with his current attributes, he would never have evaded it. Even blocking it would have been a challenge. Feng did not immediately launch a counterattack after evading the first slash. Instead, he abruptly fell backward. Another streak of silver light cut across the crown of Feng's heatenly after Feng evaded 5 strikes did he send a slash of his own at the Blood Warrior's side, causing a critical damage of -2,174. Although the strike had forced the special elite to retreat by half a step, it had not affected its combat power in the slightest. Even so, this result excited Feng in his previous battle against the Blood Warrior. He had not been able to resist the undead in the least. Now, however, he managed to damage to the special elite. At this point, grinding away the Blood Warrior's 240,000 HP was only a matter of time. Chapter 704, Final Trump Card. The Blood Warrior launched one violent attack after the other, whereas Feng desperately dodged and blocked the special elite's attacks as they exchanged more attacks. Feng refined his own actions, thinking of ways to deal faster damage. 1-042-2 108-1, 071. One damage after another appeared above the Blood Warrior's head, its HP decreasing at a rate visible to the naked eye initially. Feng had to dodge 5 attacks before finding the opportunity to strike. However, as he refined his movements and gained a firmer grasp on his situation, he was soon able to attack after dodging every 4 attacks in less than 5 minutes. The Blood Warrior's HP fell to 30%. In contrast, Feng had yet to receive any damage just as the Blood Warrior's HP fell below the 30% threshold. The crimson flames burning inside the skeleton's eye sockets turned dark green. The two-handed saber in its hands disappeared, and in its place, 2 long swords appeared in each hand. Damn it. Feng scowled at the change. There was a qualitative difference between avoiding a two-handed weapon and 2 one-handed weapons while the Blood Warrior had used a two-handed weapon. It signified that its attacks carried absolute power. A single strike was capable of sending him flying. However, as long as he managed to evade its attacks, victory would be within his grasp. Now that the Blood Warrior used 2 one-handed weapons, however, the situation had changed. Although the power of attacks would lessen, it could double the number of attacks it dished out. To Feng, who had relied on evasion to survive until now, this was an extremely disadvantageous situation. The Blood Warrior's sudden transformation had caught Feng off guard when the Blood Warrior launched its first attack. Its blade moved as fast as the two-handed sword had, as fast as lightning. If he had not predicted the attack by the movements of the Blood Warrior's joints, it would have struck him against this first strike. Feng abruptly turned sideways, allowing the silver longsword to brush past his chest. Just as Feng thought of taking a step backward, the Blood Warrior's other sword arrived before him. Dang. Sparks scattered. The abyssal blade in Feng's hand barely blocked the Blood Warrior's fatal strike in time. As a result, however, Feng was forced to retreat by 4 steps before he could stabilize his body. Meanwhile, a damage of over -400 points appeared above his head. The Blood Warrior's destructive power with a one-handed sword was much weaker than with a two-handed saber. If Feng had a choice, however, he would very much prefer the saber-wielding Blood Warrior. I can only try my best. Feng quickly adjusted his footwork, using void steps as he saw the Blood Warrior coming in for a second wave of attacks. Suddenly, Feng vanished from the Blood Warrior's sight. Feng had no intentions of giving up this fight. Currently, the Blood Warrior had less than 70,000 HP remaining. If he strived for a little longer, he could defeat the special elite whether it was against players, monsters, or NPCs. Void Steps was a very effective technique only. Void Steps was not suitable against high-tiered monsters and NPCs as these individuals possessed domains. The owner of a domain could grasp every movement within their domain. They had greater perception than what their vision provided, rendering Void Steps useless. However, the Blood Warrior was merely a special elite. Moreover, it was neither a high-intellect NPC nor a high-tiered monster. Could not cope with Feng's Void Steps at all. After Feng used Void Steps, he frequently disappeared and reappeared. Each time he appeared, he would inflict a significant amount of damage to the Blood Warrior. And every time the Blood Warrior tried to retaliate, Feng would vanish, preventing the Blood Warrior from locking onto its target. Although this move seemed like a bug, this was Feng's final trump card, which he normally avoided using Void Steps combined of both footwork and breathing techniques. The burden on its user's stamina was only secondary. Its main downfall was the massive stress it placed on its users' concentration. Even though Feng's brain activity had improved significantly, utilizing void steps frequently was a double-edged sword. He did not know when the technique would backfire and hurt him. Feng used void steps more than 40 times in a row, breaking his previous record. Meanwhile, the Blood Warrior's HP fell rapidly. Now, it had less than 40,000 HP remaining. Feng was also dizzy after using the advanced footwork so many times. He felt indescribable fatigue. However, if that were all, he could force himself through it fortunately. Before the battle began, Feng had drunk a drop of life essence. Hence, both his stamina and concentration recovered rapidly right now. Otherwise, he would not have been able to stay conscious. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits. The Blood Warrior could not resist in the least. It could only endure Feng's assault silently, its HP decreasing by the thousands very quickly. The Special Elite's remaining HP plunged from 40,000 to 30,000, from 30,000 to 20,000, and then finally falling to a critical state. In the end, Feng suddenly appeared behind the Blood Warrior and thrust his sword through its back. Destroying its final strand of HP. "I've really pushed myself to the limit this time." When Feng saw the Blood Warrior fall, he breathed a sigh of relief and slumped on the ground. If the battle had gone on any longer, Feng would have exhausted himself, losing his ability to use void steps and his control over his body. He would become sheep at the slaughter. Fortunately, he had succeeded after the Blood Warrior died. Feng's experience bar increased by a sizable chunk. The EXP he obtained from the Special Elite was more than even a level 50 Lord offered. Immediately, he reached 9% of level 35. Aside from providing Feng with a large sum of EXP, the Blood Warrior also dropped a level 50 Fine Gold Cape. Blood Refining Cape, Fine Gold rank, level 50. Equipment requirement: Strength 400, Agility 800, Defense plus 571, Strength plus 68, Agility plus 54, Endurance plus 56, Movement speed plus 4, Evasion plus 15. Additional passive skill dash. Conceal. Increases the difficulty to perceive the wearer. Additional active skill dash. Lightning flash. Appear behind a maximum of 4 targets. Damage increased by 20%. Duration of 5 seconds. Cooldown 2 minutes. What a good item. Feng's eyes shone as he examined the blood refining cloak. Capes were extremely rare in God's domain. They were even rarer than rings and ornaments. Even now, the only other cape Feng had found since joining God's domain in this life, and still used, was the Dark Pursuer's cape. Although the Dark Pursuer's cape provided very minor buffs to his attributes, the skill Silent Steps that the cape offered was very powerful. Could even rival an assassin's Shadow Steps. Only, the skill's cooldown was somewhat long. However, if used appropriately, it could set one up for an instant kill. In combat, such a skill was far more valuable than attributes. However, now that he had the Blood Refining Cape, as soon as he fulfilled the equipment requirements, he would immediately replace the Dark Pursuer's cape. The requirement of level 50 was not a problem to Feng, as he had the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, which reduced items' level requirements by 10 levels. In other words, he could equip the Blood Refining Cape once he reached level 40. Although the 7 Luminaries Ring also decreased the level requirement of all items by 5 levels, in God's domain, this effect was not stackable. The highest effect would apply. Aside from dropping the Blood Refining Cape, the Blood Warrior also dropped an ancient gold-rimmed book. The pressure this ancient book radiated even caused Feng to shudder. With fear, 2 large words graced the book's cover: Solomon's Treasure. Chapter 705, Whereabouts of a Legendary Item. This is Solomon's Treasure? Feng could not help his surprise. Originally, he had thought Solomon's Treasure would be a mountain of gold or an ocean of silver. It should at least be a high-ranking treasure chest. However, he had never expected Solomon's Treasure to be a book. Could it be an epic item? Thinking so, Feng picked up the ancient book. The pressure the book radiated instilled fear into anyone who neared it. This was a power that only an epic ranked or above item possessed in God's domain. Although epic weapons and equipment were precious, epic tools were far more rare. Take the Bible of Darkness, for example. Even without occupying an equipment slot, it increased a player's strength significantly. This was a benefit that no weapon or piece of equipment could provide. After Feng picked up the book, he was suddenly alerted of a system notification system. You have obtained the ancient document Solomon's treasure. Do you wish to activate the ancient document? So, it's an ancient document. Excitement appeared on Feng's face upon hearing that the book was actually an ancient document. No wonder it's called a treasure. There were many kinds of books in God's domain. Some were meant for reading, some could be used to learn skills, and some offered their own abilities. The Bible of Darkness belonged to the third category. In addition to these three, there was another category that was extremely rare and special. The ancient document. Ancient documents held records of God's domain. However, players that obtained an ancient document had only one chance to activate it. Upon activation, players could obtain one of God's domain's secrets, although this seemed trivial. In the past, players in God's domain had gone crazy over a single ancient document. In the past, ancient documents sold in the Blackwing auction house at much higher prices than even fragmented legendary items. Why were they worth so much money? They were so valued because an ancient document could unlock the whereabouts of a legendary item, offering players a high chance of obtaining one for themselves. Of course, aside from legendary items, one could also learn the whereabouts of powerful super skills or tools. However, with the goal of growing stronger, a legendary item was undeniably the best choice. Legendary items in God's domain were extremely limited. One had to expend unimaginable effort to claim one. One needed luck and strength. Every legendary item was extremely difficult to obtain. Moreover, the game would never reveal a legendary item's exact location to players. Only clues. Unfortunately, clues were never 100% accurate, and most of the clues relating to legendary items were likely traps. Even after a long search, one might find nothing but a dead end. Realizing that all their effort had been for naught in the past, to obtain a single legendary item, many large guilds had mobilized every available guild force, spending a large amount of time to gain some clue. With the many clues they obtained, they would search for the location of said legendary item. One could just imagine the manpower and resources that the search required. Hence, even after mobilizing an entire guild, the chances of successfully claiming a legendary item were quite low. However, one could locate a legendary item with an ancient document. There was no need to check every clue they had obtained. Hence, ancient documents were precious and valuable. It seems that my trip wasn't a waste. Feng grinned as he looked down at the ancient document in his hands. Although he had quite a few clues regarding legendary items, he did not actually know how to obtain them, as no player would ever reveal such high-level secrets. In the past, those who had obtained legendary items kept a tight lid on any information. Feng had only found a few clues after his guild invested in quiet investigation. Although it is impossible to obtain a legendary item at my current level, knowing the precise whereabouts of one will allow me to prepare. Feng then clicked to activate Solomon's treasure. After Feng confirmed his decision, Solomon's treasure opened and released a blinding, golden glow. In the next moment, a five-fold magic array appeared before Feng. Countless runes danced inside the magic array. Suddenly, the space surrounding Feng froze. Feng's connection with the outside world severed completely. System. Ancient document. Solomon's treasure. Activating. System. Beginning connection with the main god system. System. Verification completed. Ancient document confirmed as the 6th volume of Solomon's book. Allowing connection with God's domain's database. System. Connection with God's domain's database is successful. You have one chance to access God's domain's database. Please enter desired inquiry. Luckily, I know the name of a legendary item. No one else would have any idea of what to search for. Feng's grin deepened. Immediately, he entered the words, Solomon's sword. System. Searching for information on Solomon's sword. System. Search completed. Confirming data on Solomon's sword. System. Confirmation completed. Do you wish to accept the information? Feng then clicked to accept. Feng felt a plethora of information relating to Solomon's sword flow into his brain. The system displayed a total of 3,687 clues before him. Immediately, Feng felt a headache coming on. Verifying one clue was an extremely difficult task, not to mention 3,687. Even a large guild would go mad if it had to verify every one of these clues. At this point, Feng came to understand one thing: those who had found legendary items were either players who had received the blessing of the main god system and possessed heaven-defying luck, or they were as frightening powerful as super guilds. Not only did super guilds have an abundance of members at their disposal, but they also possessed monster-like experts. Only with this kind of manpower could they search for a legendary item. It was practically impossible for a third-rate or second-rate guild. I didn't think that all of the clues I gained in the past were all fakes. Fortunately, I haven't attempted to verify those clues. Otherwise, I would have wasted a ton of time, Feng said. Relieved among the 3,687 clues listed, the system only confirmed 5 as legitimate. In other words, only these 5 clues could lead him to Solomon's sword, one of the 10 great legendary weapons. If Feng had not obtained the ancient document, he would never find Solomon's sword. Of the 3,687 clues, every clue required a long time to verify. The easiest clue required one to spend 2 or 3 days' time, while the more difficult clues required up to half a month to verify. Moreover, due to level restrictions, Feng would not be able to visit many of these places yet. Even if he only needed to spend 1 day verifying each clue, it would still take 10 years to plow through them all. Without the ancient document, obtaining Solomon's sword was a dream. After receiving the information, Feng grew somewhat dizzy. Suddenly, the sound of another system notification reached his ears. Chapter 706, Disaster Treasure Chest. White River City, Divine Coliseum. Ever since they had discovered that the Flower of Seven Sins targeted Zero Wing, Aqua Rose and the guild's upper echelons had holed up inside the Divine Coliseum. They continuously expended magic crystals and 100-berry wine in the Trial Tower and Divine Battlefield to train as much as possible. As a result, Zero Wing's upper echelons broke their previous records in the Trial Tower again and again, shocking White River City's players. Awe towards Zero Wing swept through the city once again. Meanwhile, inside the Divine Coliseum, a bald man in gray leather armor stared at the trial list while sipping vodka. Suddenly, a thin, cloaked youth walked up and sat down beside this bald man. Accurate 9. What's the situation regarding Zero Wing's upper echelons? The thin youth sent a whisper to the bald man as he ordered an ice blue spirit. Their strength has been improving rapidly. Currently, 3 people have reached the 8th floor. 7 people have reached the 7th floor. My guess is that it won't be very long before the others reach the 7th floor as well. It would not be easy to kill all of them back to level 0. The bald man, Accurate 9, responded, laughing. However, the stronger they are, the better. This way we can charge more for the job. Nodding, the thin youth said, Indeed, I just wonder whether or not Open Source Corporation will be willing to pay the price. I think they will, Accurate 9 said as he handed the NPC bartender another magic crystal, purchasing another bottle of vodka. Magic crystals are the lifeline of all of God's Domain's players. If OSC obtains the Stoneclaw Mountains, their future earnings will far surpass the cost of hiring us. Let's hope that OSC is willing to pay this price. Then, it's been a long time since I've accepted a major job. Zero Wing should prove to be quite the challenge. I can also use this chance to polish my skills a little bit, the youth said. Downing the ice blue spirit, he shifted his gaze to the 3 names listed on the trial list's 8th floor. Huh? Where's Black Flame's name? Black Flame has always been mysterious. Even now, I have yet to discover the exact extent of this person's strength. However, based on the information I've collected thus far, he should have progressed relatively far in the refinement realm. He might have even reached your standard, Accurate 9 said seriously as he sent a sideway glance at the thin youth beside him. My standard? The 2nd stage of the refinement realm? That's interesting. I look forward to taking him on, the youth said, a hint of excitement shining in his eyes. He looked like a predator that had just caught the scent of new prey. Pleiades. Don't even think about it. Silver has already reserved Black Flame. At most, you can pick your target from the Trial Tower's 8th floor, Accurate 9 said, smiling as he pointed to violet clouds, fire dances, and Aqua Rose's name Silver. Why is he suddenly interested in this mission? The youth named Pleiades said, slightly surprised. Hasn't he always targeted those old monsters? How should I know what's going through his mind? Accurate 9 said, shrugging. However, OSC has lucked out this time. Normally, an expert of silver standards would not even consider this type of mission. Now, it's just a matter of whether OSC will pay to hire silver. This fella named Black Flame really is unlucky. He has actually caught Silver's attention. Not even heaven can save him. Pleiades said sympathetically. The Flower of Seven Sins missions were divided into several levels. Experts within the organization were similarly ranked. An expert like himself only ranked at the intermediate level, whereas Silver was a peak expert in the Flower of Seven Sins. An expert like Silver dealing with Black Flame was simply a waste of time. As Pleiades and Accurate 9 occupied themselves with their conversation, one of Star Moon City's first-rate guilds, the Star Alliance, had officially declared war against Zero Wing, announcing their intentions to seize Stone Forest Town. This news spread quickly throughout Star Moon Kingdom. The Stoneclaw Mountains outer region. A 500-man team ravaged a half-orc settlement. A settlement typically contained lord-ranked half-orcs. A powerful settlement might even house 3 or 4 lords. 10 or more chieftain-ranked half-orcs usually patrolled the area as well. In this half-orc settlement, there were a total of 3 half-orc lords and 17 half-orc chieftains. However, against this team of 500 players, they could not offer any form of resistance currently. Almost all of the settlement's half-orcs were already dead. Only one level 38 half-orc lord continued to resist desperately. In the end, however, a silver-armored female berserker still claimed its life. Snow. Something has happened with the Star Alliance. Zhao Yueru, who wore a purple-red robe, suddenly reported. A moment ago, the Star Alliance declared war against Zero Wing and sent many of their elites to deal with Zero Wing's members. In the end, the Star Alliance's elders had been mesmerized by the money that OSC offered, Gentle Snow said, laughing lightly. Although I do not know what kind of hidden cards the Star Alliance possesses, this is a good opportunity for us. Contact our other members immediately. Tell them that Ouroboros is going to declare war against the Star Alliance as well. Shortly after, more shocking news spread throughout Star Moon City. The 2 first-rate guilds of Star Moon City were finally going to take action. This war would be unlike the previous small skirmishes. This time, both guilds would face each other head-on. In the future, whenever the members of either guild encounter each other, only one would walk away. Despite a storm currently brewing in Star Moon City, Feng was oblivious. System. Quest, Solomon's Treasure, completed quest rewards, 10 million EXP, 20 free mastery points, and 1 completely random treasure chest. After the system notification faded, Feng's experience bar increased by a small chunk. A wooden treasure chest emitting a purple glow appeared inside his bag. Completely random treasure chest. May contain a reward or a punishment. Disappears after 5 uses. I assent. This the disaster treasure chest? Feng was suddenly speechless as he stared at the dazzling treasure chest inside his bag. Completely random treasure chest was the name the system gave. The players who were familiar with the treasure chest, however, had another name for it. The disaster treasure chest. 9 out of 10 times, opening the completely random treasure chest resulted in a punishment. Moreover, the punishments were relatively severe. The punishments ranged from losing 1 or more levels to losing some attributes permanently. Some punishments even prevented players from gaining any EXP or reduced their attack power for many days. Hence, it gained the name Disaster Treasure Chest. Of course, if players obtained a reward, they deserved a celebration. In the past, many players had bragged on the forums about the rewards they had obtained. There were players who had actually gained an epic item from the random treasure chest, while some had obtained a complete dark gold set equipment. Others had been rewarded a top-tier mount. To put it simply, the rewards the treasure chest provided were extremely tempting. Reward and punishment. It was up to players to decide if the risk was worth it. Feng, however, the potential benefits were greater than the risks. A player's luck attribute greatly affected the outcome of their draws. Even if Feng opened a punishment, due to his luck attribute, it was possible that the punishment would be light. Currently, Zero Wing faced the threat of the Flower of Seven Sins. Hence, it was of utmost importance that he grow stronger. Naturally, Feng would not let go of this perfect opportunity to improve his strength. Not to mention, his chances of obtaining a reward were much higher than others. Hopefully, I'll draw something good. Feng then activated Divine Providence and stretched out his hand to open the Disaster Treasure Chest. Chapter 707 God Sword. As Feng gradually opened the treasure chest, a golden ray of light escaped from the wooden boxwa. The golden light merged with Feng's body. Feng immediately felt a renewed and improved strength, his accumulated fatigue weakening significantly. System. Completely random treasure chest has been activated. Rewarding 10 points to hidden attribute. Fortitude A hidden attribute as a reward. I've lucked out this time. Feng muttered as he clenched his fists. He could feel his fatigue lessening. Fortitude was the most important attribute among the 4 great hidden attributes. Hidden attributes would not increase a player's damage. Similarly, it would not decrease the damage a player received. However, they were far more useful than basic attributes. Unfortunately, hidden attributes would not increase with a player's level. They would only increase through special means. Meanwhile, Fortitude was somewhat similar to a monster's mana body. First, it decreased the impact external injuries had on a player's combat power. The second effect was to decrease stamina and concentration consumption during battle, allowing players to fight for longer periods. Third, it reduced the impact stamina and concentration depletion had on a player's combat power. Due to these 3 major effects, players thirsted for the Fortitude attribute. It was especially true for experts. Expert players normally incorporated certain combat techniques during battle. These combat techniques placed a heavy burden on their stamina and concentration. Take void steps for example. Although the burden on Feng's stamina was minimal, it was a massive burden on his concentration. Hence, Feng had to limit how often he used the technique in his fights. If a player's fortitude was sufficiently high, they could use such combat techniques far more often. In turn, this would improve their chances of victory. In addition, against high-tiered monsters such as a Grand Lord or monsters that possess special skills that could reduce a person's stamina and concentration, fortitude was a severe advantage in the past. There had been a Tier 5 player that had become famous due his monstrously high fortitude, Berserker Saint Broken Flow. Due to his extraordinarily high fortitude, he opted to fight battles of mutual destruction. With such tactics, Broken Flow had even defeated those whose strength and techniques were superior to his. As a result, Broken Flow had become one of the 12 sacred berserkers, as God's domain was still in its initial stages. It was extremely difficult to obtain the fortitude attribute with players' low levels. Even Feng did not know of any good methods to gain the hidden attribute at his level. Normally, players would only begin to encounter the hidden attribute after level 50. Moreover, of the methods and quests Feng knew, the majority only rewarded 1 or 2 points of fortitude. The fact that he had managed to obtain 10 points now had saved him plenty of time and effort. Hence, Feng was quite satisfied with how he had profited from opening the disaster treasure chest for the first time. Feng quickly proceeded to open it a second time. The second time he opened the treasure chest, he obtained the Tier 3 magic scroll, Thunder's Wrath. It was a Tier 3 large-scale destruction spell and covered an area of 100 yards. The third time Feng opened the treasure chest, a black beam struck him, and his agility attribute permanently decreased by 25 points to ordinary players. A 25 agility point loss was massive. Even after obtaining their Tier 1 classes, they would have to level up 3 times to make up lost points. To Feng, however, the loss was acceptable. The Abyssal Blade already provided with an additional 2 free attribute points each time he leveled up. In addition to the Golden Stigmata, a loss of 25 agility would not affect him too badly when players reached Tier 2. The amount of free attribute points they obtained with each level up increased to 20. At that time, it would be easy to make up for this loss. There were also plenty of tools that could permanently increase a player's attributes. In fact, Feng knew of a few that were relatively easy to obtain. Moreover, he had already obtained 10 fortitude and a Tier 3 large-scale destruction spell. Those 2 were more than enough to make up for this meager setback when Feng opened the completely random treasure chest for the 4th time. He was struck by a purple beam system. You have been cursed. EXP gained from killing monsters decreased by 70% for 10 days. Fortunately, I still have plenty of options to level up. Feng frowned slightly as he saw his new punishment. Very quickly, however, he dispelled the disappointment from his mind as he muttered, "With 2 punishments in a row, let the last be a reward." Feng then opened the treasure chest for the final time. This time, a purple-red potion appeared inside the wooden box. Dragon Slayer Potion. Consumable. Increases all attributes by 100% and all resistances by 100 points for 1 minute cooldown. 3 hours. This potion is insane. Feng could not help his shock in Feng's memories. The best potion he had ever seen only increased a player's main attribute by 100% and offered a small amount of magic resistance. The Dragon Slayer potion, however, actually increased all attributes by 100%. This was, by far, the most intense attribute increase Feng had ever seen a potion offer. Even the effects of the Heavenly Dragon's Breath's activatable skill, Heavenly Dragon's Power, could not compare to this. If he drank this potion, it would be the equivalent of wearing an additional legendary item. He could challenge opponents of a higher tier. Unfortunately, the treasure chest only rewarded one Dragon Slayer potion. If he could produce more, the Flower of Seven Sins would be no more than a flea to zero wing. After using all 5 draws, the completely random treasure chest disappeared. Feng then stored the Dragon Slayer potion away and took out Solomon's treasure to begin sorting through the information he had gained regarding Solomon's sword. After using an ancient document, the information that flowed into the user's mind only offered a general summary, whereas the detailed information was recorded inside the ancient document. After Feng studied the information for several hours, he finally understood how he could obtain one of God's domain's 10 great legendary weapons. Solomon's sword. The complete Solomon's sword had long since disappeared. It had been shattered during the Great Destruction. Solomon's sword broke into 5 fragments and had been scattered throughout God's domain. Later, different people had found each of these fragments. These people had recast the shattered fragments to form new weapons. Each of these new weapons contained an immense power. However, due to the passage of time, the inhabitants of God's domain had forgotten about Solomon's sword. Instead, these 5 weapons had shaken God's domain with their might. Their names passed down by the common populace. As the fragments of Solomon's sword had not been equal, the might of the new weapons differed from each other. Among the created weapons, the most famous was the 3rd-ranking sword on God's domain's famed swords list, Broken Steel. Broken Steel was leagues stronger than Feng's Abyssal Blade. There is no need to think about Broken Steel right now. With my current strength and level, it is impossible to obtain. I can only approach it slowly. Feng was extremely familiar with Broken Steel. However, he could not go after it right now. In the past, among the 12 sacred swordsmen, the number 1 sword saint used none other than Broken Steel. Feng had also witnessed the sword's might personally. Although it was not a legendary weapon, its attributes and skills were not much weaker than a legendary weapon. If he could obtain Broken Steel in this life, his strength would soar to unspeakable heights. Chapter 708, 5 Clues. As the most powerful sword among the weapons recreated from the fragments of Solomon's sword, Broken Steel was, naturally, the most difficult to obtain among the 5 weapons. Even if Feng wanted the challenge of obtaining it right now, only death would await him. Feng carefully researched the 5 clues among the 5 recreated weapons. 3 could not be obtained before reaching level 100. He could only attempt to find 2 while he was below level 100. Among these 2 weapons, the easiest was located at the top of the World Dragon's Maw. Feng fell into deep thought when he realized where the clue led him. The Dragon's Maw was one of the regional maps found at the top of the world. It was a level 60 map. However, the area was far more dangerous than any ordinary level 60 map. Based on what Feng had heard about the Dragon's Maw, the map had even claimed the lives of many Tier 4 players. Moreover, they had died tragically. Not only had they lost some EXP and a piece of equipment, but they also permanently lost basic attributes upon death. Even Feng wasn't sure how much they had lost exactly. However, the fact that a level 60 map had even caused the deaths of Tier 4 players was more than a little intimidating. The Dragon's Maw was only a short distance from Mount Sogar. Feng only needed to travel across 2 leveling areas. If he left the Blood Refining Passage, he could reach the map quickly. However, with his current strength, he was more than 90% certain that he would die there. Feng did not particularly mind dying. However, the risk of losing attributes outweighed the gains. If he wished to increase his chances of obtaining the weapon hidden in the Dragon's Maw, the best option was to go there after reaching level 50 and completing his class change. Fortunately, he didn't have to worry about someone else claiming the weapon before him. If one wished to travel to the top of the world through normal means, they would need the strength of a Tier 4 class at the very minimum. Unless, of course, they possessed a Tier 4 position teleportation scroll. However, such an item was extremely rare. A second Tier 4 magic scroll would most likely not appear in God's domain for a long time. Hence, the chances of players reaching the Dragon's Maw were practically non-existent. Just as Feng prepared to leave the Blood Refining Passage and grind monsters nearby, He suddenly heard the sound of a system warning. What? I've used up the nutrient solution already? Didn't I just replace it yesterday? This sound was very familiar to Feng. If the nutrient solution were about to run out, the system would warn him. But it's already 4 in the afternoon right now. I should log out and get some rest. Feng had spent practically all of his time killing blood fighters in the blood refining passage. He had not logged out to train or relax. Now that he had completed his quest, this was a good time for him to take a break. Having made his decision, Feng logged out of God's domain inside the luxurious bedroom. The lid of the pure white virtual gaming cabin slowly lifted. Feng emerged. The sun illuminated his room, shining on a wide array of modern electronic smart devices displayed before Feng as the Big Dipper Training Center's luxury villa. An ordinary apartment could never compare to the Greenwater Villa. Artificial intelligence managed the rooms and whatever Feng wanted done. He only needed to issue the command, and the villa's AI would complete the task. It was an extremely convenient place to live. After exiting the virtual gaming cabin, Feng felt an indescribable physical weakness. Sure enough, I exhausted myself during my fight with the Blood Warrior. Feng smiled bitterly. Although he had always focused on improving his brain's activity, it was simply too difficult to get his hands on S-rank nutrient fluids. Even if he were the one providing the money, Big Dipper could only procure a limited quantity. To nurture Fire Dance and the others, he kept only 5 bottles for himself. Hence, he would use them conservatively. This was the reason that he did not use Void Steps unless absolutely necessary. However, this quest had been very important. If he had been unable to defeat the Blood Refining Warrior, he would not have obtained the ancient document or discovered Solomon's sword's whereabouts, following which, Feng drank 2 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid before he recovered from his weakened state. S-rank nutrient fluids really are impressive. It's unfortunate that even Big Dipper can't obtain more in a short time. Otherwise, if I had a large supply, I could push Fire Dance and the others into the refinement realm quickly. Feng sighed with disappointment. Both Fire Dance and Violet Cloud had long since set half a foot into the refinement realm. However, neither could break past the final hurdle, entering the new world. Otherwise, with Fire Dance and Violet Cloud's equipment, their combat power could rank among the top 5 experts throughout Starmoon Kingdom. There were many expert players in God's domain. Neither the Red List nor the God's Domain Experts list could take into account every expert in Starmoon Kingdom. Among these experts, many were still unknown, hiding frightening combat power. Take the members of Midnight Tea Party, for example. In the past, during God's Domain's early stages, the majority of the independent team's members had been unknown existences. However, every one of them possessed astonishing strength. Only, their goals differed from other players, so they had never bothered to make themselves known to the public. However, with Fire Dance and Violet Cloud's equipment advantage, there was a very high possibility that they would rank among the top 5 in the kingdom once they reached the refinement realm. Just as Feng was about to head to the gym to train, his quantum watch rang as his class's female monitor, Zhao Ruoshi, called. Zhao Ruoshi's smiling face appeared on the screen. With a cold voice, she asked, Feng, do you remember what today is? Feng was about to ask, but after hearing Zhao Ruoshi's tone, he immediately came to a realization. He had previously agreed to attend Zhao Ruoshi's birthday party. However, due to God's domain, he had completely forgotten about the event. Although Zhao Ruoshi wore a warm and elegant smile, Feng knew how angry his classmate actually was if she had known that Feng would forget about her birthday. Zhao Ruoshi sighed as she said, My car is parked outside the villa. You have 30 minutes. I'll be right there. Feng hurriedly began to tidy himself. Roughly 10 minutes later, Feng emerged from the Greenwater Villa. Zhao Ruoshi wore a navy blue dress and a pure white ribbon atop her head. Her long, silky hair swept down to her waist, her prideful figure even rivaling gentle snows in God's domain. As she stood beside her luxury sports car, passers-by could not help but turn to look at her. Who is that? She's so beautiful. She's even more beautiful than our school's beauty. I wonder who she's waiting for? Some of the men training at the Big Dipper Training Center drooled as they stared at Zhao Ruoshi. However, as this was the Greenwater Villa, the person living here was definitely someone extraordinary. Hence, the most they did was look, none of them daring to approach Zhao Ruoshi. Finally here. Get in. Zhao Ruoshi, who had initially worn a displeased expression, revealed a happy smile when she saw Feng. "Hurry up. We should still be able to make it in time if we leave now." "What's the rush? Isn't the party at 6? Feng asked curiously. "You'll understand once you get there." Zhao Ruoshi revealed a proud smile. Pretending to be mysterious, she said, "However, when the time comes, you'll definitely be shocked." "Shocked, huh?" Feng simply smiled in response, no longer probing the matter as he slid into the car. Zhao Ruoshi then stomped on the accelerator, her sports car rolling up a cloud of smoke as it left the Greenwater Villa. Chapter 709 Birthday Party. High-rise buildings loomed over the bustling, downtown streets. However, there were two buildings that stood out from the rest. A pair of twin towers that were over 300 stories tall. The twin towers shone like the city's emperors, overlooking all life inside the city limits. These towers had long since become one of the symbols of Jinhai City. At the same time, the Twin Towers were also Jinhai City's famous 6-star hotel. The Blue Ocean Horizon. Having a meal or staying a night in this hotel cost more than a month's salary for an ordinary office worker. Normally, only Jinhai City's big shots could afford to dine or rest here. Ordinary people could only watch from far away. Zhao Ruoshi was the Zhao Group's princess. The Zhao Group's influence in Jinhai City was massive. Their yearly income was astounding. Furthermore, they were one of the Blue Ocean Horizon's major shareholders. Zhao Ruoshi stopped her car in front of the Blue Ocean Horizon's entrance. Immediately, four valets came up and opened the driver's door respectfully. When Zhao Ruoshi exited her car, the four valets were momentarily mesmerized. However, they very quickly snapped out of their daze. Not only was Zhao Ruoshi an absolute beauty, but she also arrived in an impressively luxurious car. There was no doubt that her identity was extraordinary. She also exuded a noble aura. She was definitely out of their lowly reach. Meanwhile, Feng, who emerged from the other side of the car, similarly shocked the four valets, though in an entirely different way as the Blue Ocean Horizon's valets. They had seen all sorts of people. Hence, they were quite confident of their judgment, particularly of a person's attire. Although Feng wore a very fitting suit, based on the suit's design and fabric, they could immediately tell that it was nothing special. The suit was far below the Blue Ocean Horizon standards. Is he a bodyguard? The four valets wondered. However, they were surprised when Zhao Ruoshi slid her arm into Feng's as they made their way into the hotel. The valets' eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. All four were utterly dumbfounded after entering the Blue Ocean Horizon. Zhao Ruoshi led Feng to the hotel's top floor. There, one could view Jinhai City in its entirety. The sight was breathtaking. Many people already mingled inside the large, magnificent banquet hall. They were all famous figures and held influential positions within the city. Normally, it would be difficult to meet even one of them. Today, however, so many of these powerful figures had gathered here. One could just imagine how much influence the Zhao Group possessed. Is that the young lady of the Zhao Group? A handsome young man in a white suit could not help but shift his gaze towards Zhao Ruoshi, who had just entered the hall. Unconsciously, he muttered, "If I can marry her, I won't have to lift a finger for the next 100 years. You?" Lan Hailong, who was dressed in a black, high-class suit, shook his head. Smirking, he said, "Duan Xianglin, you don't recognize the man beside the young lady, do you? Looking at how he's dressed and his peasant-like temperament, do you think he could be a challenge for a prince of a major financial group like myself?" The youth named Duan Xianglin asked disdainfully. Although the Duan Group could not compare to the Zhao Group, it was still one of the top-ranking financial firms in Jinhai City. If he wanted to, a group of beautiful women would flock to him with a wave of his hand. How could a lucky peasant possibly be a match for him? Moreover, even if Zhao Ruoshi had taken a liking to the brat, the Zhao Group would never agree to the match. I guess it's expected that you don't know. After all, you only recently returned to the city. The man beside Miss Zhao is Feng. He is the martial arts master who is currently in charge of the Big Dipper Training Center. Duan Xianglin suddenly fell silent. Although he doubted the claim, Lan Hailong was a good friend of his. He had no reason to lie to him. Moreover, there was no point to such a lie, as the truth would come to light with a little investigation. If Feng had become an internal force expert at such a young age, It would not be surprising if he became a top-level international fighter in the future. They were currently living in the age of combat. The reputation and status an international fighter possessed were immense, and even an existence like the Zhao group won to fawn over them. Not to mention a small financial group. Lan Hailong had a complex look in his eyes as he watched Shi Feng enter the banquet hall not too long ago. Shi Feng had merely been a minor character, yet the youth had become someone who even he looked up to. However, Lan Hailong did not look up to Shi Feng due to his title as a martial arts master, but due to Zero Wing. Among everyone present, only Lan Hailong truly knew how amazing Shi Feng was currently. God's Domain's popularity grew by the day, with major corporations investing in the game with fervor. One could already imagine what kind of future the game would offer its experts, although the Shadow Guild under his control had developed fairly well so far. Compared to Zero Wing, Shadow was a joke. Shadow was just one of the many guilds in White River City. However, Zero Wing had become the city's absolute overlord. Even Stone Forest Town, which every guild in Star Moon Kingdom lusted after, had fallen under Zero Wing's control. The Stoneclaw Mountains were Zero Wing's backyard. If Zero Wing continued developing at this rate, it might even be possible for the upstart guild to become Star Moon Kingdom's overlord. The guild's influence at that time could easily be surmised with one word: frightening. Meanwhile, Lan Hailong had heard that Shi Feng had become one of Zero Wing's upper echelons. Hence, how could he possibly not be impressed? It would have been awesome had I managed to form a close relationship with him. It is all that foolish Ling Feilong's fault. He made me lose such a perfect opportunity. Even now, Lan Hailong grew angry whenever he thought about Ling Feilong. However, he had long since banished Ling Feilong from Shadow Workshop, severing all ties with the foolish bastard. Otherwise, in the off-chance Ling Feilong managed to provoke Shi Feng, he would cry himself to death if Shi Feng mobilized Zero Wing to deal with Shadow. Inside one of the luxurious rooms on the top-floor banquet hall, two middle-aged men conversed quietly. One wore a silvery gray suit, while the other wore a set of white robes. When Zhao Ruoshi entered the room with Shi Feng, the two men ended their conversation immediately and shifted their gazes towards Shi Feng. Old Zhao, this must be the little brat you've been talking about, right? Indeed, I am impressed. The white-robed man could not help but utter words of praise after giving Shi Feng a rough evaluation. Zhao Jianhua, who wore the silver suit, said happily, "Of course, didn't I say that Ruoshi's foresight is much better than mine?" Second uncle. A faint blush appeared on Zhao Ruoshi's cheeks. Hurriedly explaining, she said, "It's not what you think." I get it. Zhao Jianhua nodded, giving his niece an understanding look while Zhao Jianhua poked fun at Zhao Ruoshi. Shi Feng focused his attention on the middle-aged man beside Zhao Jianhua. Shi Feng could feel the aura of a martial artist coming off of this man. However, his aura was different from that of experts like Lei Bao standing before this white-robed man. Shi Feng felt as if this man's aura dominated the room. It felt as if the white-robed man were the ruler of this Space A domain. Shi Feng could not help his shock. However, he quickly denied this thought. No, that's not right. This isn't a domain. Having a domain is like forming a separate world around oneself. Owners of domains have absolute control within their domains. These existences can no longer be considered human. The danger they give off is also on a whole different level. Although the white-robed man before him was not as powerful as Martial Dragon, he was not far from achieving a domain either. Just who is this? Shi Feng wondered as he watched the white-robed man before him. There were extremely few internal force experts in the world. However, looking at the man before him, Shi Feng judged that not only was he an internal force expert, but he was also a monster who was close to grasping a domain. Such a character had actually appeared in a small place like Jinhai City. It was truly inconceivable. Chapter 710: The Mysterious Shi Feng. Ever since Shi Feng's brain activity had improved, his senses had become extraordinarily sharp. The white-robed man before him hid his strength very well. Currently, he felt like the quiet ocean that would accommodate everything. He felt comfortable to be around. In front of this man, Shi Feng could not find it in himself to generate any hostility at all. However, it was precisely because of this that Shi Feng was afraid of him. He had honed his senses through countless life and death battles in God's domain. Particularly after his brain activity had improved, it had become a lot harder for others to put his mind at ease. However, The white-robed man's every action easily slipped through his warning senses. If the man before him suddenly decided to strike, the consequences would be dire. Young man, you are really impressive. You have actually become one of Zero Wing's upper echelons at such a young age. Sure enough, Zero Wing has hidden itself quite deeply, the white-robed man said in a very friendly tone as he smiled at Feng. Ah, right. I haven't introduced myself. I'm Yuan Tiexin, an elder of the secret pavilion. Feng, haven't you been playing God's Domain for some time? Uncle Yuan is an expert of the virtual gaming world's older generation. Although he might not be a match for you in real life in virtual reality games, he might be even more powerful than you. This is a good chance to ask him for some guidance, Zhao Ruoshi said, her lips unconsciously curling into a smile when she saw Feng's surprised expression. Before this, Feng had maintained a calm composure. He had always been the one to hold the initiative. Now that she watched something fluster Feng, she could not help but feel a little proud of herself. Feng was speechless when he saw Zhao Ruoshi's joyous look. Yuan Tiexin was a hidden expert in the truest sense of the word. Both in fighting and gaming, the middle-aged man was far above him. It was a fact that he had played God's Domain for more than a decade now. However, one's superiority was not determined by the amount of time one played God's Domain. Otherwise, there would not have been so many players stuck at Tier 2, unable to advance to Tier 3 even after 10 years. One also had to take into account aspects such as opportunity, talent, and luck. For example, most people would live out their lives in obscurity. Some would spend only a few years to reach astounding heights that others would never touch throughout their entire lives. God's Domain was similar in this manner. Feng was not so arrogant as to think that he was invincible in God's Domain. He had only utilized his memories to obtain certain opportunities. Little girl, you speak too highly of me. Young man, I was only interested in meeting you after hearing Ruoshi say that she'd bring someone promising, one of Zero Wing's upper echelons, to suggest asking me for guidance. I'm not that amazing of a person. You can just call me Uncle Yuan, Yuan Tiexin said, chuckling as he shook his head. Let's have a seat before we continue our chat. Although Yuan Tiexin had spoken casually, Feng did not dare to be careless around the man's secret pavilion. Was not just any guild. It was an existence that everyone in the virtual gaming world knew. The secret pavilion specialized in collecting and selling information on the major powers of various games. The secret pavilion ability to compile the God's Domain experts list showed how skilled it was in gathering information. Uncle Yuan, you've constantly talked about Feng's status in Zero Wing. Is Zero Wing an amazing guild? Zhao Ruoshi asked curiously. Zhao Jianhua was also curious. Yuan Tiexin had mentioned Zero Wing multiple times now and had even praised Feng's potential. After knowing Yuan Tiexin for so long, this was the first time he had seen the man react in such a way. Although he did not have much contact with virtual reality games, he knew that Yuan Tiexin's status in the virtual gaming world was quite high. Particularly, after God's Domain became popular, Yuan Tiexin's status had grown with it. Many major international corporations had tried to contact Yuan Tiexin, some going as far as fawning over him. Although their Zhao group possessed some status and wealth in Jinhai City, they were nothing compared to those major international corporations. They were not even on the same level. Yet, such powers fawned over Yuan Tiexin. Although this was Zhao Ruoshi's birthday party, Zhao Jianhua had been surprised that he had convinced Yuan Tiexin to attend. Zhao Jianhua knew Yuan Tiexin's itinerary. Today, he should be meeting with the upper echelons of a major international corporation, yet he had come here instead. The man had not attended out of respect for Zhao Jianhua. Either he had joined them today to meet Feng. Thinking up to this point, Zhao Jianhua could not help but inwardly sigh. However, he was also pleased. You two might not know this since you don't play God's Domain, but Zero Wing is a very popular guild in the virtual gaming world. It has caught the attention of various parties. Based on my understanding, even Open Source Corporation has set its eyes on Zero Wing, going so far as to offer a high price to purchase some of the guild's shares. However, Zero Wing had rejected OSC. Yuan Tiexin exclaimed. Open Source Corporation? The Open Source Corporation which focuses on trading new energy? Zhao Jianhua did not dare believe it to be true. Hence, he wanted to confirm if the Open Source Corporation Yuan Tiexin mentioned was the major corporation that he knew. Yes. I was quite shocked when I received the news. I never thought that the youngsters these days would act so impulsively. There are countless guilds hoping to gain OSC's financial support. This is my first time hearing of someone actually refusing OSC's offer. Yuan Tiexin nodded. Chuckling, he said, I've come here for 2 reasons. First, I wanted to see Ruashi. Second, I wanted to meet this upper echelon of Zero Wing that I've heard so much about in the hopes that I can arrange a meeting with the incomparably mysterious guild leader, Black Flame. I wonder if I can have the honor? Zhao Jianhua and Zhao Ruashi were dumbfounded when they heard Yuan Tiexin's words. They shifted their gaze towards Feng. Rejecting open source corporation's investment was shocking enough. They had never imagined that Yuan Tiexin had actually come here in person to obtain Feng's help. For a moment, both Zhao Jianhua and Zhao Ruashi's minds were blank, however. As the person of interest, Feng wore a calm expression as he said, Since Uncle Yuan wishes to meet my guild leader, I will try my best to get in touch with him for you. However, the guild leader has always been a busy man. I cannot guarantee that he will be willing to meet with you. I hope that Uncle Yuan can forgive me. Certainly. I also hope you will pass on a message to guild leader Black Flame for me. The flower of 7 sins has begun to act, Yuan Tiexin said very confidently. I believe that once guild leader Black Flame receives this information, he will accept my request. When Feng heard the news of the flower of 7 sins taking action, his heart involuntarily shuddered, a serious expression appearing on his face. The secret pavilion had obtained this information. There was no need to question its authenticity since Yuan Tiexin had reported that the flower of 7 sins was on the move. It meant that Exemplary Willow was willing to pay the flower of 7 sins price. Aqua Rose had already told him that the guild's upper echelons were rapidly growing stronger. At this moment, 3 of them had reached the 8th floor, and 7 people had reached the 7th floor. As for everyone else, they were all at the late stage of the 6th floor. The flower of 7 sins price was undoubtedly astronomical. Has that woman lost her mind? No matter how Feng thought about it, this was not a worthy trade-off. Unless, Chapter 711 Violent Dragon Set. After the birthday party ended, Feng immediately returned to the Greenwater Villa and logged back into God's domain. Yuan Tiexin had already made himself very clear with his words. If Feng wished to find out more about the flower of 7 sins, then it would be best if he contacted the man. Since the flower of 7 sins had already started taking action, then what he needed to do right now was prepare for the upcoming battle. If he had information on the exact movements of the organization, at the very least, he would not be caught off guard. The flower of 7 sins had yet to fail at a job. If the organization truly managed to annihilate Zero Wing's upper echelon, it would deal an irrecoverable blow to the guild, especially now that the Star Alliance had declared all-out war on Zero Wing. In fact, during the time Feng was at the party, many battles between the 2 guilds had occurred both inside and outside the Stoneclaw Mountains. Fortunately, though both sides had suffered losses, Zero Wing had the upper hand since it also had help from Ouroboros. Even so, the situation was not looking too good, as the Star Alliance also had many red names and workshops on its side. This situation prevented the members of Zero Wing from focusing on grinding at the Stoneclaw Mountains on the sidelines. Other guilds were quietly eyeing Zero Wing as well. If the situation dragged on, it would be extremely detrimental towards the level and equipment of Zero Wing's members. On top of that, if Zero Wing's upper echelon were to suffer complete annihilation, the blow to the guild would be fatal. Then, the various guilds grinding at the Stoneclaw Mountains would definitely have designs on Stone Forest Town. At that time, if these guilds were to band together with the Star Alliance to deal with Zero Wing, Feng did not wish to see such a situation take place. When Feng logged back into God's domain once more, he had already been teleported out of the blood refining passage. Appearing at the foot of Mount Sogar, he immediately opened his friends list and chose to add a friend. Feng had set his friends list so that it was shielded, which prevented others from adding him as a friend. As for messages and calls, his settings automatically rejected those from strangers. Hence, other than his friends, nobody had any way of contacting him. Yuan Tiexin had told Feng that his God's domain ID was Grilled Ironheart. Currently, Feng was using his identity as Black Flame to add Yuan Tiexin as a friend. As long as Yuan Tiexin agreed to the friend request, the middle-aged man would be able to contact Feng right away. Less than 5 minutes after Feng sent out the friend request, the system notified him that Grilled Ironheart had agreed to become his friend. It really has been difficult for the secret pavilion to get in touch with you, Guild Leader Black Flame. Since Guild Leader Black Flame has taken the initiative to contact me, then you must be very interested in the information regarding the Flower of 7 Sins. Yuan Tianxin said slowly. Guild leader Black Flame, you should know that the secret pavilion thrives on trading information. If you wish to obtain information on something, then you have to pay an appropriate price for it. I believe Guild leader Black Flame should understand this point, right? I understand what you were trying to say. Without a doubt, you guys must be aiming for the magic crystals in the Stoneclaw Mountains. Yet, it also won't be so convenient for you to obtain them. Hence, seeing as you are trying to make contact with me at this time, you must be hoping to set up a foothold at Stone Forest Town. Correct? Initially, Feng had felt it strange that a major character like Yuan Tianxin would appear at Zhao Ruoxi's birthday party. However, when the middle-aged man had brought up his wish to make contact with Black Flame, Feng immediately understood his goal. The magic crystal was an essential resource required for a player to develop in God's domain. Although the various kingdoms and empires around the continent also had their own regional dungeons that could produce magic crystals, these regional dungeons remained undiscovered. Moreover, even if some countries had activated their regional dungeons, the drop rate of magic crystals there could not compare to the Stoneclaw Mountains. The Stoneclaw Mountains was an Azura mode regional dungeon. A regional dungeon of such high difficulty would naturally have much better drop rates than other regional dungeons. Although the secret pavilion was quite a lofty existence in God's domain, it had yet to reach the standard of an omnipotent god. The secret pavilion might not have much need for coins, weapons, and equipment, but it was a different story for magic crystals after all. If they wished to maintain their status as a lofty existence, strength was still necessary. For example, the current Yuan Tianxin, whom Feng was looking at through the video chat, carried a flame-shaped shield and wore spiked scale armor. This spiked scale armor set was the Violent Dragon set, a level 30 dark gold set equipment meant for shield warriors. To obtain the entire set, one had to complete a series of high-level quests that was utterly impossible without a very powerful 100-man team. The difficulty of the quests was only slightly lower than the difficulty of raiding a 100-man team dungeon. One could just imagine how powerful the secret pavilion was. It should be known that Feng had relied on special means to clear a 100-man Hell Mode team dungeon. Otherwise, raiding the Hell Mode Frost Prison would have been utterly impossible. Guild leader Black Flame is certainly amazing. That's right. The secret pavilion is indeed very interested in the Stoneclaw Mountains. Hence, we hope to set up a guild residence at Stone Forest Town. Yuan Tianxin said laudatorily. Practically everyone within the secret pavilion was familiar with the name of Black Flame by now. As for why they were very familiar with it, it was not because Black Flame was the #1 expert of Starmoon Kingdom. Rather, it was because Black Flame had managed to kill one of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's strongest fighters, Martial Dragon. Although he had the aid of a personal guard, that, too, could be considered a part of his own strength. Straight to the point, I see. I wonder what benefits can the secret pavilion bring to me, then? Feng asked, smiling bitterly. In truth, letting the secret pavilion establish a guild residence in Stone Forest Town would not affect Feng in any way. The secret pavilion's home ground was not in Starmoon Kingdom. It would not have any conflicts of interest with Zero Wing. After all, Zero Wing was not yet strong enough to prevent others from entering the Stoneclaw Mountains. Moreover, if the secret pavilion invested in Stone Forest Town, Zero Wing could also earn some repair fees from the guild. However, even though there were no demerits, that did not mean he should let the secret pavilion enter Stone Forest Town for free. Guild leader Black Flame can rest assured on this point. The secret pavilion can provide you with the general information regarding the Flower of Seven Sins hit list on Zero Wing and the assigned assassins. To know one's own strength and the enemy's is the sure way to victory. I believe that, with this information, Guild leader Black Flame will have a much easier time coping with the situation. Although Yuan Tianxin had said these words very casually, Feng's heart was already beating madly at this moment. Feng had never imagined that the secret pavilion was such a frightening existence. The Flower of Seven Sins was a very mysterious organization in the virtual gaming world. Its movements were kept even more of a secret from others. Yet, the secret pavilion was actually able to obtain such information. It was simply inconceivable. If I have this information, with Zero Wing's current state, we should be able to cope with the assassinations of the Flower of Seven Sins. Feng had some knowledge regarding the jobs carried out by the Flower of Seven Sins. Normally, the organization would send out assassins according to the mission's difficulty. Unless it was absolutely necessary, the organization would not field an overwhelming force to complete a mission. Feng did not think that the Flower of Seven Sins would rank an upstart guild like Zero Wing that highly on their mission board. If he responded properly, Zero Wing had a definite chance of defeating the Flower of Seven Sins. If the Flower of Seven Sins failed a mission, they would drop it. Moreover, they would return only half of the remunerations paid. Unless, of course, someone spent more money to commission a new mission. At that time, however, the price would be more than double that of the first time. Feng did not believe that Open Source Corporation would be willing to spend that much money on commissioning another hit on Zero Wing. May I know guild leader Black Flame's thoughts on this? Yuan Tianxin asked, smiling. Chapter 712 3 Realms of Refinement. Okay, I can agree to your conditions. However, aside from providing information on the assassins this time, you guys must also keep me updated on the latest developments of the Flower of Seven Sins. Feng put out another request after giving the situation some more thought. Since the secret pavilion was able to uncover the hit list and hitmen, it would be an easy task for the guild to find out the specific time when the organization would take action. If he knew the general timing of when the Flower of Seven Sins was going to attack, he would have a better chance of laying a trap to deal with the organization's hitmen. Combat in God's domain was not just limited to simple ambushes. There were various sorts of means one could use to deal with other players. Only, the mindset of current players was still confined to previous virtual reality games. This thinking held that only players could be used to deal with other players. In fact, one could also employ traps in PvP. As long as one knew the opponent's movements and then proceeded with setting up a trap at a fixed location, one could kill off their targets without even lifting a finger. Moreover, even if the trap could not finish off the target, one could still gain the initiative in the battle, placing their opponent in a disadvantageous position. As long as they make a move, I'll notify you of it immediately. However, even I will only be able to tell you the general time frame for when they take action. As for when and where exactly they are going to take action, those are far beyond the abilities of the secret pavilion. Yuan Tianxin agreed immediately, his voice filled with confidence and determination. He had long since guessed that Feng would ask for something like this. A short moment later, both parties signed a contract through the main god system. Feng would provide a location in Stone Forest Town for the secret pavilion to establish its guild residence, while the secret pavilion would provide Feng with reports relating to the Flower of Seven Sins movements against Zero Wing. After the contract was signed, Feng received the report he wanted from Yuan Tianxin almost immediately. Sure enough, he really is an old fox. After taking a look at the information, Feng found that the file included even the latest movements of the Flower of Seven Sins. Yuan Tianxin had obviously prepared this report long before their conversation. The middle-aged man had only been waiting for him to negotiate for it. However, Feng could not help but admit that the trade this time was very worthwhile. Even if he spent a large sum of credits to investigate the movements of the Flower of Seven Sins, it was unlikely he could come up with the information he wanted currently. The Flower of Seven Sins had yet to establish a permanent base of operations in God's domain. Moreover, the organization was not a guild. All its members were independent players, and every member of the organization was extremely mysterious. Just investigating one member would be an extremely complicated task, not to mention carrying out an investigation on the movements and strengths of the majority of the organization's members. Only a force like the Secret Pavilion could achieve such a feat. If not for the Secret Pavilion's interest in the Stoneclaw Mountains this time, Feng did not believe the Secret Pavilion would sell him this information even if he asked for it. After all, not only would the guild provoke the Flower of Seven Sins by doing so, but it would also expose some of the Secret Pavilion's capabilities. Guild leader Black Flame, in celebration of our first successful cooperation, I will provide you with additional information. The major forces eyeing Zero Wing right now aren't limited to Open Source Corporation. Some have already begun taking action. While dealing with the Flower of Seven Sins, it is best to take additional precautions. Yuan Tianxin laughed. He then disconnected the call. Other major forces are participating in the struggle this time. Feng's expression suddenly grew serious. In the past, the Star Alliance had been the one that managed to obtain the Stoneclaw Mountains in the end. Back then, the average level of players was much higher. The Stoneclaw Mountains had also been mostly developed. Quite a number of regional dungeons that could produce magic crystals had also appeared in other kingdoms and empires. Hence, the various major forces of God's domain naturally would not bother going out of their way to lay claim to the Stoneclaw Mountains. However, Things were different in this life. He had managed to obtain Stone Forest Town a lot earlier thanks to the special means he had employed. However, this had also resulted in a situation where obtaining Stone Forest Town was equivalent to claiming the Stoneclaw Mountains. It seems that I've gone a little overboard this time. Feng could not help laughing bitterly as he shook his head. However, if I didn't take the opportunity to obtain Stone Forest Town back then, doing so would have become much more difficult in the future. It also wouldn't have become the gold mine that it is right now. Forget it. Since things have already gotten to this point, I can only deal with the problems as they crop up. Thinking up to this point, Feng began analyzing the information supplied by the Secret Pavilion Open Source Corporation. Really is going big this time. They're actually targeting the members of the main force as well. Feng involuntarily sucked in a breath of cold air after reading the report. The Flower of Seven Sins had a very high asking price. OSC had paid for 2 deaths for every member of Zero Wing's main force. Although that number was much lower than for Zero Wing's upper echelon, for whom OSC had paid for 10 deaths each, it would still weaken Zero Wing's main force significantly. But really though, the people from the Flower of Seven Sins are sure looking down on Zero Wing. They are actually sending less than 50 members to deal with us. Giving the list of assassins a glance, Feng could immediately tell how confident the Flower of Seven Sins was. They had not bothered relying on numbers at all, although Secret Pavilion's information was not complete. Judging from what was in the report, every one of these people could be considered a top-tier expert in God's domain. They all were level 33 and above, and even their most inferior equipment was level 30 fine gold set equipment. The Secret Pavilion really is powerful. They even have a general assessment of the combat standards of these people. After carefully looking through the Secret Pavilion's report, Feng gained a new understanding of the guild. The Secret Pavilion was simply terrifying compared to the level of detail in this report. The information the Secret Pavilion published on the God's Domain experts list was child's play. However, the Flower of Seven Sins was indeed as frightening as the rumors made it out to be of the assassins the organization sent. Over 30 people had already set foot into the Refinement realm. No matter which guild these experts were in, they would surely rank among the top of the guild. Yet the Flower of Seven Sins had actually managed to dispatch over 30 of such people. Among these 30-plus people, 7 had even managed to reach the next stage of the Refinement realm, the Flowing Water realm. However, the most powerful assassin sent by the Flower of Seven Sins was not one of those 7 Flowing Water realm experts. Instead, it was an expert who had reached an even further realm. The categorization of a player's combat power using combat standards such as the Refinement realm was a concept that had existed even before the launch of God's Domain. Moreover, it had existed for a very long time already, so the theoretical setup behind the concept had long since been perfected. The system was not unique to God's Domain. Only God's Domain had made the concept of the Refinement realm known to the general public back then. Feng had learned of the combat realms dividing expert players only after coming in touch with God's Domain. There were a total of 3 realms of refinement. The Refinement realm, the Flowing Water realm, and the Void realm. Of these 3 realms, the latter was higher than the former. Meanwhile, only those who managed to enter the Refinement realm were considered true top-tier experts of God's Domain. Each one of these experts was capable of going up against an entire army of players by themselves. Meanwhile, above the realms of refinement would be the Domain. However, the monsters that had managed to achieve a domain were as rare as a phoenix's feather. One such existence was Martial Dragon. If Feng had not relied on his attributes to suppress Martial Dragon back then, in addition to having the assistance of his personal guard kite, defeating Martial Dragon would have been utterly impossible. Had the fight dragged on, Feng would have been the loser. Instead, currently, although Feng still had the advantage in equipment, this advantage was continuously shrinking. It seems that this Void Realm expert has been prepared to deal with me? Feng could not help but inwardly guess even if he could successfully deal with his opponent, the other members of the guild. Chapter 713 Silver. Firewing Empire. Firewing Imperial Capital. Teshin, were your negotiations successful? A white-browed youth wearing a pair of frosty robes asked, shifting his gaze towards Yuan Teshin, who had just entered the room. Yuan Teshin was one of the elders of the Secret Pavilion, his position within the guild very high. Moreover, he was already 50 years old this year yet. Despite the white-browed youth directly calling Yuan Teshin by his personal name, the latter did not show any signs of dissatisfaction. On the contrary, Yuan Teshin carefully handed over the contract he signed with Feng to the youth in a very respectful manner and said seriously, just like guild leader has surmised, Black Flame was very incisive in making a decision. We can now begin constructing our guild residence at Stone Forest Town immediately. If Feng were here right now, he would definitely be shocked after all. The Secret Pavilion's guild leader was actually a young man. Thanks for your hard work. Have Wen Yao bring the kids there. Then, this time, we can let those kids get a chance to widen their horizons a little. Ever since God's Domain's launch, the virtual gaming world has not been as nice a place to mingle around in as it had been. The white-browed youth took a glance at the contract and accepted it with satisfaction. He then turned to look at Yuan Tiexin, smiling as he asked, "Tiexin, just ask whatever is on your mind." Guild leader, the Flower of Seven Sins, has already targeted Zero Wing. If we include those other people as well, there is simply no chance for Zero Wing to protect Stone Forest Town. Aren't we just making an unnecessary move with this? Yuan Tiexin could not help but ask, this can't really be considered an unnecessary move. I am simply hoping to have Zero Wing test out the Flower of Seven Sins. If we can get the others to expose themselves as well, we will have profited in this exchange. The white-browed youth replied, laughing. He then took out a document and placed it before Yuan Tiexin, saying, "You'll know once you take a look at this." Yuan Tiexin was inwardly very confused at the youth's words. He promptly began flipping through the document. How could this be? Yuan Tiexin was shocked. That silver has appeared? Is there some sort of mistake here? Zero Wing is merely an upstart guild. Although that Black Flame indeed possesses some ability, it is not to the degree where it is necessary for Silver to take action, right? Whether Silver will be taking action personally or not, I am not sure. However, it is certain that he will be going with the group that's going to attack Zero Wing. If he is willing to take action, this will be the perfect opportunity for us to gather some information on him, the white-browed youth said, shaking his head. Silver was part of the upper echelon of the Flower of Seven Sins. Even for the Secret Pavilion, obtaining information on Silver was extraordinarily difficult. Meanwhile, a perfect opportunity to do so had just appeared before them, and he did not wish to let the others from the Flower of Seven Sins ruin this opportunity. If the other members of the Flower of Seven Sins defeated Zero Wing swiftly, then a superior like Silver would naturally not take action because Zero Wing simply did not possess this qualification. However, if Zero Wing could force the Flower of Seven Sins into a bitter battle, the possibility of Silver taking action would be much higher. Guild leader, can I go as well? Yuan Tiexin, who was usually calm and collected, currently had a hint of excitement in his eyes. Silver was an existence akin to a legend in the virtual gaming world. Every time he took action, he would cause an earth-shattering sensation. However, the people who knew of him were extremely few, as the various major powers would take the initiative to keep this information hidden, giving ordinary powers no chance to learn about Silver at all. Go if you want to, but don't arouse any suspicions. It will be best if you go in disguise, the white-browed youth replied. He then took out a dark gray ring with purple elvish words engraved on it, the ring itself giving off the glow effect unique to dark gold items. I understand. Yuan Tiexin's heart began beating madly when he heard the youth's words. He then picked up the ring and hurriedly left the guild leader's office. The top of the world, the Dragon's Maw. The Dragon's Maw was a map filled with steep and winding paths, and these paths extended down towards a bottomless crater. The crater looked just like a massive mouth that was trying to devour everything. At this moment, Feng was standing at the entrance of a small path, looking down at the sight before him. No wonder this place is called the Dragon's Maw. It's simply impossible to see the bottom of this crater from out here. Everywhere around this place is sending my alarm bells ringing. This really isn't a place for ordinary people. As Feng took a look at his surroundings, he could feel a premonition of death coming from all around the Dragon's Maw. Yet, strangely enough, he could not see any signs of danger here. There was not a single monster present within his field of vision. Nevertheless, his intuition was warning him that he might lose his life at any given moment, should he set foot on the path before him this time. However, Feng had no choice but to ignore his intuition and step forward. The assassins from the Flower of Seven Sins possessed overwhelming strength, with a force of over 30 refinement experts, 7 flowing water experts, and 1 void expert, who were all geared in level 30 top-tier equipment, not to mention killing Zero Wing's main force, the group. could even attempt to kill a super guild's main force in Zero Wing. Aside from Feng himself being a flowing water expert, there was nobody else within the realms of refinement. Even with the advantage in attributes, Feng knew very clearly that Zero Wing's main force stood no chance at all against so many refinement experts. The outcome would be the same even if they had the power of darkness after all. If even the members of Zero Wing's main force possessed berserk skills, how could it be possible for these refinement experts not to have obtained one for themselves? Even if not everyone from the Flower of Seven Sins had managed to get their hands on a berserk skill, as long as there were a few who had, these few people could easily annihilate Zero Wing's entire main force, whether it was Aqua Rose, Violet Cloud, or Fire Dance. All three of these girls possessed massive potential. Unfortunately, having potential did not necessarily mean they were strong right now if they had several years' time to grow. No, even if it were just half a year's time, if he properly guided them and helped them fully realize their potential, no doubt they would be able to cream these experts. However, there was simply not enough time right now. From the report of the secret pavilion, Feng knew that the Flower of Seven Sins was still in the process of making preparations, which might take anywhere from 3 to 5 days. Hence, it was highly possible for them to take action within these 3 to 5 days. However, he did not possess a method to improve everyone's strength significantly within such a short time span. The improvement of combat techniques required time and accumulation of experience, not to mention setting foot into the unfathomable realm of refinement. Despite Fire Dance and Violet Cloud being just a thread away from entering the refinement realm, no matter what they did, they were unable to achieve a breakthrough. Even Feng had no methods to assist them in breaking through. Otherwise, the refinement realm would not have become the great divide that differentiated ordinary experts from top-tier experts in God's domain. Even super guilds would find it very difficult to nurture a refinement expert. Although there was the option of bringing Fire Dance and the others to level up, the possible improvements through this method were limited. Within 4 or 5 days, the most he could do was help everyone in the main force gain 2 more levels. The first reason for this was because everyone was already high-leveled now. The amount of EXP they required to level up was a lot. The other reason was that, while he was capable of killing monsters that were many levels higher than himself, the others could not. At most, they could only serve as support. If the EXP of the monsters he killed were to be split among 100 players, the overall leveling speed of Zero Wing's main force would only be slightly faster than an ordinary expert's. Rather than doing such a futile action, Feng decided to go all out. Although Solomon's sword had been broken into 5 parts, even the weakest fragment could improve a person's strength to a very frightening degree. As long as he could obtain the weapon hidden inside the dragon's maw, it might be possible for him to pull off an upset in the upcoming battle with the Flower of Seven Sins. As Feng walked deeper into the crater along the small path, he used the magic amplification scroll once more to summon a level 52 tier 3 demon to deal with unexpected situations. However, even after walking for more than 3 hours, Feng did not encounter a single monster. His surroundings were deathly silent. Occasionally, he could also hear agonizing screams as if an invisible ghost were standing right beside him. Not wishing to waste too much time, Feng activated Wind Rider and quickly descended the path. Finally, after traveling for another 2 hours or so, he arrived at the bottom of the crater statues. At the dark bottom, Feng discovered many lifelike stone statues carved in the form of various creatures. Humans, elves, half-orcs, and many more. Every single one of these statues had an expression of horror on their faces. It was as if they had seen something extremely terrifying before Feng could further analyze these statues. The sounds of stone shattering entered his ears. He quickly shifted his eyes towards the source of the sounds, discovering more than a dozen black shadows moving about. These black shadows were tiny, roughly the size of an ordinary person's fist. However, their speed was horrifying. It was practically impossible for the naked eye to keep up with them. Most importantly, every single one of these shadows gave Feng a heavy sense of dread. Meanwhile, these black shadows were currently approaching Feng at lightning speed. Chapter 7:14 Engineering Tool. The floor of the crater was very dark. As a result, Feng was caught completely by surprise when the dozen or so shadows suddenly appeared. He did not have time to direct the Tier 3 demon to protect him. Seeing 3 fist-sized shadows fly straight at him, Feng immediately switched the 7 luminaries' rings aura of wind to the aura of earth and activated absolute defense. Suddenly, a pale yellow glow surrounded Feng's body. The black shadows created massive tremors when they crashed into the golden barrier. The powerful impact Feng sent flying more than 10 yards away after receiving the bombardment. Feng managed to uncover the black shadow's true identity. Quartz Worm, Special Elite, Level 60, HP 420, 000/420, 000. These quartz worms were made of black quartz crystals. In addition to their small bodies and astounding speed, they were extremely difficult to detect in this darkness. Although these special elites had low HP, their attack power was frighteningly high. So many quartz worms would even kill a Tier 2 player instantly. Fortunately, Feng had absolute defense. Even though these quartz worms were level 60 special elites, they could not break through the aura of Earth's activatable skill. However, as the seconds ticked by, more quartz worms started to appear in the blink of an eye. Nearly 60 quartz worms had surrounded Feng. He could not help but shiver as he felt the numerous beady, bright red eyes on him. These quartz worms gave Feng no opportunities to escape as they surrounded him and barraged him with a stream of attacks. As each second passed, Feng could hear several dozen crashes. It felt as if someone were firing an automatic rifle at him. Feng had no resistance to offer whatsoever. When absolute defense's duration came to an end, Feng would die. The quartz worms here could drown a player to death. Feng was relieved that he possessed a skill such as absolute defense. Otherwise, even if he came here after reaching level 50 and obtaining his Tier 2 class, death would be the only outcome awaiting him. With only 2 seconds remaining before absolute defense vanished, the Tier 3 demon standing a distance away began to chant an incantation, casting the Tier 3 spell, Oblivion Storm, over the area where Feng stood. Oblivion Storm was a Tier 3, large-scale destruction spell that had an effective area of 50 yards. It could easily envelop Feng and the quartz worms. Suddenly, a massive blue magic array appeared in the air. A massive tornado then descended from the magic array. They were all, Feng and the quartz worms, sucked into the tornado and assaulted by countless wind blades from every direction. Immediately, the quartz worms' HP decreased at a rate visible to the naked eye. Meanwhile, the tornado sent Feng flying into the sky. The moment absolute defense's duration was about to end, Feng immediately stopped the Tier 3 demon from channeling its spell. Suddenly, the tornado vanished. Glancing at the quartz worms that were over 100 meters in the air, Feng realized that the special elites only had a small amount of HP remaining. The lower HP ones had around 10,000 to 20,000, while the higher HP worms had around 30,000 to 50,000. If Feng had not stopped the demon's spell, these quartz worms would have died. However, if Feng had not stopped the spell, he, too, would have died. Hovering in midair, both player and monsters, neither of which could fly, began to descend. Feng quickly activated gravity liberation, slowing his descent to less than 1/10 of his initial speed. At the same time, he directed the Tier 3 demon below to cast the Tier 3 spell, Scorching Gale, over his and the quartz worm's landing area. Scorching Gale was not a large-scale destruction spell. Rather, it was a cone AoE spell with a range of 20 yards. Not only had Oblivion Storm sent its targets into the air, but it also gathered them into a single area. Hence, Scorching Gale could easily envelop the landing zone. However, due to the difference in their speed of descent, the quartz worms had landed while Feng still floated down. Suddenly, the Tier 3 demon fired countless flame blades from its hands, the burning attack devouring the quartz worms. 104, 189-110, for 67. Damages over -100,000 appeared above the quartz worms. The low HP special elites could not endure the flaming assault. Only after Scorching Gale finished did Feng land. Loot and quartz worm corpses littered the ground. Meanwhile, Feng's experience bar rose rapidly. The quartz worms were level 60 special elites. Although the EXP they rewarded was less than what ordinary level 60 special elites offered, it was still a lot more than level 60 elites. Moreover, Feng was only level 35 right now. The bonus EXP he obtained from fighting monsters that were 25 levels higher than him was impressive. However, the bonus EXP one could obtain through killing monsters of a higher level was not without limit, capping at 20 levels. Hence, players' EXP would, at most, increase by 20 times. Even so, an increase of 20 times would still provide Feng with an exaggerated amount of EXP. After this brief battle, Feng had gone from 9% of level 35 to 98% of level 35. He was only 2% away from reaching level 36. At this level, he could rank at the top of Star Moon Kingdom's ranking list. Currently, The #1 player on Star Moon Kingdom's ranking list only approached level 35. They still needed to grind for half a day before crossing the threshold to level 35. This method of leveling isn't bad at all. Feng could not help his grin as he looked at the EXP he had obtained. Unfortunately, special elites were not easily discovered. Even in the Stoneclaw Mountains and Azura mode regional dungeon, so many special elites would not appear at a single time. In a group of 100 elite monsters or so, roughly 8 or 9 special elites might tag along. Hence, it was nearly impossible to find large groups of special elites such as the quartz worms to grind on. Moreover, the Tier 3 Demon's Tier 3 spell, Oblivion Storm, had a relatively long cooldown of 70 minutes. Unfortunately, the demon did not have any other combination attack that could kill a group of level 60 special elites instantly. Most importantly, it would be very difficult for Feng to locate so many quartz worms again after Feng had wiped out the wave of quartz worms. Silence returned to the area. The only quartz worms in the area were the corpses on the ground. Although the quartz worms had not provided much EXP, the loot they dropped was relatively good. Moreover, Feng had the luck-increasing Icarus's heart. The 60-plus quartz worms had dropped quite a bit of level 50 or above bronze and mysterious iron equipment. The special elites had even dropped an engineering design glare bomb. Feng was delighted one could produce many interesting items with engineering. However, very few engineering items could be used in combat. Take the frost grenade, for example. Not only could it cause damage, but it also possessed a control effect. Sadly, only master engineers could produce such items. Moreover, the designs were extremely difficult to obtain. Yet, if one tried to purchase these items, their prices were extraordinarily high. Ordinary players could not afford to use them. The glare bomb was not as advanced as the frost grenade. Could not inflict any damage. However, it was very easy to produce. The materials required were not particularly rare. Hence, it was one of the most common tools in field battles. The glare bomb could temporarily blind all creatures within its range, though its effect on players was reduced after Feng finished arranging the loot and was about to leave the area. For some reason, the external layer of stone on the statues began to fade, revealing these statues' original appearance. Every one of these restored individuals radiated a frightening aura. Feng felt an immense pressure from these creatures and was overcome by a desire to flee. However, these unpetrified individuals had noticed Feng. Chapter 7:15 Thunder Emperor. With the eyes of these revived individuals on him, Feng did not dare to make any sudden movements. Every one of these NPCs, be it human, elf, or half-orc, had an astounding and intimidating level 150. Even a common monster at this level could kill Feng effortlessly, not to mention the humans and elves, both of which were Tier 3 classes. Young man, was it you who saved us? A middle-aged human male asked as he turned to Feng, his previous aura vanishing suddenly. This middle-aged man was a Tier 3 great mage. Even in White River City, he would be considered an incredibly powerful individual. Players would find it difficult to gain an audience with such a character. I am not really sure. I merely cleared out the quartz worms residing here, Feng said truthfully, calming after seeing no evil intent among these NPCs. Hearing Feng mention the quartz worms, these level 150 NPCs examined their surroundings, bewilderment appearing on their faces. It was obvious that they, too, were unsure of the situation after these NPCs had a quiet chat among themselves. The Tier 3 great mage named Carrion Walker walked up to Feng. Oh, we are not sure of what happened exactly. We're certain that your actions saved us. As a show of our gratitude, we've unanimously decided to gift you this item, Carrion Walker said. He then took out a purple gold, lightning-shaped emblem and carefully handed it over to Feng. This emblem is our Imperial Army's honorary emblem. We hope that you will accept it. Feng accepted the emblem. When he inspected the information, he was shocked. Thunder Emperor's emblem. This is the honorary emblem of the Thunder Beast Empire. This grants the wielder honorary citizenship within the Thunder Beast Empire. Wasn't the Thunder Beast Empire destroyed long ago? Feng knew quite a bit about God's domain's history. The Thunder Beast Empire had been one of the extremely powerful empires in God's domain. During its peak, its territory encompassed over a dozen kingdoms. On the continent of God's domain, not a single kingdom or empire dared to act against it. The ruler of the Thunder Beast Empire had been the Thunder Emperor Kaiser. However, According to God's domain's historical records, to pursue eternal life and become a god, Kaiser had broken many taboos. As a result, his actions had earned the anger of the gods as the imperial capital had suddenly disappeared. Following the capital's disappearance, the Thunder Beast Empire had split into multiple kingdoms at this point. The Thunder Beast Empire had long since faded from existence naturally. This Thunder Emperor's emblem also held no meaning whatsoever, young adventurer. Although we have been freed, we have many companions still living under the curse. We hope that you can save them. If you succeed, we will present to you the Empire's greatest treasure, Carrion Walker said as he looked at Feng, his clear expectation reflecting in his eyes. Are you not coming with me? Feng could not help but ask. Carrion Walker shook his head and said, Our time in this world has long since run out. Although the curse has been lifted, our strength wanes. Moreover, as we approach that place, we lose strength faster. At this point, only you can save our companions. All right then, I promise you. Where do I have to go to save your companions? When Feng heard about the Empire's treasure, he thought that it might be related to the weapon he hunted. The clue he had obtained had indicated that the weapon hid within the dragon's maw, as it had been an extremely powerful empire in the past. The Thunder Beast Empire must have amassed countless treasures. The weapon he looked for might very well occupy the Empire's treasury rather than searching for the weapon blindly. He might as well accept this quest. We are merely people who had escaped the Imperial capital. Our companions are still trapped in the capital. This is a map of the Imperial capital. Hopefully it will be of some help to you, Carrion Walker said. He then took out a map of the Imperial capital and passed it to Feng's system. Epic Quest Empire's Past Accepted Quest Content. Save the people inside the Imperial capital within 10 days. If the quest is not completed within the allotted time, you will be inflicted with the Petrification Curse. Rewards unknown. An epic quest with a time limit of 10 days? Feng was immediately stunned upon hearing the system notification. He had never imagined that the quest would be so difficult. However, after giving it some thought, he found it reasonable. The weapon he sought was no trivial item. How could the game offer it up so easily? After Feng accepted the map, he summoned another Tier 3 demon. With 2 Tier 3 demons leading the way, it would be much easier to deal with the quartz worms. Now that Feng had a map, his progression into the dragon's maw's maze of the underground tunnels became a lot easier. After Feng reached the dragon's maw's second underground layer, many demonic beasts appeared in the dark tunnels. With a single glance, Feng counted over 500. The monsters squeezed tightly together as they blocked Feng's path. Giant petrified rat, demonic beast, elite rank, level 60, HP 300, 000/300, 000. Without hesitation, Feng directed the 2 Tier 3 demons to clear out these rats. When the giant rats saw the 2 Tier 3 demons, they released ear-piercing screeches. One pounced on the Tier 3 demons. They showed no fear of the 2 Tier 3 demons normally. Even monsters would fear a powerful enemy. Yet these giant rats were unafraid. Feng used 1 Tier 3 demon to attract these giant petrified rats' attention, while the other demon cast a Tier 3 spell. The petrified rats had very high attack power. Even against a Tier 3 demon, their bites dealt over -1000 damage. If these elites faced an MT player of the same tier, they could easily devour half of said player's HP. Meanwhile, these giant petrified rats attacked in groups of a dozen or so. They would instantly devour players of the same level. Only a Tier 3 demon with 9 million HP could withstand their assault for long. This is. Feng suddenly noticed that the Tier 3 demon that held off the rats began to show signs of petrification. A portion of its body had already begun to turn a dull gray. Could this be why even Tier 4 players have fallen here? Feng did not believe that these giant rats were capable of defeating a Tier 4 player with only their powerful bites. However, it was a different story if they could petrify their targets. Looking at the Tier 3 demon statistics, although it had lost less than 1% of its HP, an additional petrification value had appeared. Currently, the demon displayed a petrification value of 0.84%, and with each bite from the giant rats, that value increased slightly. Needless to say, once this petrification value reached 100%, even if the Tier 3 demon still had 100% of its HP remaining, it would turn into stone. So this is how they work. Feng could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had only used his summoned demons to attack. If he had faced these monsters himself, The consequences would have been dire. The Tier 3 demons he summoned could last 5 hours. With the increment rate of the petrification value, although they would not last a full 5 hours against these monsters, they should have no problems fighting for 3 or 4 hours. Fortunately, he could summon a new demon once every 3 hours. In other words, he could rely on his summoned demons to fight for him, having no need to worry about being petrified or any hindrance to his progress. Chapter 716 Ruins of the Imperial Capital. Under Feng's control, the 2 level 52 Tier 3 demons quickly swept through all of the giant petrified rats in the stone hall following the clear sound of a system notification. A golden glow encompassed Feng. He had finally reached level 36. Without hesitation, Feng placed the 10 free attribute points he had just obtained into agility, partially making up for the loss of 25 agility he had previously suffered. The giant petrified rats were level 60 elites, and they dropped valuable loot. Aside from some materials, they dropped plenty of level 50 and above common and bronze equipment. In the outside world, Feng would have to grind far longer to obtain so many items. A Tier 2 skill book. Feng was slightly surprised as he picked up a book decorated with silver silk from the pile in God's domain. The majority of a class's basic skills were learned from NPC instructors, while some of the slightly more powerful skills were obtained from quests. As for high-tiered skills, however, one could gain them by trading the legacy skill point that the system provided. Tier 0 skills could generally be found in the fields or dungeons. However, Tier 1 skills practically never dropped, increasing the difficulty of obtaining them exponentially. In truth, the majority of the Tier 1 skills that monsters dropped could be gained by trading in legacy skill points. If one obtains such a skill from monsters, they would not have to waste their legacy points to unlock said skill and could spend the points on learning other skills. Ordinary Tier 1 skills generally cost 2 legacy skill points to learn. Meanwhile, players only obtained 1 point for every 3 levels. Hence, a player would have to level up 6 times to learn an ordinary Tier 1 skill. If Tier 1 skills were already so expensive, there was no need to mention Tier 2 skills. Even the most common Tier 2 skill cost 4 legacy skill points. One had to level up 12 times to learn one. Hence, in God's domain, skill books were extremely valuable currently. The going rate for an ordinary Tier 1 skill book could even rival a piece of level 30 fine gold equipment. If it were a powerful Tier 1 skill such as a life-saving dash, AoE attack dash, control removal dash, or burst-type skill book, no one would sell it even for the price of a level 30 dark gold weapon. Much less anything fine gold. Ranked weapons and equipment would be discarded as players increased in level. However, skills would not. Nobody would complain about too many skills. The drop rate of Tier 1 skill books in a large-scale Hell Mode team dungeon was roughly 2%. However, in large-scale Hell Mode team dungeons that were level 50 and above, the drop rate of Tier 2 skill books was less than 0.3%. Obtaining one was mostly due to luck. Hence, Feng was astonished when he realized that the giant petrified rats had dropped a Tier 2 skill book. Feng checked the skill book, discovering that it was the Tier 2 general melee skill. Dark Ghost, Tier 2 skill. Split yourself into 4 and attack simultaneously. Every doppelganger deals 100% of the main body's damage. Duration of 4 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Tier requirement. Tier 2 class or above. I recall someone exchanging this Dark Ghost skill for an epic item with relatively good attributes in the past. I never thought I would find it here. Feng was speechless. General skill books were much more valuable than class skill books as they could be used in a variety of battles. It was especially true for this Dark Ghost skill. If he suddenly split himself into 4 identical copies, who would dare to approach him casually? Hence, among Tier 2 general skills, Dark Ghost ranked relatively near the top. Many melee players had sought after this skill. If used during a crucial moment, the skill could turn the tide of battle. It's a pity that I can't learn it yet. I'll have to wait until I reach Tier 2. Feng tucked the Dark Ghost skill book away in satisfaction. He then directed the Tier 3 demons to advance. The second underground floor was like a massive maze. Even with the map in hand, Feng had a very difficult time progressing through it. Throughout his journey, he would occasionally encounter giant petrified rats' nests. When he met such encounters, he had no choice but to stop and clear out the nest. Otherwise, he could not venture further. Moreover, due to the petrification issue, it became far more difficult to control the Tier 3 demon that held off the giant rats. In the end, Feng gave up on the Tier 3 demon altogether and let the giant rats attack it. With the Tier 3 demon's HP and Feng's life bloom, they giant petrified rates would never kill it. Although killing the rats was time-consuming, the fact that these elites could drop Tier 2 skill books motivated Feng. Moreover, he could also obtain a large sum of EXP while Feng explored the Dragon's Maw's second underground floor. He instructed the Dark God's Legion, which had been training all this time, take action, delving deeper into the Stoneclaw Mountains as an Azura mode regional dungeon. The Stoneclaw Mountains was somewhat special. Not only were the monsters inside the dungeon more powerful, but the loot was also better than elsewhere. The monsters also dropped magic crystals. More importantly, the monsters dropped barrier crystal balls. If one collected a sufficient number of barrier crystal balls, they could use them to form a barrier. The barrier would suppress the strength of contained enemies. It was just like the demon-suppressing barrier that Blue Frost's team had used when they faced the level 40 Great Lord Noya. The barrier had greatly reduced Noya's combat power, making it a lot easier to raid the Great Lord. The barrier crystal balls were similar in this aspect only. The barrier crystal balls were somewhat different from magic scrolls. Generally, magic scrolls were one-use items. Barrier crystal balls, however, could be used multiple times. Only, each use would expend a lot of magic crystals during God's Domain's initial stages. Players were both low-leveled and low-tiered. Hence, most felt helpless against even High Lord-ranked monsters, not to mention Great Lords. Raiding these monsters simply required too much from players at this stage of the game. Perhaps the main god system had taken this into consideration. Since a player's strength was limited, the only other way to defeat these Grand Lord rank bosses was to suppress their strength. However, aside from quests, there were practically no methods or tools that could suppress boss-level monsters. Bosses of large-scale team dungeons had been a roadblock for many large guilds. However, after the Stoneclaw Mountains had appeared, the various guilds had discovered the barrier crystal ball in the dungeon's inner region. This had allowed the guilds to reduce the difficulty of large-scale team dungeons, significantly increasing their raiding speed. A guild only had a limited number of experts. Normally, only these experts were barely able to clear large-scale team dungeons. Large-scale team dungeons also had cooldown times. Hence, this had resulted in the rarity of top-tier equipment. However, if a guild could lower the difficulty of a large-scale team dungeon and allow players that were not quite experts to clear it, the acquisition of top-tier equipment would naturally skyrocket. Feng was not confident in dealing with the Flower of Seven Sins adequately. Against the Star Alliance, however, he had plenty of confidence. The best method to crush the Star Alliance swiftly was to increase Zero Wing's overall strength. After all, a battle between guilds could not be settled by an individual. Currently, the various large guilds were grinding in the Stoneclaw Mountains outer area. They avoided the inner region as they had deemed the danger to be higher than the potential rewards. The Flower of Seven Sins was already preparing to deal with Zero Wing. However, it would not be wise for Feng to send the main force into the Stoneclaw Mountains. But it was a different story for the Dark God's Legion. Originally, the Dark God's Legion's members were already powerful as individuals. After taking into account the power of darkness, they could easily venture into the Stoneclaw Mountains inner region to obtain the barrier crystal balls under Feng's command. The Dark God's Legion had no trouble obtaining several dozen barrier crystal balls. This was enough to outfit several 100-man teams to raid the hard mode. Frost prison time passed quickly. After a day of travel through the second floor, Feng finally arrived at the staircase leading to the floor below. Meanwhile, Feng was already level 37. He had fully recovered the 25 agility he had lost the instant Feng's foot landed on the staircase. The view before him changed. He was transported to a fog-covered city. The sound of a system notification suddenly reached his ear system. You have discovered the ruins of the Imperial capital grinding mastery points. Chapter 717, Taboo City. The mana density here is intense. Standing in the mist, Feng suddenly felt his mind become clear and ethereal. He could see the mist's true colors in God's domain. When players found themselves in places with high mana density, their minds would clear, and they would feel more energetic. This greatly aided in the improvement of their skill completion rates and combat techniques. With such a high mana density, the boost one could get in this area is no less than the 100-berry wine. If players fight and level up here, they could see improvements at least 5 or 6 times faster. It's a pity that this area isn't easy to access. When Feng opened his system interface, he discovered that he could not contact with the outside world at all. He He had also discovered undead roaming down the lifeless city streets. Fortunately, they were not very high-leveled suffering soul, undead, elite rank, level 60, HP 450, 000/450, 000. Ghoul, undead, special elite, level 60, HP 700, 000/700, 000. These half-transparent suffering souls and ghouls wandering about the city were not particularly numerous. A level 60 party should be able to handle these monsters very easily, whether it was leveling up or improving one's skill completion rate. Grinding monsters here would be beneficial. After examining his surroundings briefly, Feng took out an isolation scroll and used it. He then descended from the rooftop carefully and headed towards the palace indicated on the map. The city had long since died. Feng could see various statues haunting the city streets. These statues had all been citizens who had received the curse. However, it was unlikely that killing those undead would lift the curse. Feng would have to deal with the problem at its source. Based on Feng's understanding of the Thunder Beast Empire, only one person was capable of cursing an entire city. Thunder Emperor Kaiser. Emperor Kaiser had been a Tier 5 sword saint. He had only been a step away from becoming a Tier 6 god. Unfortunately, it had been so close, yet so far to players. The promotion from a Tier 5 class to Tier 6 required great opportunities, luck, and strength. It was even more so for an NPC. For example, in the past, even the Dark Gold Guard Kite, with his vast potential, could only be promoted to Tier 5. It was practically impossible for him to reach the realm of Tier 6 according to the legend. In order to pursue eternal life, Emperor Kaiser had mobilized his empire to carry out a taboo. Looking at it now, it was highly possible that said taboo was related to the curse currently plaguing the Imperial capital. Damn it. The city is already in ruins, so why are there still guards? Feng stood on the roof of a building one street away from the palace. His eyes locked onto the mechanical guards stationed on either side of the palace gate. Thunder Beast Guard. Grand Lord. Level 200. HP? / The Thunder Beast Guards' levels were just too high, so Feng could not see how much HP they had. However, he could confirm one thing. Their HP was mind-bogglingly high. Normally, Grand Lords had 6 HP bars displayed. The Thunder Beasts had 10. Furthermore, there were a total of 8 Thunder Beast Guards. The Thunder Beast Empire's strength left Feng in awe. Feng had visited plenty of empires before. However, this was his first time seeing such powerful mechanical guards. The palace was also protected by a magic array. In order to enter the palace, Feng would either have to destroy the magic array or enter through the front gate. The first option of destroying the magic array was obviously unrealistic. Even a Tier 6 god would find it difficult to destroy a magic array that carried such dense mana. Not to mention a Tier 1 swordsman like Feng. Yet, entering through the main gate was also unrealistic. Even a level 200 Tier 4 class would not dare to provoke 8 level 200 Grand Lords simultaneously. Feng was only a level 37 Tier 1 swordsman. The Thunder Beast Guards would send him to oblivion long before he ever reached the palace gate. Feng had thought of using a Tier 3 demon as bait. However, due to the gap in levels, rather than luring the guards away, he might draw the guards aggro himself. Do I have to give up just like this? Feng was frustrated. He observed his surroundings in hopes of finding a solution. After watching from the rooftop for some time, Feng suddenly discovered something interesting. There were plenty of undead roaming the streets in front of the palace. However, not a single suffering soul came within 200 yards of the palace gates. Only a few ghouls would wander near. Meanwhile, when a few occasional ghouls and suffering soul tried to wander towards the gates, the Thunder Beast Guards vanquished them immediately. Only those few ghouls remained unharmed. The Thunder Beast Guards should be absolutely neutral. They should regard both players and monsters as enemies. So why are those few ghouls safe? Feng was very curious. He even summoned a Tier 3 demon, directing it to capture a few ghouls from elsewhere and throwing the monsters towards the main gate without exception. The Thunder Beast Guards annihilated every ghoul. This is interesting. Feng could not help his smile as he watched the few ghouls wander about before the gates, then directed the Tier 3 demon to hide and waited for those few ghouls to wander out of the restricted area. Minutes and seconds passed quickly. However, Feng did not rush to Feng, who had taken on many adventures and quests in God's domain. Patience was the foundation of success. After more than an hour, a ghoul finally exited the 200-yard restricted area. Like an eagle hunting its prey, Feng directed the Tier 3 demon to nab the ghoul. No matter how hard the ghoul attacked and struggled, it could not break free from the demon's grasp. With a flap of its black wings, the demon put more distance between itself and the restricted area. The Tier 3 demon then brought the ghoul before Feng. Its hand gripped the ghoul tightly, preventing the special elite from moving. Meanwhile, Feng activated omniscient eyes to inspect just what differentiated this ghoul from the others. The ghoul was actually able to deter even the Thunder Beast guards from attacking it. The ghoul had mutated from a human's corpse. It still wore the noble's clothes it had worn in life. There had been nobles among the ghouls the guards had killed. Could it be that this ghoul had possessed a higher rank while it was alive? After observing the ghoul for some time, Feng failed to discover any clues. However, he did not believe that the main god system would have him complete this high-level quest for no good reason. For a quest in a level 60 map, even a legendary quest, level 60 players should be able to complete it. However, even level 200 players would not be able to get past the Thunder Beast guards before him, much less level 60 players. At the very minimum, it would take a team of 10 level 200 tier 4 players to defeat them. Forget it. Let's kill it as an experiment. In any case, there are a few more ghouls I can experiment with. In the end, failing to discover any peculiarities, Feng had the Tier 3 demon finish off this ghoul. When the ghoul died, it transformed into a bundle of meat and green liquid. It also dropped a few silver coins and some other items. Its loot was no different from the ghouls Feng had killed before. This is Chapter 718, Grinding Mastery Points. Among the ghouls' loot, Feng found an item that he was relatively familiar with: Mastery Book. This item was extremely rare and would provide players with free mastery points. Normally, it could only be obtained from treasure chests or quests. This was the first time Feng had seen this item drop from a special elite. Feng's one-handed sword mastery had already become a basic sword master, the mastery increasing his damage with the one-handed sword by 30% at this stage of the game. Even for powerful experts, being an advanced swordsman was impressive, receiving a 20% damage increase. The majority of the expert players in God's domain were currently stuck as intermediate swordsmen. A bronze mastery book. Feng was somewhat disappointed after he checked the mastery book's information. If it were a mysterious iron mastery book, he might be able to become an intermediate swordmaster this instant when used. A bronze mastery book could provide players with anywhere from 5 to 25 free mastery points, significantly fewer than a mysterious iron mastery book's 10 to 50 points. Basic swordmaster required 150 mastery points. Intermediate swordmaster required 200 mastery points if he were lucky with a mysterious iron mastery book. After including his previously accumulated free mastery points, he might have achieved the promotion to the intermediate swordmaster right away. At intermediate swordmaster, the mastery would increase Feng's damage with the one-handed sword by 40%. This was a significant increase to any player, not to mention Feng then used the bronze mastery book, obtaining 9 free mastery points. Adding this to what he had already accumulated, he had 177 mastery points. He was only 23 points away from the 200-point threshold. I wonder if all the remaining ghouls will drop mastery books as well? Feng could not help but get his hopes up. He then directed a Tier 3 demon to wait outside the restricted area while controlling the other Tier 3 demon to kill nearby ghouls. There were currently 3 more ghouls within 200 yards of the palace. However, Feng did not dare to lure them away casually. He was too low-leveled. A single mistake might attract the Thunder Beast guard's attention. At that time, he would certainly die. Hence, he could not take this risk. As Feng bided his time quietly, steadily decreasing the ghoul population. He had obtained 1 bronze mastery book for roughly every 50 ghouls he killed. This gave Feng a good idea to strengthen himself and his guild. At the moment, God's Domain's players did not focus over much on improving their weapon masteries. However, once players reached an adequately high level, they would discover the massive strength boost that mastery provided. As an intermediate swordmaster, Feng's damage with the one-handed sword would increase by 40%. As an advanced swordmaster, that bonus damage would increase to 50% if Feng could go one step further and upgrade his mastery to basic sword king. His bonus damage with the one-handed sword would rise to 80%. 2 or 3 additional pieces of equipment could not bridge a 30% damage gap. Hence, among the many PvP battles that occurred in God's Domain, Despite both sides being nearly equal in terms of techniques, the player with superior attributes would occasionally taste defeat. This was a result of the difference in mastery levels. If he could improve the mastery levels of the guild's upper echelons, they would have an easier time coping with the assassins of the Flower of Seven Sins. However, it would be very difficult to increase one's mastery to the Sword King standard in order to reach the Advanced Swordmaster standard. One required a total of 300 mastery points. Meanwhile, Basic Sword King required 450 mastery points, which was 3 times that of a Basic Swordmaster. As Feng grinded ghouls while waiting for the ghouls inside the restricted area to venture out, a huge commotion occurred in Starmoon City. The Secret Pavilion's guild residents had appeared in Stone Forest Town. This was the second foreign guild to establish a guild residence in the town after Ouroboros. It was common knowledge that Ouroboros had only received such treatment due to its alliance with Zero Wing. However, what about the Secret Pavilion? Were they allies too? When the various large guilds considered the possible alliance between Zero Wing and the Secret Pavilion, they began to reconsider how they treated Zero Wing. The Secret Pavilion was a massive existence in the virtual gaming world. Although it did not participate in the struggles between guilds, no one dared to underestimate the pavilion. Even super guilds tread lightly when around the pavilion. Now that the Secret Pavilion occupied Stone Forest Town, the guilds who initially aspired to obtain the town would have to reconsider their options previously. Since a first-rate guild like the Star Alliance had taken the lead, the various guilds in Starmoon Kingdom had gained some confidence in facing off with Zero Wing. However, there was a massive difference between the Star Alliance and the Secret Pavilion. Contesting over Stone Forest Town with the Secret Pavilion would be suicide. Inside the Star Alliance's guild residence. Purple, have you investigated the matter regarding the Secret Pavilion? Just what kind of relationship does Zero Wing have with the pavilion? Galaxy Past, who occupied the guild leader's throne, asked as he turned to Purple Eye. Originally, Galaxy Past had been in a merry mood as he had recently accepted a high-level rare quest. Just as he prepared to complete it, however, he had received this very distressing news. Hence, to get to the bottom of this situation, he had called for an emergency guild meeting. Aside from being one of the Star Alliance's top fighters, Purple Eye was also one of the guild's information managers. Purple Eye also possessed some special connections of her own, which allowed her to obtain information that even the Star Alliance could not get its hands on. Hence, Galaxy Past asked Purple Eye directly. According to the investigation, the Secret Pavilion is not in an alliance with Zero Wing, Purple Eye said softly. However, the pavilion seems to have conducted an internal trade with Zero Wing. As to what the two guilds have exchanged, even my sources could not uncover that. A trade? Galaxy Past frowned. Black Flame really knows how to surprise people. The Secret Pavilion does not trade with others easily. Just in case, slow down our actions against Zero Wing. From now on, we should be more careful when dealing with Zero Wing. Let Open Source Corporation deal with them. Although the Star Alliance had the OSC's financing, that did not mean the guild would sacrifice itself for the corporation. In the Stoneclaw Mountains outer region, Snow. Now that the Secret Pavilion has established a guild residence in Stone Forest Town, Galaxy Past must be pretty annoyed. Zhaoyueru could not help but smile when she read the report she had just received. It really makes you wonder just how Big Brother Black Flame managed it. He actually roped in the Secret Pavilion. As long as the pavilion intervenes, the Star Alliance will be powerless in the Stoneclaw Mountains. It is still too early to determine anything. No one knows exactly what the Secret Pavilion exchanged with Zero Wing. If the Secret Pavilion is really willing to help Zero Wing, it would have already declared Zero Wing to be its ally rather than let the situation remain uncertain. However, my guess is that the Star Alliance will not act drastically anytime soon due to its fear of the pavilion. We can use this opportunity to snatch some of the high-resource areas the Alliance currently occupies. Gentle Snow expressed her intentions after examining the report. Due to the Open Source Corporation's financing, the Star Alliance had grown significantly stronger over these past few days. They had both gained new members and improved the quality of their members' equipment. It was especially true for the consumables the guild supplied to its members. Ouroboros stood no chance against the Star Alliance. This situation allowed the Star Alliance to occupy many of the high-resource areas in the Stoneclaw Mountains outer region. This was the perfect opportunity for them to steal those high-resource areas. A group of black-cloaked players had gathered inside a bar in Stone Forest Town. These players were all very high-leveled, with the lowest among them being level 34. On Starmoon Kingdom's ranking list, they could all rank among the top 10. With their presence alone, these people had caused a chill to sweep through the bar, causing the other players around them to shiver in fear. These players shared a commonality. They all were independent players. None of them belonged to any guild. Suddenly, a young man in silver robes entered the bar, instantly breaking the silence. The group of cloaked players stood at attention at this man's arrival, watching him seriously. None of them dared to show any disrespect. Everyone, get ready. Open Source Corporation is already getting antsy. Chapter 719 Mastery Skyrockets. Ruins of the Imperial Capital. On the streets filled with wandering undead, Feng controlled the Tier 3 demon to slaughter ghouls. However, the presence of ghouls was quite rare, and after clearing several streets surrounding the palace, Feng had only obtained 4 bronze mastery books. His EXP bar, on the other hand, had risen significantly. Currently, he was at 53% of level 37. At most, he would need to grind for another day or so to reach level 38 just after Feng killed the last ghoul within the 200-yard restricted area. Golden light escaped from this ghoul's body and flew towards the sky. After the golden light dissipated, a golden beam shot into Feng's body. The sound of a system notification suddenly rang by Feng's ear system. You have liberated a bound soul and have received the blessing of the dead. For each ghoul you kill, you will increase your Thunder Beast Empire reputation by 1 point. Killing ghouls increases my reputation with the Empire? Feng suddenly understood how he could enter the palace. One could not casually approach a kingdom's or empire's palace. One first needed a certain amount of reputation. Unfortunately, neither a kingdom's nor an empire's reputation was easy to obtain. Generally, one had to complete special quests or obtain the first clear of team dungeons to gain reputation. For a kingdom or empire, these Thunder Beast guards were mechanical puppets. They would only carry out the commands they had been given. Hence, if Feng had sufficient reputation with the empire, he could walk into the palace unhindered. Meanwhile, if one wanted to enter a kingdom's palace, they needed to become a count first. As for an empire's palace, one had to become a Marquis. Becoming a Marquis required 5,000 reputation points. Normally, it would be exceedingly difficult to accumulate so much reputation. Now, however, Feng only needed to kill ghouls. With this, it would be much easier to rise to the rank of Marquis. No wonder this quest has a time limit of 10 days. Turns out that I need to kill 5,000 ghouls. Feng began to understand the quest's time limit. Ghouls were level 60 special elites. Moreover, there were also many suffering souls getting in the way. Feng would have no choice but to kill the elite monsters while hunting for ghouls. Even a level 60 ordinary expert would have to spend quite a long time killing a level 60 special elite ghoul. Each one could take anywhere from 7 to over a dozen minutes depending on the expert's strength. At that pace, even with 10 days, they would not be able to kill 5,000 ghouls. To Feng, though, this was not a problem. One level 52 tier 3 demon took less time to kill a ghoul than a 20-man team. Fortunately, Feng could control 2 tier 3 demons simultaneously, following which, Feng began sweeping through the city for ghouls. Previously, as he had to wait for the ghouls in the restricted area to wander out, Feng's range of activity had been limited. Hence, his grinding efficiency had been very low. Now that this restriction was gone, he could move from one end of a street to the other, slaughtering everything without pause. As one ghoul after another fell, Feng's reputation rose. System: you have killed a ghoul. Reputation in Thunder Beast Empire +1 system: you have killed a ghoul. Reputation in Thunder Beast Empire +1 system: you have killed a ghoul. Reputation in Thunder Beast Empire +1. After 3 hours, Feng's reputation had increased to 207 points. He gained reputation far slower than he had expected. Although he killed the special elites very quickly, there were only so many ghouls that appeared on a single street. He had to waste a lot of time moving from one ghoul to another, which significantly reduced his efficiency. At this rate, I will only complete this part of the quest if I grind non-stop for 2 days. The remaining time should be enough to lift the curse on the city and complete the quest. Just as Feng was lost in thought, he heard a warning from the system. This warning was a notification telling him that someone was calling from the real world. Normally, the game would only warn players when communication with the outside world had been severed. and players were unable to accept real-world calls from inside God's domain. Did something happen? Feng didn't think too much about it as he immediately swiped his fingers, calling up the system interface and clicking the Logout button previously. He had told Fire Dance and the others that he was working on a quest in a special area and that contact with the outside world was unavailable. Hence, they would not call him unless it was urgent. It was 3 a.m. in the real world. Normal people would not call at this time of night for Blackie and the others to contact him in the dead of night. The only possibility was that something had happened to Zero-Wing. Darkness surrounded Feng as he stepped out of his virtual gaming cabin. The ringing from the quantum watch Feng wore on his wrist echoed throughout the silent bedroom. Taking a look at the watch's display, Feng discovered that it was Blackie. What's so urgent? Has something happened in God's domain? Feng asked after answering the call. Brother Feng, the Stoneclaw Mountains. Something has happened, Blackie said in a panic after the call connected. Of the 300 members in the Dark Gods Legion, nearly all of them have been wiped out. Only a dozen or so managed to return to Stone Forest Town. Impossible! Feng was dumbfounded. Could it be the Star Alliance? That shouldn't be possible. Although the Dark Gods Legion only had 300 members, their equipment was first class. Their combat techniques were also top-notch. Furthermore, the Dark Gods Legion had a berserk skill like the power of darkness. Even if the Star Alliance sent out its best fighters, they could never annihilate the Legion initially. I wondered the same thing. However, based on what the survivors told us, the people who attacked them did not seem like members of the Star Alliance. They weren't red names either. They were a group of independent players. The instant they appeared, they killed off a few dozen members of the Legion. Even after everyone activated the power of darkness, they couldn't hold their ground against those independent players. Some of the more powerful players even killed Legion members in just a few moves. Before they could even react, they were dead. The news had also shocked Blackie. Hence, he had contacted Feng immediately. Aside from Zero-Wing's main force, the Dark Gods Legion was the most powerful team in Zero-Wing. Even throughout Starmoon Kingdom, the Legion ranked at the very top in terms of combat power. The Legion also had the power of darkness, yet they had been massacred. News of this incident had already spread throughout Starmoon Kingdom. If they did not deal with this matter properly, Zero-Wing's reputation would plunge to the darkest pits of the Abyss. A group of independent experts with top-tier equipment and skills? Could it be the Flower of Seven Sins? Of all of Feng's possible enemies, only the Flower of Seven Sins was capable of such a feat. However, wasn't the organization's target Zero-Wing's main force and upper echelon? Hearing Feng suggest that it was the Flower of Seven Sins doing, Blackie was momentarily stunned. Blackie agreed with Feng's deduction. Only, he never imagined that the Flower of Seven Sins would be so powerful initially. He had doubted that any power could easily defeat Zero-Wing's Dark Gods Legion. Even if the Flower of Seven Sins took action, the organization would have to expend a lot of effort to take the Legion down. In the end, however, he had been sorely mistaken if the Dark Gods Legion had already suffered such a fate. Zero-Wing's main force was in trouble. Brother Feng, what should we do? Blackie asked, panicking. Chapter 720 Marquis. Feng fell silent at Blackie's question. He had never expected the Flower of Seven Sins to take action so quickly. Not only had the organization made its move several days earlier than estimated, but their targets had also not been Zero-Wing's main force or upper echelons. The loss of EXP from the Dark Gods Legion's annihilation was a small matter. However, it would not be easy to recover the lost equipment. Blackie, tell Aqua and the others that they are already being targeted immediately and try to stay within city limits as much as possible. Have them focus on improving their techniques in the Divine Colosseum. We'll deal with the Flower of Seven Sins once I return, Feng said after giving it some thought. The best decision right now would be to have Aqua Rose and the others avoid the Executioner's Blade. With so many refinement experts, Aqua Rose and the others would have no chance of victory in their current state. Right, also have Melancholic gather some materials for me. I'll need them once I return. In God's domain, with players' current strength, it was impossible to commit murder in the cities or Stone Forest Town and get away with it. Although the Flower of Seven Sins was powerful, They would throw away their lives and suffer in jail for a time if they killed another player within a city. The Flower of Seven Sins would most likely avoid such a raw deal. If they wanted to deal with the Flower of Seven Sins, their best option was to wait for his return and set up a trap for the organization's assassins. Only then would they have a chance of victory. Anything else would just add bodies to the growing mound of corpses. I understand. Blackie nodded solemnly. Although he was frustrated, this was all he could do right now. After the call ended, Feng busied himself, refilling the gaming cabin's nutrient solution. He needed to give it his all and complete this epic quest of his as soon as possible. Now that he was halfway through the quest, he could not turn back to seek for help. The penalty for failing an epic quest was no laughing matter. I am taking too much time to kill the ghouls. I need to work faster. After Feng logged into the game, he opened the Imperial capital's map and searched for the location with the highest density of monsters. Although the area around the palace is crowded, it's not the most populated area. Generally, the trade area has the most NPCs. After deciding on a destination, Feng activated Wind Rider, leading his 2 Tier 3 demons as he charged towards the Thunder Beast Empire's commercial district. At the same time, something was happening in Starmoon Kingdom. The news about the near annihilation of Zero Wing's Dark Gods Legion had already appeared on Starmoon Kingdom's forums, and many players chatted about this latest drama. Aren't there a ton of experts in Zero Wing's Dark Gods Legion? How did they get wiped out? I heard they were done in by a group of independent players. I used to think that Zero Wing was very powerful. It seems that they only amount to this much. Indeed, others keep saying how powerful Zero Wing is and how the guild has so many experts. In the end, a group of independent players slaughtered them. As expected, everything was just a bunch of rumors. As news about Zero Wing's defeat spread, the guild's reputation began to sink. As a result, many players who had intended to join Zero Wing began to hesitate. Meanwhile, in Stone Forest Town, many guilds had begun to move covertly when they heard this news. They were all preparing to deal with Zero Wing. Ha ha ha! Open Source Corporation is truly formidable. They managed to annihilate Zero Wing's Dark Gods Legion so quickly. This should be a major blow to the guild. Galaxy Past could not help but laugh when he received the news. Purple, do you know who did it? The Flower of Seven Sins. Purple, I said with a serious expression. As an expert who had been nurtured by a super guild, Purple, I knew quite a bit about the terror of the Flower of Seven Sins. Although she was quite happy that the Flower of Seven Sins targeted Zero Wing, she could not help her fear upon seeing the organization's frightening power. On the off chance that a major power hired the organization to target the Star Alliance, they would not laugh. It's no wonder they wiped out the Dark Gods Legion. It seems that OSC really went all out this time. Galaxy Past similarly shivered when he heard the name of the Flower of Seven Sins, his joy vanishing. Since the Flower of Seven Sins has begun to strike, we won't have anything to worry about. Notify Red Feather and the others, both inside and outside of the Stoneclaw Mountains. Tell them to kill every Zero Wing member they meet. Previously, the Star Alliance had been afraid of an ambush by Zero Wing's top fighters. Hence, the guild had dispatched mostly elite members to the Stoneclaw Mountains, with only a few experts to tag along. Now that they had the support of the Flower of Seven Sins, however, things had changed. In terms of top combatants, the Flower of Seven Sins possessed an overwhelming advantage. Now, rather than fear Zero Wing's experts, their experts could strike. That way, the Flower of Seven Sins could obliterate all of them in one go, burning Zero Wing's prestige to the ground. I'll get it done. Purple, I left to put the plan into action. As the Star Alliance's experts began to move, Zero Wing, which had dominated the Stoneclaw Mountains, was suddenly at a disadvantage in the regional dungeon. Its members having to take precautions. Vice Leader Aqua, many guild members have begun complaining about our inaction. If you keep having us train in the Divine Colosseum and ignore the situation in the Stoneclaw Mountains, I'm afraid that morale will start to fall. Vice Leader, why don't you let us deal with those bastards from the Star Alliance? The Dark Gods Legion will put fear into their hearts, and the Alliance won't dare set foot in the Stoneclaw Mountains ever again. Many of Zero Wing's core members were annoyed with the Star Alliance's actions, eager to participate in the battles in the Stoneclaw Mountains. Rejected. I understand your sentiments, and I feel the same, but we will only fall into the Star Alliance's trap by doing so. Guild leader has already ordered us to put everything aside until his return, Aqua Rose said, shaking her head. As for the Stoneclaw Mountains, everyone should just go elsewhere to level up for now. Previously, roughly a dozen of the guild members had attacked without authorization in the hopes of teaching the Star Alliance a lesson. In the end, they died before they had even arrived at the transfer gate to the Stoneclaw Mountains. The dozen or so main force members had been defenseless. Moreover, the enemy even had fighters at the time. Launching a counterattack right now would be the equivalent of gifting their equipment to their enemies. For now, they could only give up on the resources in the Stoneclaw Mountains. Meanwhile, inside the ruins of the Imperial capital, after luring and killing monsters in the trade area for more than a day, Feng finally managed to kill 5,000 ghouls, reaching level 38 and becoming a Marquis of the Thunder Beast Empire. However, Feng was more excited about the mastery books he had obtained. Although the drop rate in the trade area was much lower, the 5,000 ghouls Feng killed had yielded him a total of 31 bronze mastery books. After killing 5,000 ghouls, Feng had killed practically every ghoul in the trade area. The ghouls in the Imperial capital were different from the monsters in the outside world. They did not respawn after they died, so there would be one ghoul less with each kill. Hence, no one else would ever grind here for mastery books again. With so many mastery books, I wonder just how many mastery points I'll obtain. Hopefully my luck won't be too bad. Feng then took out a mastery book from his bag and clicked to use it. Chapter 721 Promotion to Sword King. After Feng clicked Use, the mastery book transformed into a silver light and vanished. A half-transparent prize will then appear before him. A bronze mastery book offered a player anywhere from 5 to 25 free mastery points. A player's luck attribute had no effect whatsoever on this type of prize wheel. The needle of the prize wheel would only stop spinning when the player shouted, "Stop." However, the prize wheel was not divided into equal sections. The higher the number of free mastery points a section provided, the smaller its area was on the wheel. For example, the 5-point section occupied 25% of the wheel. It was easy to land on. Meanwhile, the 25-point section occupied less than 1% of the wheel. As for relying on one's eyesight for a better outcome, it was simply impossible. The naked eye could not keep up with the spinning needle. There was no way to determine when one should stop the needle. After Feng yelled, "Stop!" the needle slowed. The needle stopped at the 6-point section. Sure enough, it won't be easy to land on a high-point section. Fortunately, I have 35 mastery books with me. I should gain enough points to become an advanced swordmaster. Feng could not help but laugh bitterly as he looked at the number he had obtained. He needed 200 mastery points to reach the intermediate swordmaster standard, and 300 points to reach the advanced swordmaster standard. Currently, he had 177 mastery points. With the addition of the 6 points he had just obtained, he would have 183 points in total. Even if he got 5 points from every bronze mastery book, he would gain at least 170 mastery points. He wouldn't have any issues gaining the promotion to an advanced swordmaster. His damage with the one-handed sword would increase by 50%. His strength would also rise significantly, following which, Feng began plowing through the mastery books. Mastery +5. Mastery +7. Mastery +5. Mastery +9. Not a single roll he made exceeded 10 points. The bronze mastery books the ghouls had dropped were extraordinarily fraudulent. However, after using 14 bronze mastery books, Feng managed to increase his one-handed sword mastery to 300 points. I still have 20 books left, and I'm just 150 points away from 450 mastery points. Let's try for Sword King. Feng had intended to leave a few mastery books for Fire Dance and the others. However, if he could upgrade his one-handed sword mastery to basic Sword King, the lethality of his attacks would be no laughing matter. If he went up against a top-tier MT, he would need roughly 7 basic attacks as an advanced swordmaster to end the battle. If he became a basic Sword King, he would only need 5 hits. This was not including skills. In other words, if he upgraded his one-handed sword mastery to the basic Sword King standard, it would be the equivalent of permanently activating a minor berserk skill with an indefinite duration. In PvP battles, this improvement could allow him to challenge opponents of a higher tier. Currently, Feng was only at the flowing water realm. The equipment of top-tier experts in God's domain continuously improved. On the other hand, his equipment had long since reached the peak. it would be extremely difficult to improve his equipment for a while. Hence, his advantage of attributes decreased as time went on in a battle of basic attacks. Feng estimated himself to be only slightly stronger than a Void Realm expert wearing top-tier equipment and at his level. If he wanted to kill a Void Realm expert, it would take him a relatively long time against so many experts from the Flower of Seven Sins in a group battle. The longer the Void Realm expert pinned him down, the greater the danger he would be in. However, if he could become a basic Sword King, killing a Void Realm expert would become much easier. Hence, it was imperative for Feng to become a basic Sword King. Feng then continued using the Bronze Mastery books: 1 book, 2 books, 3 books. 1 Bronze Mastery book after another vanished from Feng's hands. Mastery plus 6. Mastery plus 8. Mastery plus 5. Mastery plus 9. 8 more points. Feng looked at the indicator displayed beside his one-handed sword mastery. Picking up the last mastery book, he clicked Use. As the needle began spinning, Feng inhaled deeply before shouting, "Stop!" If he could not obtain 8 points, then he needed to go elsewhere to search for more ghouls. The trade area housed the highest ghoul population. Other places had fewer ghouls. If he wished to obtain another mastery book, he would have to kill at least 100 ghouls. He would have to waste another 2 or 3 hours. Immediately, the needle began to slow, passing through the double-digit sections and the 5-point section. The needle continued through the 6-point section. In the end, the needle gradually came to a halt at the 9-point section system. You have obtained 9 free mastery points without hesitation. Feng placed all 9 points into his one-handed sword mastery, boosting the mastery to 451-point system. Congratulations! Your one-handed sword mastery has reached 451 points. For becoming the first player to upgrade your one-handed sword mastery to the basic Sword King, you will be rewarded with the title of Swordsmanship Master. Feng examined the Swordsmanship Master title. Swordsmanship Master. When using sword-type weapons, attack speed increased by 20%. When attacked by sword-type weapons, evasion plus 20, you may only use one title at a time. Effects will not stack with other titles. Increase attack speed by 20%. Such a powerful title. Feng was shocked. In God's domain, very few weapons and equipment increased a player's attack speed. Every item that did was precious. This was the first time Feng had seen a title capable of increasing a player's attack speed by 20%. In the past, the highest amount he had heard of was 15%. I had been unsure about going up against that Void Realm expert from the Flower of Seven Sins. Now that I have my one-handed sword mastery at the basic Sword King level and the Swordsmanship Master title, I should be able to end the battle quickly. Feng could not suppress his grin as he looked at the Swordsmanship Master title. Feng wished he could return to White River City immediately. However, he was only halfway done with his quest. It's about time I pay the palace a visit. Feng immediately switched his title to Thunder Beast Marquis. He then activated Wind Rider and flew towards the palace with his rank as a Marquis. None of the Thunder Beast guards on either side of the palace's main gate moved to stop Feng. The Grand Lords simply allowed Feng to enter the palace. However, the guards instantly killed the Tier 3 demon Feng had summoned. It frustrated Feng slightly. As soon as he passed through the palace gates, Feng was greeted by the sight of numerous mechanical guards patrolling the spacious hall. Thunder Beast Patrol. Great Lord. Level 200. HP? Although these Thunder Beast patrols were not as strong as the Thunder Beast guards, they were far more of them. Each squad had 20 Thunder Beast patrols. Against such a force, even a level 200 Tier 4 player would have to tuck tail and run. If I had really tried to barge my way in, this would have been my grave. As Feng watched the Thunder Beast patrols, he recalled the rumors of so many Tier 4 players dying here. These Thunder Beast patrols merely glanced at Feng before continuing with their duty. Feng moved through the palace unhindered due to the Thunder Beast patrols. Not a single monster was present in the palace. Feng easily reached the palace's heart. The Thunder Beast Courtyard. The map indicated that the Thunder Beast Courtyard was where Thunder Emperor Kaiser lived. Hence, Feng had made his way there. Such intense mana. The density here is almost triple that of the outside world. Before Feng even entered the Thunder Beast Courtyard, he could feel his mind clearing. This was a phenomenon that would only occur when the mana reached a certain density. It seems that I was right to come here. Chapter 722, Demigod. A curse that could plague the Imperial capital would require an immense amount of mana to sustain, hence. Places with high mana density had a higher likelihood of holding the curse's source. Feng entered the Thunder Beast courtyard. At this point, the once splendid courtyard had become a dilapidated ruin. Meanwhile, a five-fold magic array enveloped something in the courtyard's center. Feng could faintly see a bottomless pit in the center of the courtyard. This pit released a continuous stream of mana. However, unlike the mana Feng usually saw, this felt violent and cold. Just looking at sent chills down his back. Feng could not imagine what would happen if someone stayed near this mana for too long. If not for the five-fold magic array before him suppressing the mana, Feng did not doubt for a second that this mana would surge and flood the Imperial capital in the blink of an eye. Could Emperor Kaiser have attempted to open the Endless Abyss? Feng suddenly recalled the Endless Abyss when he felt this cold, violent mana. The Endless Abyss had a vile environment, yet its mana density was astounding. With the combination of these two aspects, it birthed many horrifying monsters. There were some monsters that even gods feared. Hence, the gods had sealed the Endless Abyss. These frightening monsters wanted to claim God's domain as their own. Hence, the war between the human race and the Endless Abyss had never ceased. Rumors had it that Emperor Kaiser had reached the pinnacle of Tier 5 and was only a thread away from becoming a Tier 6 god. Feng could empathize with Emperor Kaiser. Although there was only a difference of one tier between Tier 5 and Tier 6, the power gap was like the difference between heaven and earth. One side was doomed to be devoured by the river of time, while the other was free of any bindings to an emperor. Nothing was more tempting than eternal life. Hence, there was nothing surprising about Emperor Kaiser trying to open a path to the Endless Abyss in search of a breakthrough. As Feng approached the bottomless abyss and was about to take a closer look at it, a chilling aura bound him, preventing him from moving. Who are you? Why have you come here? A cold voice dripping with power echoed from the bottomless pit. The voice was void of any emotion. I am an adventurer. A great mage called Carrion Walker sent me here to lift the curse on the Imperial capital, saving the suffering people within the city. Feng said slowly and truthfully, showing no resistance towards the person questioning him. Carrion Walker? The voice said with a hint of surprise. I never imagined that little fellow would escape the capital with his life. He really is impressive. If I had not been swayed by my own feelings and my wish to improve myself, such a terrible disaster would never have occurred. Could you be the Thunder Emperor Kaiser? Feng could not help his shock when he heard the disembodied words, Thunder Emperor Kaiser. I wonder how many years it has been since I last heard that name? That's right. I am Kaiser. However, Kaiser sighed and said, It is unfortunate, but you have wasted your time by coming here. It is impossible to lift the curse on the city. You are simply too weak right now, and you cannot help me seal this abyss. May I know how to seal it? Feng probed, refusing to give up. If he gave up on the quest, only death awaited him. To seal this abyss, someone needs to suppress the mana temporarily. That way, I can form a new magic array to close off the Endless Abyss. Although Feng knew that he was not nearly strong enough, he gritted his teeth and asked, May I know how powerful I need to be to suppress this mana temporarily? You must be a demigod, Kaiser said straightforwardly. When Feng heard the word demigod, he was confused. In God's domain, Tier 5 classes were considered saints, whereas Tier 6 classes were considered gods. What was a demigod? This was the first time Feng had heard this term in God's domain. It should be known that even if players at the very peak of Tier 5 or Tier 5 NPCs that could rival Tier 6 gods, nobody had ever been referred to as a demigod. You are too weak, so it is expected that you do not know about demigods. As if he understood Feng's doubts, Kaiser began explaining. The difficulty of crossing the threshold of Tier 5 and becoming a Tier 6 god is much greater than you imagine. Not only must you undergo a transition in your life orders, but you must also possess the immortal brilliance. A demigod has only reached Tier 6 in their life order but does not possess a brilliant will. Hence, they are limited as demigods. Transition? Brilliant will? Is this the requirement to become a Tier 6 class? This was the first time Feng had heard details about becoming a Tier 6 classes. Although he had played God's domain for over a decade, he had never reached Tier 5. He had no authority to speak on Tier 6. Moreover, all information regarding Tier 6 classes were top secret. A second-rate guild had no access, however. Once Feng understood what a demigod was, despair filled his heart. Not only must he be a Tier 5 class, but his life order must also be at Tier 6. There was no such player in God's domain right now. As for the NPCs, one could probably count them on one hand. He could not simply meet with one because he wanted to, not to mention getting their help. Are there no other methods? Feng asked anxiously after a short pause. Kaiser replied, none. Unless you have the 7 treasures, you will need the strength of a demigod to suppress this mana. However, the 7 treasures have been lost for hundreds of years. Locating them would be far more difficult than finding a demigod. Feng knew of the 7 treasures. In fact, he had a quest to search for them. He even had the golden stigmata to assist him in locating the 7 treasures. However, he had yet to find even one of the 7 treasures, either the strength of a demigod or a tool that can suppress the mana. Feng racked his mind for any relevant information when considering NPCs that might be demigods. Feng could think of a few candidates, one of which was Faust, whom he had met in Star River Valley. Faust had once managed to seal a Tier 5 Great Demon King. He had also survived an exchange with a god. He was a mythical character who had lived for over 300 years. Another candidate would be the City Lord of Blackwing City. Even kingdoms and empires feared the City Lord. He was not an ordinary Tier 5 NPC. There was also Hell's Gatekeeper, Christie. That NPC guarded the most dangerous God Mode regional dungeon throughout God's domain. The final boss of the God Mode regional dungeon was a Tier 6 god. One could just imagine how powerful Christie was. The NPC was not a simple Tier 5 class either. However, none of these NPCs were easy to contact. Aside from these human NPCs, Feng had also encountered several monsters with the strength of a demigod. The fallen angel Serena fallen angel's life order was very high. They were only inferior to gods. At Tier 5, they should be as powerful as a demigod, right? How could I forget? Demons are on the same level as fallen angels. Feng suddenly remembered the Bible of Darkness. He possessed the original version of the summoning book. Even though it was only a fragment, it could still summon a Tier 5 Great Demon King. A Great Demon King was much stronger than a Tier 5 human. The only problem was that he wasn't strong enough to summon a Great Demon King. Maybe Kaiser could. Chapter 723 Power of the Bible of Darkness. The Bible of Darkness was a treasure created by the Lord of Destruction. It possessed the power to rule over all demons, allowing one to become the Lord of Demons since ancient times. Abyssal demons were one of the top races in the Endless Abyss and were one of the human race's greatest enemies. Even Tier 6 demons wandered in the Endless Abyss, not to mention Tier 5 demons through the power of spacetime. The Bible of Darkness could summon a demon from the Endless Abyss. However, the Bible of Darkness had already been destroyed, so it could not exert its true power. Summoning a Tier 5 Great Demon King was its limit. Your Imperial Majesty, may I know if this will be of some help? Feng took out the thick, heavy Bible of Darkness. The dense power of darkness that radiated off the Bible was more than enough to instill fear. NPCs that were not quest-related could not steal items from players. Hence, Feng was not worried about Kaiser snatching the Bible of Darkness. Although NPCs could not steal a player's items, they could use them. However, Feng was not sure if Kaiser could use the Bible of Darkness, as he was now the Bible of Darkness. Kaiser recognized the thick book immediately, shock appearing on his face. I had never expected a little guy like you to have such a treasure. It's unfortunate that the Bible has been destroyed and cannot exert its true power. Otherwise, with this book's original strength, it could seal the passage to the Endless Abyss easily. Feng was stunned. The passage to the Endless Abyss could not be opened and closed as one wished. Otherwise, the War God Temple would not have tried so hard to search for the 7 treasures to suppress the passage between the 2 worlds. However, listening to Kaiser, the Bible of Darkness actually possessed the power to open and close the passage. In other words, the completed form of the Bible of Darkness was as powerful as the 7 treasures. Although the Bible of Darkness has been damaged, it could be of some help, Kaiser said. In the next moment, the Bible of Darkness flew out of Feng's hand and fell into the bottomless pit. Little guy, back away. At Kaiser's warning, Feng did not dare remain where he stood. Immediately, he turned and ran out of the Thunder Beast courtyard. The pressure exuded by a demigod-level existence was no laughing matter. Previously, Kaiser had used his aura to bind and render Feng immobile. If a demigod like Kaiser flicked his finger, Feng would likely turn to dust after Feng fled the Thunder Beast courtyard. The mana density began to rise rapidly. In the next moment, a massive pair of gates made of bone appeared above the courtyard. Compared to the demon gates that appeared when Feng summoned Tier 3 demons, this demon gate was colossal. The demon gate loomed like a mountain, and the pressure it radiated warped the courtyard's atmosphere. This is the demon gate a demigod can summon? Feng finally realized how terrifyingly powerful the Bible of Darkness was after seeing the towering demon gate. It was no wonder why so many NPCs in God's domain were so keen to obtain it. The power he could currently exert with the Bible was just the tip of the iceberg. If the wielder could summon an army of demons during battle, who could stand against them? It was uncertain whether a Tier 5 player could even defeat a Tier 5 Great Demon King, not to mention a group of them. Moreover, said player would also have to face the Summoner, who was also a Tier 5 class. This alone allowed the Bible's wielder to defeat Tier 5 classes. If the Bible were complete, even at Tier 5, one could challenge Tier 6 God rank players and Tier 6 gods. As the gates slowly opened, a one-horned demon that was over 30 meters tall emerged. The demon's body was pitch black, and it wielded a sword covered in emerald fire. Feng felt his breath catch in his throat as the demon's dark eyes swept over him. Feng tried to appraise this one-horned demon's statistics. However, all he found was unknown. Since the demon's information was hidden from normal observation, he would have to move closer to use omniscient eyes. Despicable human. You have the gall to summon me, the great demon king Andos. Prepare to die. Andrus bellowed, glaring at the bottomless pit. The fire devouring his massive sword suddenly blossomed into a raging inferno. One swing was all it would take to destroy the Thunder Beast courtyard. So powerful. This is definitely the most powerful Tier 5 monster I have ever seen. Feng was shocked as he watched the Great Demon King. Despite standing so far away from the Demon King, its aura left him unable to move. This strength was so close to that of a true god. Of course, it was also possible that Serena, the Tier 5 fallen angel he had encountered before, had not displayed her true strength. Just as the emerald fire was about to descend, countless blue chains suddenly shot out of the bottomless pit, binding Andrus and his emerald fire. Andrus, don't try to resist. I have the Bible of Darkness. Even if you are as strong as I am, under the power of the Bible you cannot strike against me. The Thunder Emperor threatened the demon in a low growl. Andrus moaned painfully. You demons are born with a higher life order than humans. However, there are also constraints on your power. If you submit now, I can allow you to retain your will. Otherwise, I will turn you into a puppet. I submit. In the end, the great demon king Andrus agreed reluctantly. Demons originated from the Bible of Darkness. They were born without the ability to resist the Bible. Although the Bible had been damaged, it contained enough power to compel a great demon king. Currently, only Tier 6 demon gods had the power to resist the Bible's restriction. Suppress the mana from the abyss for me, Kaiser ordered, not wasting any time with nonsense. Having no other choice, Andrus controlled his endless emerald fire to seal the bottomless pit. Suddenly, the mana from the abyss was contained. The Thunder Emperor Kaiser then flew out of the pit. Feng could finally see the true Thunder Emperor Kaiser. The Emperor wore a suit of golden armor with a set of white robes. Electric arcs were faintly visible as they surrounded Kaiser. Two sacred swords hung from the Emperor's waist, one red and one blue. His smooth golden hair and young face left one speechless. Female players would consider this man to be a god of male beauty. Kaiser, Thunder Emperor. Human, Sword Saint. Level? HP? / After Kaiser emerged from the pit, he unsheathed his two sacred swords. As the blades left their scabbards, the surrounding space froze. It was as if the connections between the space around the swords and the outside world had been severed. What are those weapons? They can freeze the world around them. Feng's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets when he saw those sacred swords. Could one of them be one of the 5 fragments I am looking for? Just as Feng fantasized about the weapons, Kaiser used the twin swords to draw divine runes in the air before him. Divine runes of the highest quality formed. Line after line. A short moment later, the Emperor had drawn over 100 lines of runes. The spell Kaiser was casting was far more complex than any Tier 5 spell Feng had seen before. Seal. God banishing domain. With a shout, Kaiser brandished his 2 swords. A golden, 6-fold magic array appeared above the palace. This magic array wrapped around the palace, sucking in the mana of the abyss like a hungry beast. This was the first time in his life Feng had seen anything so magnificent. Chapter 724 Sacred Sword Killing Ray. The god-banishing domain very quickly spread beyond the palace as mist began to gather above the Thunder Beast courtyard, the foggy Imperial capital gradually clearing. After a dozen or so minutes, the mist covering the Thunder Beast Imperial capital had disappeared. As the fog faded, the power of the curse that plagued the Imperial capital began to weaken. The ghouls and suffering souls wandering about the streets had started to die. Meanwhile, the humans, who had been petrified for hundreds of years now, recovered from their stone-like state system. Epic Quest Empires passed, completed quest reward, 50 million EXP to ordinary players. 50 million EXP might be a lot, but to Feng, who needed double the EXP to level up, he needed several hundreds of millions of EXP to reach the next level. Hence, the effect 50 million EXP had was limited. IVE finally finished this quest. Feng sighed in relief when he heard the system notification. All he had left was collecting his reward from Carrion Walker. Epic quests not only offered bountiful rewards, but they also had severe penalties for failing. Although Feng did not know how the petrification curse would affect him, in the event that he failed the epic quest, there was no escaping the loss of some levels and attributes. After Kaiser finished sealing the passage to the Endless Abyss, he sent the great demon king Andrus back as well. Meanwhile, Kaiser stood quietly alone beside the bottomless pit adventurer. Here is your Bible of Darkness. In the blink of an eye, Kaiser appeared before Feng and passed the Bible of Darkness back to him carefully. Thank you for helping me. Without your help, the curse would still have its grip on the capital's citizens. I don't have much to give you as thanks, so here, I will give you this sword that I had used during my younger days. Saying so, Kaiser took out an immaculate long sword and handed it to Feng. Initially, Feng had dreamed of receiving one of the sacred swords that hung from Kaiser's waist. This was the first time Feng had ever seen a weapon that could freeze the space around it. However, the long sword the Thunder Emperor offered him was also extraordinary. The hilt was snow-white, while the blade was an emerald green. Divine, golden runes were etched on the emerald blade. Overall, the sword looked as if it were made of clear gemstone. One could also see blue arcs of electricity appear around the sword. When Feng placed his hand around the hilt, a cold sensation seeped into him from the sword. Suddenly, he felt his mind clear. When he moved the sword, he could feel space flow away from the blade. With a gentle swing, the emerald long sword transformed into a streak of lightning, moving instantly from one side to the other. I sent this sword a little too impressive. Feng stared at the emerald long sword in disbelief. He could feel a higher compatibility rate with this sword than what he had with the abyssal blade. His speed with the sword, however, was what shocked him the most. Even when he achieved maximum speed with the abyssal blade, the magic weapon was still significantly slower than this sword. It was as if this sword could enhance his speed. He happened to come across the sacred sword while exploring an ancient ruin. The sword's name is Killing Ray. I ask that you cherish it, Kaiser said. The Thunder Emperor could not help but reminisce about his youth when he looked at the emerald long sword. His Thunder Emperor title was largely due to this sacred sword. Killing Ray. When Feng heard of the sword's name, he immediately grew ecstatic. Killing Ray was one of the 36 famed swords in God's domain, and it was one of the fragments of Solomon's sword that he was searching for. Killing Ray was different from the abyssal blade. The abyssal blade was a magic weapon, but Killing Ray was not. No matter how often he used it, he would never have to fear a curse or backlash. Immediately, Feng called up the attribute panel for the sacred sword. Killing Ray, one-handed sword, sacred sword, epic rank, level 30, level 120. Equipment requirement: strength 700. Attributes adjust to user's level. Attack power plus 760, level 30. Strength plus 70, Agility plus 64, Endurance plus 55. Strength increased by 10%, Agility increased by 10%. Attack speed plus 20. Attack speed increased by 10%, ignore 20% of the target's defense. All sword skills plus 2 levels. Ignore levels plus 20. All item level requirements reduced by 5 levels. Attacks have a 40% chance to trigger lightning, setting the initial attack speed as 50% of total attack speed and increasing damage by 240%. Additional skill 1 dash. Summon lightning. Summons lightning to deal 400% lightning damage to enemies within a range of 15 yards and inflict the numb effect for 5 seconds. Afterward, attack range increased by 20 yards for 30 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. Additional skill 2 dash. Thunder God's Descent. Become immune to all control skills. Movement speed and attack speed increased by 150%. Damage increased by 50%. And all damage received decreased by 50% for 30 seconds. Cooldown 1 hour. This sacred sword had been forged by the godsmith Arnold using a fragment from a mysterious sword. Killing Ray is one of the 36 famed swords of God's domain, ranking 20th. It was once used by the Thunder Emperor Kaiser. This weapon allows the user to move with the speed of lightning. When fighting darkness-type creatures, damage increases by 100%. Can be evolved. Cannot be destroyed. Such powerful attributes. Feng was stunned speechless as he examined Killing Ray's attributes. No wonder it ranks 20th among the 36 famed swords. Sure enough, it is even stronger than the Abyssal Blade. Regarding attack power or basic attributes, Killing Ray was much stronger than the epic weapon Petrified Thorn he had previously obtained. However, the sacred sword's attributes were not its most amazing aspect, nor was it the fact that it could not be destroyed and thus did not possess a durability limit or require repairs, nor the 100% damage increase towards darkness-type creatures to players who love to PvP. Its speed was the Killing Ray's most impressive feature. The passive skill Lightning allowed one's initial attack speed to start at 50% rather than 0. This meant that while attacking, players would not take as long to accelerate to a maximum speed. A player's sword draw would be much faster than normal, following which, Feng immediately traded the Purgatory Shadow for Killing Ray to Feng. The requirement of 700 strength was nothing considerable. He had fully inlaid Tier 3 strength-type gemstones into his equipment. His strength attribute had long since exceeded the 700-point threshold instantly. Feng's overall attributes increased by a sizable chunk. Feng was currently level 38. Hence, the level of Killing Ray adjusted to match his level. The level 30 Killing Ray had offered 760 attack power. Now, that jumped to 1002. This allowed Feng's basic attack power to rise by several hundred points before equipping Killing Ray. With Feng's one-handed sword mastery at the basic Sword King standard, he would have needed 5 normal attacks to defeat an MT of the same level. Now, he would only need 4 hits. If he triggered consecutive critical hits, he could end the battle in 2 hits. So much strength. Feng could not suppress his shock after wrapping his hand around Killing Ray's hilt with this strength. He was even more peerless with the magic weapon, Abyssal Blade, in one hand, and the sacred sword, Killing Ray, in the other. Feng felt like he could even rival a strength-type chieftain of the same level. He also had a passive skill like lightning even against a Void Realm expert, unless said expert was also astonishingly fast. Feng was confident of ending the battle in just a few moves. Chapter 725, Intermediate Magic Array. After completing the epic quest and obtaining the sacred sword, Killing Ray, Feng returned through the transfer passage to the Dragon's Maw's lowest underground floor. After leaving the special map, Feng used the activatable skill of the Aura of Space movement, to appear before Carrion Walker. Upon returning to Carrion Walker and the other NPCs, Feng noticed that these NPCs had grown significantly older, although the petrification had allowed them to live for hundreds of years. Once the curse lifted, time had begun to erode their bodies, causing them to age rapidly. At the end of the day, they were mortals, not gods. They could never break free from the shackles of time. If Feng had not hurried back so quickly, Carrion Walker and the others would have passed away. Young adventurer, thank you. I can already feel the curse in my body vanishing. With this, we can leave this world without regret. Carrion Walker looked at Feng and bowed deeply. He then took out a golden book and passed it on to Feng, saying, "This is our Thunder Beast Empire's prided magic array, the 9-star polar domain. Hopefully it will be of help to you someday." Feng accepted the immensely heavy magic array illustration. Excitement appearing on his face. Magic array illustrations were extremely rare in God's domain. The various kingdoms and empires were extremely secretive about magic arrays, each conducting their own research in the field. Naturally, any results were kept secret. Normally, when ordinary people used magic arrays, they relied on magic scrolls. The same was true for players. Meanwhile, these magic scrolls that were created from magic array illustrations, there were various types of magic arrays such as enhancement, suppression, and binding. Regardless of the type of magic array, they were all exceedingly rare. Normally, players could only obtain magic array scrolls through quests or treasure chests. Although the Stoneclaw Mountains had introduced players to the barrier crystal balls, they were not very convenient. They took a long time to activate. Moreover, the barrier crystal balls were not nearly as strong as the magic scrolls. Their capabilities were also limited. They were unlike magic scrolls, which could be activated swiftly with little to no restriction. Hence, magic array illustrations were rare and precious. If players wanted to research their own magic arrays, they would require a massive amount of time, energy, and resources. It was already exceedingly difficult for an ordinary large guild to obtain a magic array illustration, not to mention researching one from scratch. Now that he had obtained a magic array illustration, how could Feng contain his excitement? With the magic array illustration, Zero Wing could produce magic array scrolls without limit at the cost of a few materials. Feng could not help but click on the magic array illustration in his hand, eager to see what kind of magic array he had obtained. Why is it an intermediate magic array? Feng was shocked when he saw its statistics. Magic arrays were also organized into several ranks: basic, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, craftsman. Currently, the majority of the magic arrays players encountered were basic magic arrays. However, even basic magic arrays could be immensely helpful in various ways, such as suppressing monsters that were of Grand Lord rank or below. Magic arrays above basic rank were extremely rare. This was because intermediate magic arrays were capable of suppressing monsters of mythic rank, and below the final bosses of the current 100-man Hell Mode team dungeons were merely Grand Lords. With an intermediate magic array, players could easily suppress such a boss, reducing the dungeon's difficulty tremendously. However, what excited Feng the most was that the intermediate magic array Carrion Walker had given him was a top-tier suppression-type magic array. 9-star polar domain, intermediate magic array. Suppress all enemies within an area of 100 by 100 yards. Requires 9 people to cast. Only usable by magical classes. Required materials: 3 magic crystals, 1 intermediate scroll, 9 starlight stones, and 1 bottle of elemental water. Such a wide area magic array requires only 9 magic classes to cast. Moreover, there aren't any specific classes required. It's no wonder why Carrion Walker said that it is the Thunder Beast Empire's prided magic array. After Feng carefully looked through the illustration, he finally understood just how beautiful of a reward this quest had given him. The mastery books and killing ray he had obtained were already impressive, yet this 9-star polar domain was far more astonishing. It was more valuable than an epic item. It was common knowledge that a limited number of players could enter a dungeon at a single time. If a team used a magic array to suppress a boss, the players maintaining the array would not be able to attack or defend. The more people a magic array required, the greater the effect it would have on the team's combat power. Hence, the fewer people required, the better. Generally, magic arrays that could suppress bosses required more than 10 people to maintain. For example, the demon-suppressing barrier Blue Frost and the others had used against the Great Lord Noya required 12 people. Even so, it was considered a very powerful magic array. Yet, the 9-star polar domain only required 9 people. Moreover, the 9-star polar domain's class requirement was not too specific, requiring only 9 magical classes to cast. On the other hand, the demon-suppressing array specifically required 12 elementalists. The difference between these two requirements might seem small, but for those who had researched magic arrays before, they would know that the more advanced a magic array was, the more people it would require to maintain and the more specific it would be with its class requirement. It was extremely difficult to reduce the requirement by even 1 person, not to mention reducing the restriction on classes. That was twice as difficult. Only after the Thunder Beast Empire had gathered all of its talents had it managed to construct such a streamlined and practical intermediate magic array. It would most likely be impossible for any other empire to produce such a magic array. Looking at this magic array now, Feng could not help but think of the Thunder Emperor Kaiser. Without any help, the Emperor had created a six-fold magic array. This showed that Kaiser's magic array research had reached a profound realm. At the very least, he should be a grandmaster. In God's domain, he was as rare as a phoenix's feather. I had thought of using the barrier crystal balls to set a trap. But with this 9-star polar domain, they'll have no chance of escaping. Feng smiled at the illustration in his hands. Although the 9-star polar domain was an intermediate magic array, the materials required to produce it were not especially rare. For starters, Zero Wing had no lack of magic crystals. Meanwhile, starlight stones were stones containing star power. Although they were somewhat rare, there were many places where one could harvest them. The rarest material required to make the 9-star polar domain was the elemental water. Elemental water could automatically absorb large amounts of mana. When used to produce magic scrolls, it could reduce the mana that the magic array required. It was very valuable. Aside from being used to produce magic scrolls, elemental water was also used in alchemy and forging. It was an item with a wide variety of uses. However, even in large-scale team dungeons, the drop rate for elemental water was very low. The various large guilds treated elemental water like a strategic item and would not sell any unless necessary. Of course, if Feng were willing to spend a little more money, he could obtain a significant amount. After Feng stored the 9-star polar domain magic array illustration, he bid Carrion Walker and the others farewell and used a return scroll to teleport back to White River City. Chapter 726 Guild War. Ever since Stone Forest Town had fallen under Zero Wing's control, the town developed faster by the day due to the Stoneclaw Mountains. Stone Forest Town had already become a haunt for elite players. Various facilities constantly emerged within the town undergoing endless changes and improvements. At this point, the town had 6 smithies. There were over 20 hotels. Even though more players had gathered than before, there were no longer the long queues there had been when the town had first fallen into Zero Wing's clutches. They no longer needed to wait several hours to repair equipment. However, ever since Zero Wing had given up on developing the Stoneclaw Mountains itself and shifted its focus towards conquering team dungeons and leveling up elsewhere, Stone Forest Town's atmosphere had grown extraordinarily intense. It felt as if a war would break out between the guilds at any time. Although Zero Wing had given up on developing the Stoneclaw Mountains, the number of guilds replenishing their supplies in Stone Forest Town had never diminished. On the contrary, more guilds arrived each day. This allowed Zero Wing's income of magic crystals to remain steady. The various large guilds were extremely envious, and they all hungered to replace Zero Wing as Stone Forest Town's manager. Inside the secret pavilion's guild residence. Uncle Yuan, you called us here so suddenly. Did something major happen? A young man asked. This youth wore silver scale armor and carried a heavy greatsword on his back. His expression was indifferent, and he wore his red hair in a spiky style. The youth radiated a suffocating bloodthirst that prevented anyone from approaching him casually. Moreover, this youth's level was very high. He was a level 34 berserker. He could rank at the very top of Star Moon Kingdom's ranking list. Aside from this youth, there were also quite a few young men and women waiting in the guild hall. These men and women also had very high levels, with the lowest among them being level 33. The weakest piece of equipment they wore was level 30 fine gold rank. Even in first-rate guilds, such high-leveled and well-equipped individuals were extremely rare. However, almost 100 of such players stood in the secret pavilion's guild hall. Of course, something good has happened. Cold Autumn. Don't tell me you've forgotten why the guild leader told you to come here? Yuan Tiexin, who had already reached level 35 and currently wore a set of long, black robes, said, chuckling. Every major power would nurture their own experts. Meanwhile, Cold Autumn was the most outstanding individual among the new generation of the secret pavilion. He was also a genius, recognized by many of the guild's elders and founding members. Has the Flower of 7 Sins finally started to take action? Cold Autumn asked excitedly to let them, the guild's new generation, learn the strength of the Flower of 7 Sins. Their guild leader had sent them on a trip to Stone Forest Town. This would show them of the difference between their power and the organizations. At the very least, they would not remain ignorant like frogs at the bottom of a well. Although the secret pavilion was a powerful force in the virtual gaming world, compared to the incomparably mysterious Flower of 7 Sins, the pavilion was almost nothing. After all, the Flower of Seven Sins was an organization that struck fear even in the hearts of super guilds. However, I've heard that after sustaining several attacks from the Flower of Seven Sins, Zero Wings members have become more cautious and have kept a low profile. Both the guild's main force and the Dark God's Legion either held themselves up in the Divine Colosseum or went out to complete quests after disguising themselves. They have stopped forming teams to level up in the fields. Even the Flower of Seven Sins could not find an opportunity to attack. How could the organization have found a chance to make a move now? Could they be planning to trade their lives, ignoring their safety to kill their targets? Cold Autumn asked, wondering aloud. They had seen a few battles between Zero Wing and the Flower of Seven Sins assassins. However, Zero Wing's members had been defenseless. Before the organization's assassins could exert their full strength, the players from Zero Wing had died. However, Cold Autumn had to admit that there were some powerful experts among Zero Wing. In the last secret battle between the two organizations, Zero Wing had 10 members on their side. On the other hand, the Flower of Seven Sins had sent a party of 6 to ambush Zero Wing. During that battle, the assassin named Fire Dance had performed magnificently. She had fought the assassin's party leader to a standstill. In the end, she had activated a berserk skill, killing one of the assassins and escaping with her life. However, at the end of that battle, Zero Wing had suffered 9 deaths, while one from the Flower of Seven Sins had died. Even so, this had been an amazing outcome as, during the previous exchanges between the two, Zero Wing had always suffered complete while the Flower of Seven Sins came out unharmed. These battles were not due to Zero Wing having weak members. Rather, it was because the Flower of Seven Sins was simply too strong. Cold Autumn had pondered his capabilities in such a situation. At best, he was confident in fighting toe-to-toe with an ordinary member from the Flower of Seven Sins. If neither side had the class advantage, his chances of emerging victorious would be roughly 50%. As for facing a party leader, the difference in strength was too vast. He would not even have the chance to survive or flee this time. The Flower of Seven Sins had dispatched less than 50 members. Meanwhile, those capable of becoming a party leader in the organization would be, at least, a Flowing Water Realm expert. Cold Autumn himself was merely a half-step Refinement Realm expert. Without much of a difference in terms of basic attributes, he had 0 chances of winning against a Flowing Water Realm expert. Not to mention, his equipment was inferior to the Flower of Seven Sins party leaders. Not only could their equipment rank at the very top of God's domain, but the party leaders had also learned many rare skills. Every one of them possessed powerful berserk skills and were all inhumanely strong. Hence, Cold Autumn admired Fire Dance. The fact that Fire Dance could contend with a party leader and had even killed a party member before escaping showed that she was far stronger than he was. However, part of the reason that Fire Dance could achieve this feat was due to her attributes surpassing the Flower of Seven Sins party leader. She even had a berserk skill with a lengthy duration of 10 minutes. Without these advantages, she, too, would have shared the same fate as her team members. It's not the Flower of Seven Sins. It is the Star Alliance, Yuan Tiexin said, shaking his head. Hasn't the Star Alliance been focusing on developing the Stoneclaw Mountains? Why would they suddenly want to conquer Stone Forest Town? Cold Autumn did not believe that any power in God's domain was capable of occupying Stone Forest Town against current players. Level 150 NPC guards only needed 1 hit to finish the fight. Plenty of high-tiered NPC guards also protected the town. You'll understand once you see the official forums. Yuan Tiexin said. Cold Autumn immediately opened Star Moon Kingdom's forum. Sure enough, at the very top of the front page, massive letters attracted attention to a specific post. Moreover, the post had been created by none other than the Star Alliance's guild leader. Galaxy Pass. The Star Alliance officially issues a challenge to Zero Wing. We will wait in the Stoneclaw Mountains. Do you dare accept? If Zero Wing does not have the courage to accept this challenge, you can hide in Stone Forest Town for the rest of your lives. Although the post had just been issued, the Star Alliance's many members had constantly upvoted it. They had also disparaged Zero Wing in the comments. I sent Zero Wing supposed to be impressive? Do you guys dare accept our challenge? Black Flame, aren't you Star Moon Kingdom's #1 expert? If you're strong enough, stop hiding and fight me. Let's show the world how I beat you up into a pulp. Sure enough, Zero Wing's members are all cowards. The only thing they know how to do is to hide in the safe zone. So, This is the case. Cold Autumn immediately understood what was going on. It seems that the Star Alliance is not doing too well right now either. Without the supplies that Stone Forest Town offers, even with funding, the Star Alliance's development in the Stoneclaw Mountains has lagged behind the other guilds. Naturally, the guild cannot allow this to continue. Now that the Flower of Seven Sins is dealing with Zero Wings experts, it is the perfect chance for the Alliance to deal a massive blow to the guild. If the Alliance succeeds, once Stone Forest Town's protection period has ended, it will be a lot easier for the Alliance to take over, Yuan Tianxin explained. Hence, I have called you all here to prepare. I understand. I'll have everyone get ready. Hopefully Zero Wing won't try to dodge this battle. Cold Autumn felt that Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame, was not so foolish as to get taken in by such a pitiful provocation. However, it was a different matter when it came to the guild. If Zero Wing wanted to retain its reputation, it would have no choice but to accept the Star Alliance's challenge. Chapter 727 War. 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 White River City, Zero Wing's guild residence. Due to the Star Alliance's sudden provocation, Zero Wing was in disarray previously. The guild's lack of response towards the Dark God's Legion's annihilation had caused many members within the guild to feel dejected. If not for Aqua Rose holding everyone back, many members would have rushed to the Stoneclaw Mountains to seek revenge. Now that the Star Alliance had launched such a challenge as well, how could they contain their anger? As it was difficult to locate a small number of independent players, they could have ignored the previous assault. However, it was a different story with the Star Alliance. Their enemy had even prepared a battlefield. Even if the Star Alliance was a first-rate guild and had set up a trap, they needed to show everyone that Zero Wing was not a guild to provoke. At worst, they just have to die once Vice Leader Aqua. Everyone in the guild is ready to fight. If you give the word, we'll leave immediately and annihilate the Star Alliance. Many core members stepped forward and declared Zero Wing was no longer the weak upstart guild it had been before. Now it was White River City's overlord. The guild already had over 100,000 members. They even had close to 20,000 elite members. Although the others were not elites, they were not far from it. Either they could definitely put up a fight against the Star Alliance. You guys are taking the situation too lightly. Since the Star Alliance has dared to provoke us openly, they are confident in defeating us. Moreover, the Star Alliance is not our only enemy, Aqua Rose said, shaking her head. After seeing that forum post, it would be a lie if she said she wasn't enraged. If she were an ordinary guild member, she would have torn apart the Star Alliance's members on the battlefield by now. However, she was not an ordinary member of the guild, so she could not do so. She had to consider the guild as a whole. As long as it was not one of the guild's important figures, even if they died tens of times, it would not impact the guild. However, if every elite member died even once, the guild would be wounded. If that happened, the best-case scenario would be the guild's development slowing down and losing its previous advantages. In a more severe case, the guild's development would stagnate, and from then on, the guild would no longer be able to contest for supremacy over God's domain. All of their time and efforts would be for naught. Such a situation had occurred many times throughout the virtual gaming world's history. The guilds involved had long since been forgotten. Hence, a guild had to be extremely cautious with each step it advanced. Passion was not enough for a guild to become an overlord in God's domain. Otherwise, there would not be so few first-rate guilds yet. If Zero Wing, the overlord of White River City, did not respond to the Star Alliance's provocation properly, then any prestige the guild had gained would vanish like smoke. Who would join such a guild in the future? The Star Alliance has stooped low this time. They are actually using such a despicable tactic, Fire Dance said, frowning. However, if we accept their challenge, the Flower of Seven Sins will assist them from the sidelines, targeting our guild's experts. The other guilds might even try to take advantage of the situation and strike as well. The Star Alliance will devour us. Fire, you fought a party leader from the Flower of Seven Sins before. Do our main force and the Dark God's Legion really stand no chance against them? Aqua Rose asked as she gave Fire Dance a concerned look. The Flower of Seven Sins have equipment that is in no way inferior to our main forces. Only those of us wearing Tier 1 set equipment are slightly stronger than them. However, They are experts who have the experience of many years of trials and tribulations. Even the organization's most ordinary member is only slightly weaker than I am in terms of combat techniques. The majority of their members are a lot stronger than me. If not for my weapons and equipment, as well as magic scrolls and the power of darkness, I wouldn't have lasted against that party leader for long. When I faced that party leader, his defense was impeccable. He was able to see through all of my attacks easily and prepare. Felt as if I were fighting our guild leader. Hearing Fire Dance's experience, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Their previous passion vanishing completely, everyone finally understood just how frightening the Flower of Seven Sins was. Fire Dance's combat techniques ranked third within Zero Wing, and only Feng could win against her with absolute certainty, yet just an ordinary member from the Flower of Seven Sins possessed combat techniques that were nearly equal to Fire Dance's. Meanwhile, there were as many as 50 assassins. Fighting them would be like facing 50 Fire Dances. Moreover, among these 50 people, there were monsters that could rival Black Flame. Obtaining victory would be impossible. A monster like Black Flame could play an unimaginably massive role in a war against tens of thousands of players. Meanwhile, they had to take down at least 6 such monsters. In truth, when Black Flame had seen the list of assassins, even he had been surprised. Vice Leader Aqua, what are we supposed to do? Blackie had begun to panic a little. Neither fighting nor hiding is an option. I can't make that decision. Let's contact our guild leader first. In truth, Aqua Rose had an idea. Send a portion of the guild's members into battle while leaving behind the guild's core strength. That way, even if they suffered defeat at the Star Alliance's hands, they would retain the guild's core combat power. They would still be able to contend for supremacy over God's domain. However, only Black Flame could make that final decision. Everyone nodded in agreement when Aqua Rose mentioned their guild leader. A sense of reverence and confidence blossomed in everyone's hearts so long as their guild leader gave the command. Even if they had to fight to the very last man and repeatedly die until they were level 0, they would do so willingly. At most, they would just start all over again with their guild leader. Suddenly, the conference hall doors swung open. A familiar figure appeared before Aqua Rose and the other's guild leader. Guild leader, you're back. Immediately, everyone in the conference hall stood up. Sit. I already know what's going on. Feng could not help his happy smile when he saw everyone in the room. They had all done very well by holding themselves back, giving the Flower of Seven Sins little to no chance to attack. Now, it was time for their guild leader to take the stage. Blackie, what's the status on my previous request? Feng asked. We bought everything we could get our hands on. Melancholic has even gone to other kingdoms and empires to purchase them. We should have enough for our needs, Blackie said confidently. Good. Collect these materials for me. Don't worry about the price. As long as it doesn't exceed twice the original price, buy everything, Feng said, nodding. He then handed a list of materials required to manufacture the 9-star polar domain to Blackie. Turning to look at Aqua Rose, he said, since the Star Alliance wants a war, then war is what we'll give them. Aqua, pick 10,000 elite members from the guild and have them prepare to head to the Stoneclaw Mountains. All members of the main force and the Dark God's Legion should also head out and replenish their supplies. Everyone, let's destroy the Star Alliance. When Feng finished speaking, his guild members were dumbfounded. None of them had imagined that Feng would be so decisive in the blink of an eye. However, pride rose in everyone's hearts. Their guild leader was way too cool. Today, even if they suffered total annihilation, they would show that Zero Wing was not easily bullied. Chapter 728, The Popular Stoneclaw Mountains. After Feng finished delegating tasks, he headed to one of the special forging rooms in the candlelight trading firm. The Star Alliance had gone all out this time. Naturally, the guild would dispatch a large number of its elite members. Based on the information Aqua Rose had obtained, the Star Alliance had dispatched more than 80,000 elite members. The Alliance had sent more than 4 times what Zero Wing possessed. Moreover, that was not the end of it. Aside from the Star Alliance, the other large guilds had secretly dispatched a large number of players to help the Star Alliance. Over 120,000 elites had gathered in a head-on clash. Zero Wing had 0 chances of victory. The Star Alliance also had the help of the Flower of Seven Sins experts. As long as the Flower of Seven Sins pinned down or killed Zero Wing's experts, They would have no hope of escaping the slaughter, although Gentle Snow had said she would help. Even if they included the power of Ouroboros, they still far from enough to secure a Victory Guild leader. Here are all the materials that you requested, Melancholic Smile said as she entered the forging room. She proceeded to stack materials on the stone table. Melancholic Smile understood the Star Alliance's strength. Zero Wing had no chance against this opponent. Yet, during such a crucial period, Feng shut himself away in this forging room, producing items. She was confused. Time passed. Little by little the Star Moon Kingdom had gone into an uproar. The Star Alliance, a first-rate guild, was going to face off against Zero Wing in the Stoneclaw Mountains. How could anyone not be excited? Everyone was eager to see who would emerge victorious. On one side, the Star Alliance was a first-rate guild with a powerful background and countless members. Meanwhile, although Zero Wing did not have as many members, it had an army of experts. The guild even had a monstrous character like Black Flame. In the Stoneclaw Mountains outer region, ever since the Star Alliance had declared war on Zero Wing, a large area in the outer region had been cleared out to act as the upcoming battle's battlefield. The Star Alliance quietly waited for Zero Wing to arrive. Guild Leader Galaxy. As we predicted, Zero Wing has begun to gather their members. It seems they plan to fight to the bitter end. Twilight Echo's Guild Leader, Glorious Echo, said, laughing. Guild Leader Echo, rest assured, we won't disappoint Miss Willow. As long as Zero Wing shows their faces, we will show them complete and utter annihilation. As for Zero Wing's experts, however, I will leave them for you, Galaxy Pass said. Similarly laughing, you can rest assured. The Flower of Seven Sins' reputation is not undeserved. As long as they make a move, even Zero Wing's Black Flame will surrender his life, Glorious Echo said, patting his chest confidently. Previously, Glorious Echo had only heard about the Flower of Seven Sins. This time, he had witnessed the organization's power personally. No first-rate guild stood a chance against that power. Glorious Echo had rewatched the battle video of the Flower of Seven Sins facing the Dark Gods Legion more than half a dozen times so far. In terms of equipment, the Dark Gods Legion could rank at the top of God's domain. Even Twilight Echo's strongest legion could not compare to the Dark Gods Legion. However, what had shocked Glorious Echo the most was the Legion's Berserk skill. All 300 members of the Legion possessed a Berserk skill. After activating their Berserk skill, even the weakest member possessed the strength to overwhelm a fifth-floor expert with top-tier equipment. Neither Twilight Echo nor the Star Alliance possessed more than 100 experts who had broken past the Trial Tower's fourth floor. Even a veteran guild like Twilight Echo only had around a dozen more of such experts than the Star Alliance. Meanwhile, these experts were considered the highest combat power first-rate guilds like theirs possessed. As for second-rate guilds, even having 30 of these experts would be impressive. Yet, the Dark Gods Legion had 300. After watching the Dark Gods Legion, Glorious Echo finally realized why Black Flame had been so confident and had been able to look down at Twilight Echo, going so far as to pick a fight with Open Source Corporation. Even so, the Flower of Seven Sins 50 players had wiped out the Dark Gods Legion's 300 despite the numerical advantage. The Dark Gods Legion had been nearly annihilated, while the Flower of Seven Sins had not suffered even a single death. The difference was massive. I'll have to thank you for that. Then, Galaxy Past laughed. In truth, even without the Flower of Seven Sins, Galaxy Past was confident in defeating Zero Wing. The Star Alliance and Overwhelming Smile had secretly joined forces, and Overwhelming Smile had sent a large group of experts to support the Star Alliance. Among the experts, there were a few that could even threaten Galaxy Past. The captain of these experts, Warwolf, was even someone that Galaxy Past wisely feared. Aside from Overwhelming Smile, the Star Alliance had also formed a secret agreement with the other large guilds, and these large guilds had sent plenty of experts to support the Alliance as well. Based on Zero Wing's latest statistics, the guild had over 200 members who had pushed past the Trial Tower's fourth floor. There was not a single guild within Star Moon Kingdom capable of coming close to this number. However, after including the experts that other guilds had sent, Galaxy Past counted more than 1,000 fifth-floor experts on their side. Purely in terms of numbers, they had already exceeded Zero Wing by at least 5 times. Zero Wing had no chance of winning this war yet, unless they no longer cared for their reputation. Zero Wing could not back down otherwise. Zero Wing would become a laughingstock. They would lose any prestige they had earned. Moreover, Zero Wing would not be as lucky as it had been during the war for Stone Forest Town. Galaxy Past had chosen the Stoneclaw Mountains for the battle precisely because he was afraid that Zero Wing would somehow come up with another powerful monster. However, There was no monster in the Stoneclaw Mountains' outer region that the Star Alliance could not handle. In one of the Stoneclaw Mountains' stone pillar forests, the members of Overwhelming Smile cleared out the monsters. Standing at the lead was a level 34 shield warrior who wielded a massive, deep blue shield. This shield warrior currently took on 2 half-orc lords. Yet, despite receiving attacks from the 2 lords simultaneously, this shield warrior remained steady like an iron wall. No matter how hard the 2 half-orc lords struggled, they could not break past this warrior's shield boss Wolf. Zero Wing is really finished this time. Not only must it face the Star Alliance, but they also have to face us. As long as we crush Zero Wing, White River City will belong to Overwhelming Smile. Soaring Snake, who bombarded a half-orc lord, could not help his excitement about their army's strength. Overwhelming Smile and the Star Alliance are just working to get what each of us wants. Moreover, Zero Wing is not our main objective. Instead, we need to hinder Ouroboros. You are not allowed to get revenge on Zero Wing on impulse, the pale-faced werewolf said. Glancing at Soaring Snake, he continued, Moreover, it is too early to determine the outcome of this battle. Don't forget how Dark Star perished under Black Flame's hands. It is better to avoid trouble whenever possible. Boss Wolf, Big Sis Yulon has already reminded me. Why would I dare act impulsively and ignore the bigger picture? Soaring Snake said, laughing. While the various large guilds prepared for war, Feng had finished crafting the items in the candlelight trading firm's special forging room. Aqua. Have the main force and the Dark Gods Legion gather at the residence in Stone Forest Town. Chapter 729 Rules of War. Stone Forest Town. Under Feng's command, Zero Wing's main force and the Dark Gods Legion quickly gathered in Stone Forest Town's guild residence. I heard that the Star Alliance has gathered a lot of experts. I will finally have the chance to stretch my muscles. A berserker, Shadow Sword, said as he caressed his Tier 1 weapon, Tempest's Breath, his fighting spirit burning in his eyes, standing beside Shadow Sword, Kola, Yiwumian, Rampant Blade, Flying Shadow, Minor Wind, Turtle Dove, and the other members of Zero Wing's main force nodded in agreement. Ever since the Flower of Seven Sins had targeted Zero Wing's main force, Feng had ordered them to stay inside the city and train in the Divine Colosseum. Although their EXP bars had barely moved over these past few days, their combat techniques had improved significantly. Everyone's skill completion rates, in particular, had improved by leaps and bounds with the help of the 100-berry wine. Previously, only Fire Dance, Violet Cloud, and Aqua Rose could maintain their skill completion rates at 85% and above. Now, however, they could do so as well, although their techniques were still weaker than Fire Dance and the other 2 women. With their top-tier equipment and Tier 3 gemstones, the Flower of Seven Sins assassins should not mistake them for easy targets. After a short wait in the guild hall, Feng appeared in the residence's hall after using a guild transfer scroll. The Zero Wing members immediately saluted out of respect. Aqua, have you finished organizing the magical class teams? Feng asked as he turned to Aqua Rose. He had obtained plenty of information regarding the Star Alliance from Gentle Snow. With just 10,000 elite members, they had no chance against an army of more than 100,000 elite players. If they wished to challenge such a large army, they would have to rely on the 9-star polar domain. Meanwhile, it was safest for the players maintaining the intermediate magic array to have as much mana as possible. Hence, Feng had asked Aqua Rose to choose magical class players who had focused their free attribute points on intelligence. Everything has been arranged. Following your instructions, I have formed 20 groups of 9 players. Every player has been supplied with plenty of isolation scrolls and invisibility potions. Aqua Rose reported. All right. Give these to them. Each person will only get 1 scroll, no more. Feng revealed the newly produced 9-star polar domain magic scrolls. If one entered combat, one would lose the effects of both the isolation scrolls and the invisibility potions. However, they were very useful to an ambush. Suddenly, melancholic smile burst into the guild hall. Panting, she said, Guild leader, I've brought what you've requested. Good. Distribute them to the main force and the Dark Gods Legion. Each person will get 10 advanced frost grenades and 100 intermediate frost grenades. Additionally, members of the main force will get 2 glare bombs. Lastly, elite members participating in the war will each get 10 intermediate frost grenades. Feng instructed the glare bomb was very easy for engineers to manufacture, and it did not share the same cooldown as the frost grenades. Furthermore, like the frost grenade, the glare bomb was an invaluable tool for war. Unfortunately, Feng had only found a single design. Even with the Starstreak trading firm's intermediate engineer producing them constantly, he had only managed to craft around 200 bombs, barely enough to supply the main force. Although Feng's words had been leisurely, his subordinates were shocked. They had used the frost grenade before. It was one of the guild's strategic items that they kept in reserve. However, though they knew that the items sold only in Blackwing City, none of them knew exactly where they could buy them. Currently, Feng had only revealed the location to Aqua Rose and Melancholic Smile Intermediate Frost Grenade. Effective against monsters and players, below level 70 deals 800 frost damage to a radius of 12 yards, freezing targets for 5 seconds, then reducing movement speed by 60% for a duration of 12 seconds. Price: 10 silvers. Advanced Frost Grenade. Effective against monsters and players below level 120. Deals 2000 frost damage to a radius of 15 yards, freezing targets for 5 seconds, then reducing movement speed by 60% for a duration of 12 seconds. Price: 70 silvers. Although these tools would only be half as effective against players, it would still leave an impact. Only, these items were incredibly expensive yet. For this battle, Feng had prepared so many the guild had spent 6,800 gold on the main force and the Dark God's Legion. After including the allocation for 10,000 elite members, the guild spent a total of 16,800 gold. Even the Star Alliance, which received financial support from Open Source Corporation, could never spend that many coins in a single breath. The Alliance would never willingly part with such a sum of money. Yet, Feng did not hesitate at all. Even to Zero Wing, 16,800 gold was not pocket change. This was the money that Zero Wing had amassed after many difficulties. However, Feng did not particularly mind the expenditure. He had not only requested Melancholic Smile to purchase the frost grenades. He had requested something even more powerful as well. That item was more expensive than all the frost grenades they had purchased combined to others. It might not be easy to deal with an army of more than 100,000 elite players. To Feng, who had coins to spend, it was not difficult at all. Even top-tier players would be limited under the iron hoof of an elite army. To increase their chances of overcoming the Star Alliance, Feng needed to increase the guild's overall strength. The best method to do so was to arm every elite member with intermediate frost grenade. Feng had played God's Domain for more than 10 years now. He had lost count of the number of guild wars he had participated in. Hence, he was extremely familiar with how guild wars work. To secure victory in a guild war, relying on elite and expert players was far from enough to emerge victorious in God's Domain's battles. Magical tools were crucial as well. Take the Twin Snake Ring, which had once been famous throughout the continent, for example. It was a kind of strategic weapon that, even in the hands of an ordinary player, could send hundreds of thousands of elite and expert players running with their tails tucked between their legs. It was a weapon that could cause the various kingdoms and empires to tremble in fear. In the end, after the various kingdoms and empires had paid an unimaginable price, they managed to destroy the Twin Snake Ring. Thus, in the past, the various large guilds had invested money desperately to research these items. Only current players had yet to realize just how powerful magical tools could be. Hence, they felt that they could rely on numbers and experts to secure victory in battle. Even though the frost grenades' effects were halved against players, they were more than enough to give the Star Alliance's elites a run for their money. If used properly, the frost grenades could even teach the Star Alliance an important lesson. Battles in God's Domain could not necessarily be won with a larger army. One could also drown their opponents to death with money. After everyone from Zero Wing was equipped with the necessary supplies, under Feng's lead, they boldly made their way towards the Stoneclaw Mountains. Quick, look, they are from Zero Wing. Wow, they're really going to fight. They must have lost their minds. What do they intend to do with so few people? Are they trying to get themselves killed? Many independent players watched Zero Wing's army, which consisted of just slightly more than 10,000 players, with disdain. It should be known that the Star Alliance had more than 100,000 elite players on their side. What is Black Flame trying to do? Why did he send so few people? Waiting at the Stoneclaw Mountains dungeon entrance, Gentle Snow frowned when she saw Zero Wing's army approach. Could he have given up? Chapter 730 Sword Drawn. Outside of the Stoneclaw Mountains transfer gate, Ouroboros' elite army waited for their allies. A battle involving hundreds of thousands of players was different from battles involving only hundreds or thousands of players. There were not many locations that could house a battle of that scale. It was even less likely to find a proper area inside of a dungeon before the war began. One had to organize their troops first. Charging into battle recklessly would only lead to one's doom. Hence, gentle snow held Ouroboros back from entering the Stoneclaw Mountains. Instead, she chose to wait for Zero Wing's arrival. Ouroboros was a first-rate guild. Although the guild had lost quite a few of its elites due to infighting, it still possessed the background of a first-rate guild. Moreover, due to its guild residence in Stone Forest Town, Ouroboros developed far faster than their competitors. At this point, God's domain had already evolved from the era of coins to the era of magic crystals. With sufficient magic crystals, a first-rate guild with a strong background could quickly nurture elite players. Ouroboros already had more than 60,000 elite members. They had only slightly fewer than when they had conquered Stone Forest Town with Zero Wing. However, if one wanted to compare the quality of their elite members, Zero Wing was still slightly superior to Ouroboros. Feng had always been an advocate of quality over quantity. Otherwise, Zero Wing would have had 40,000 or 50,000 elite members rather than 20,000. Guild leader Black Flame, what do you have planned for the war with the Star Alliance? Gentle Snow asked as she turned to Feng. Initially, Gentle Snow had thought Feng would bring all of his guild members above level 30 with him into this war. She had never imagined that he would only dispatch 10,000 elite members. If so, she had no choice but to alter her original plan. There were over 100,000 players on the Star Alliance's side. Based on the latest reports she had received, they had more than 150,000 elites. Had Zero Wing brought all of its level 30 and above members, after including Ouroboros' elite members, they would have had more than 100,000 players as well. In truth, many of Zero Wing's ordinary members would be considered elites in other guilds. However, Zero Wing was very strict with its elite members. Not only must one hit the mark in terms of both level and combat techniques, but they must also be capable of defeating an elite monster of the same level. Hence, even until now, the guild did not have many elite members. If Zero Wing dispatched 40,000 members, the army's overall combat power would most likely be higher than an army of 40,000 elite members from other guilds. Hence, even if they faced the Star Alliance's army of 150,000 elites, their army of 100,000 players would still have a chance of victory. Yet, Feng had not done so. Zero Wing will draw the enemy's fire while Ouroboros will engage in a pincer attack from the sides, Feng said. Very simply, by the time the Star Alliance had issued the challenge, Feng had already formulated a plan to deal with the enemy guild. Although the Stoneclaw Mountains were vast, the dungeon was covered in dense forests and mountainous regions. The area had few flatlands, and they were also small in size. There was nowhere large enough for a battle of hundreds of thousands. It would be a miracle if a single battle zone could fit several thousand players. Hence, Feng had only chosen to dispatch 10,000 elite members. Had he dispatched any more, they would not have had enough 9-star polar domain magic arrays to go about. You really don't need any of our members? Gentle Snow placed great importance on this guild war. Ouroboros was already in the same boat as Zero Wing. If Zero Wing suffered defeat, Ouroboros would suffer in the Stoneclaw Mountains as well. The Star Alliance and their allies would make sure of it. They needed to defeat the Star Alliance no matter what. If they removed the Star Alliance from the picture, the other guilds would hesitate before moving against them. Of course, Gentle Snow had not forgotten about the issue with the Flower of Seven Sins. However, the Flower of Seven Sins assassins would only target Zero Wing's experts. They would not participate in the battle between elite members. Hence, they would not necessarily affect the war's outcome. As long as they crushed the Star Alliance's elite army quickly, the Star Alliance would struggle to return to prominence. No need. I have already prepared. When the time comes, you just have to remember your desire to eliminate the Star Alliance, Feng said, his lips curling into a confident smile, following which, after both guilds finished preparing, they entered the Stoneclaw Mountains' main force. Follow me. The Dark God's Legion will act as the spearhead and penetrate the Star Alliance's core. Everyone else, as we discussed, split up into 10 legions and advance slowly. Feng shouted his orders after entering the Stoneclaw Mountain. Feng's decisions had confused Aqua Rose and the others. In such a massive battle, he wanted all of Zero Wing's experts to gather in a single location. They would be throwing away an expert's advantages on a battlefield. On such a large battlefield, their enemies would scatter. By concentrating all of their experts into a single point, although their combat power was astounding, they would only be able to claim a limited number of lives. They wouldn't be nearly as efficient on the battlefield as they could be. Alright, enough daydreaming. Move! Feng commanded. Naturally, he understood everyone's concerns. However, he did not have time to explain his plan. Although this formation would not benefit the guild on the battlefield, it would not give the Flower of Seven Sins a good opportunity to strike. Moreover, they could reduce the number of casualties from the elite legions. The Flower of Seven Sins was an assassin organization. They had only been hired to do one thing in this battlefield: kill Zero Wings experts. Feng had confirmed this with the secret pavilion. As long as there were no experts in the elite legions, the Flower of Seven Sins would not bother helping the Star Alliance by killing Zero Wings elite members. However, if an expert appeared in the midst of the elite legions, even if the assassins were reluctant, they would have no choice but to clear out the elite members blocking their path. This would deal a fatal blow. Feng was a flowing water realm expert, so he understood how beneficial such narrow terrain was to experts in the realms of refinement. He also knew how effective such experts were in a battle involving thousands of players. Hence, Zero Wings experts needed to cluster. That was his first reason. His second reason was to drive the assassins to a single location. That way, he would not have to waste time searching for them. He could set a trap to catch them at once. Under Feng's command, everyone immediately began to move. Feng directly led the 100 main force members in a charge towards the tallest peak in the Stoneclaw Mountains outer region. That area was a favored location for a large-scale battle. From there, he could see the overall situation and direct his army. Ouroboros had also circled to the edge of the Stoneclaw Mountains. Meanwhile, on top of a hill in the Stoneclaw Mountains outer region, Guild Leader Galaxy, Zero Wing has entered the Stoneclaw Mountains. However, Zero Wing has only brought 10,000 elite members. It seems that the Star Alliance will not get to see much action. If you don't move quickly, the other guilds might decimate Zero Wing before you get to see any action. Glorious Echo warned the other guild leader cheekily. He could not help but laugh when he received the report on Zero Wing's arrival. You might not even get a share of the equipment they drop. Hearing this, Galaxy Past shook his head and laughed, saying, "In the end, it seems that Black Flame is not brave enough to make a last stand. He has actually dispatched so few people. Purple, issue my commands. Have Red Feather lead 30,000 elite troops into battle immediately. We can't let the other guilds steal the bounty." Understood. Purple Eye contacted Red Feather. Chapter 731, Flurry. After the large guilds received the reports that Zero Wing had dispatched 10,000 elite members to the Stoneclaw Mountains, they began to mobilize their troops. Although the various large guilds had only dispatched a small number of elites and experts, there were over a dozen large guilds aiding the Star Alliance. In fact, the total number of elites and experts the various large guilds had sent was only slightly lower than the Star Alliance's army. Overall, they had more than 70,000 players. If the various guilds went all out, they could gather more elite players than the Star Alliance and Ouroboros combined. 10,000 elites won't even be enough to fill the gaps between our teeth. Sure enough, Zero Wing is only here to make an appearance. They don't have the courage to face us all out. We're currently the closest to the dungeon's entrance, so Zero Wing's equipment will be ours for the taking. In Starmoon Kingdom, Zero Wing was famous for having top-tier equipment despite being level 31 or 32. The elite members of ordinary guilds generally wore level 25 Mysterious Iron and Secret Silver equipment, and very few had level 30 Mysterious Iron equipment. As for level 25 Fine Gold weapons and equipment, only an extremely small number of elite players had the privilege of owning any. Meanwhile, level 30 Secret Silver equipment was considered a luxury. As for level 30 Fine Gold items, they were considered top-tier equipment, and only a guild's core members were fortunate enough to wear such equipment. After all, Fine Gold equipment only had a slightly higher drop rate in large-scale team dungeons. However, teams that could raid level 30 large-scale hard-mode team dungeons were rare. Even first-rate guilds only had several hundred teams capable of raiding such dungeons. Hence, level 30 Fine Gold equipment was incredibly rare. However, what about Zero Wing's elite members? The most inferior equipment they wore was level 25 Secret Silver equipment. Many among them even had 1 or 2 pieces of level 25 fine gold equipment, and some even had level 30 secret silver equipment. There was no need to mention Zero Wing's core members and main force members. The harvest they could gain from killing 2 or 3 Zero Wing elite members would be like killing a level 30 or above chieftain. However, how rare and difficult was it to deal with chieftain-ranked monsters? Even with a team of 20 elite players, sacrifices were necessary to kill a level 30-plus chieftain. There was even the risk of a team wipe. However, it was a different story if their opponents were elite players. Field chieftains would grow stronger depending on the number of players raiding them. Elite players would not, making them much easier to deal with as the various large guilds quietly approached the dungeon's entrance. Many players who were tasked to defend strategic locations began to complain, say, "Why is our luck so bad? What's the point of having us stay in this godforsaken place? The others will probably annihilate Zero Wing before they get anywhere near us. While everyone else gets to take a bite out of the pie, we won't even get a taste of the crumbs." I know, right? The higher-ups have even said that we get to keep half of the spoils we get from the enemies we kill. Last time, we only got to keep a quarter of the spoils. Even now, I still haven't obtained any level 30 fine gold equipment. Those bastards that went ahead lucked out this time. If I had known something like this would happen, I wouldn't have volunteered to defend this area. I could have been killing a few of Zero Wing's members and upgrading my gear. The 2,000-man elite legion standing on top of a mountain whined as they enviously watched the fires of battle some distance away, nearly drooling. Meanwhile, under Feng's lead, Zero Wing's main force arrived at the foot of this mountain undetected with the help of isolation scrolls and invisibility potions. With these 2 items, even a ranger's eagle eyes would not detect them. It was very easy for the group to circle the army of the various large guilds. Guild leader, I've investigated the situation using eagle eyes. There should be around 2,000 players on top of the mountain. Among them, over 20 have excellent equipment. They should be experts. Minor Wind reported in the team chat, 20-plus experts? Feng could not help but laugh. These people are taking this mountaintop too lightly. Fire, lead your group. Get rid of their healers first. Everyone else, focus on your positions. Herd them together as much as possible before using AoE skills. Feng did not take the 2,000 elite players seriously at all. The equipment worn by Zero Wing's main force was considered among the best throughout God's domain. They had at least double the attributes of their enemies. Even the Dark God's Legion could defeat 2,000 elite players easily. The only ones who might actually pose a threat would be the 20-plus experts. Currently, those that could be considered experts were players who had, at least, reached the Trial Tower's 5th floor. Unfortunately, even the weakest members of Zero Wing's main force were 6th floor experts. Hence, Feng did not have a shred of doubt that his team would slaughter the army of 2,000 elite players. The Rangers, who observed the situation on the mountain, did not detect Feng and the others approach. Guild leader, we're in position. Fire Dance, who stood a short distance away from the enemy's healer team, said quietly through the team chat. Flying Shadow and 8 other assassins accompanied Fire Dance. Guild leader, we've arrived at the enemy's magical class team. Cola reported quietly. Feng stood a short distance away from the 20-plus experts. Through a combination of void steps and the effects of the invisibility potion, even a ranger or druid with sharp senses would not detect Feng. Kill them. Feng growled immediately. Everyone burst into action. Fire Dance activated the additional skill of the Tier 1 set equipment for assassins, Flurry, increasing her movement speed and attack speed by 50% for 20 seconds. She then executed ambush and thrust her flaming short sword into the back of a level 32 cleric, 267. The cleric, who had close to 7,000 HP, died instantly. Magical classes were very fragile. Not only did they possess very little defense, but they also lacked passive skills that reduced damage. Against Fire Dance, who boasted both high attack power and critical rates, magical classes could not withstand even a single blow. Even without a critical hit, Fire Dance could still kill a cleric with more than 7,000 HP with a single move. With the sudden death of a cleric, the remaining healers were dumbfounded. The healers were typically safe in the heart of the Legion. It was nearly impossible for an enemy to reach them undetected. Yet their enemy had done just that. However, the most frightening aspect about Fire Dance was her damage. She killed a cleric with nearly 7,000 HP instantly, just like that. After Fire Dance killed off the level 32 cleric, she immediately executed Backstab, her short sword sinking into a nearby Oracle 11. For 85, landing another critical hit, Fire Dance instantly killed the Oracle with over 6,000 HP at the same time. Flying Shadow and the others began their own killing sprees. In an instant, the healer team with over 200 members lost over 10 players weary being ambushed. A player suddenly shouted, however. As soon as this player announced the attack, he heard screams. The fires of war illuminated the area. Activating Charge, Shadow Sword arrived before a level 32 Elementalist. Before this Elementalist could use Blink, the Berserker forced him into a fainted state. Shadow Sword then followed up with a Whirlwind Slash, a damage of over -4,500 points appearing above the heads of all enemies within 8 yards. Some even received critical damage of over -9,000 points. Even level 30+ expert magical class players would rarely have more than 8,000 HP. In the blink of an eye, Shadow Sword killed off 3 players, while 4 held on by a thread of HP. However, Shadow Sword had also triggered the Blue Fire Double-Edged Sword's passive skill, Blue Fire Dance, with his previous attack. Swinging his sword violently, Shadow Sword sent a cone of blue fire ahead of him, dealing more than -7,600 damage and killing another 8 players. Zero Wings' main force had only begun their assault. Yet, in the blink of an eye, close to 300 elite players fell. To Zero Wings' main force, these elite players were even less of a challenge than ordinary elite monsters. Leader were being ambushed. Some quick-witted players hurriedly called for help from their team leader. However, when these players shifted their gazes towards their team leader, they were all dumbfounded. Countless divine golden swords rained down on their leader and the other experts, damages of over -5,500 points appearing above their heads. Those who received critical hits received more than -10,000 damage with each shining blade. In the blink of an eye, half of the 20+ experts died, while everyone else was sealed within the Skywheel Sword's effective area. Chapter 732, Unstoppable Sword. Black Flame. The dozen or so experts turned to look at Feng, who had suddenly appeared, their eyes widening in shock. The various guilds' upper echelons had long since engraved Black Flame's name in their minds, hence they were extremely familiar with his appearance. He wore entirely black armor, including the cloak draped over his shoulders. Even his eyes resembled the night sky. 2 exquisite swords, one made of emerald and the other shining black, hung from his waist. Black Flame just stood there, but it felt as if he had become the focus of this battlefield. Their instincts screamed a warning. Everyone, be careful. Do not engage him in close combat. Endless Plains, a level 33 ranger who led this elite legion, hurriedly warned his comrades. Use ranged attacks. In response, the surviving experts nodded, serious expressions appearing on their faces. Black Flame's reputation was simply too monstrous. He even had the one-hit Azura title. Even God's Domain's top-tier experts could only last a few moves against him. A few of Black Flame's battle videos had even been regarded as a teaching scripture for swordsmen. Black Flame's grasp of timing and skill usage completely surpassed other expert swordsmen by several levels. Although none of them had ever believed they could win against Black Flame in a one-on-one fight, they had never imagined that, after meeting Black Flame in person, the man would be this frightening. Despite being a swordsman, Black Flame had approached them undetected by relying on an isolation scroll and an invisibility potion. His sneak attack was so fast that they had not had time to react. Moreover, not only did Black Flame's attack catch them, but that single attack had devoured close to half their numbers. Even the high defense and HP Guardian Knights and Shield Warriors had lost close to 4,000 HP. To make matters worse, that was only a control-type skill. Logically, such skills usually dealt low damage. Yet, the skill had stolen 1/3 of the Guardian Knights and Shield Warriors' HPs. If Black Flame had used a high-damage skill, the consequences would have been unimaginable. 1,000 hunts, and I will hold him back. Look for chances to attack him. Don't worry about hitting us, a level 34 shield warrior named World Defender said as he lifted his barbed, diamond-shaped shield and dashed forward. Sternly, he said, 1,000. If Black Flame moves, activate all defensive skills immediately. Don't hold anything back. I understand. The Guardian Knight named 1,000 Hunts nodded as he stepped to the forefront of his team. They absolutely could not afford to be careless against Black Flame. He understood that, If they did not start the fight with everything they had, it was likely that this swordsman would claim their lives instantly. Good luck. The other team members dashed towards the sword domain's edge. To them, World Defenders and Thousand Hunts' strength felt reassuring. These two were well-known experts in the virtual gaming world. Although they could not compare to hidden experts like War Wolf, they could still rank near the top among MTs in Starmoon Kingdom. Previously, they had only received so much damage because Black Flame had caught them by surprise with his ambush. Now that these two were going all out, even Starmoon Kingdom's top experts would not find it easy to break through their defense. Seems like you guys have done your homework, Feng stated as he glanced at the 12 remaining experts. Among these people, he was familiar with quite a few of these experts: Endless Plains from the Second-Rate Guild, Wildfire World Defender from the Second-Rate Guild, Arrogance Thousand Hunts from the Second-Rate Guild, Secluded Fantasy. In the past, he had looked up to these experts. He had never dreamed that he would face off against them. He had not expected the shift in their positions, either. In the past, even if he had gone all out and pushed his senses to their limits, he would barely be able to contend with any of these experts. Yet now, these experts had to work together and fight with everything they had just to have any chance of survival against him. Although these people worked together for the first time, they fell into a defensive formation seamlessly despite the previous sneak attack. They calmly considered and executed the best strategy to deal with him. The extent of their combat experience was obvious. This was precisely what Fire Dance and the others lacked the most. Although Feng had charged at his enemy after using Skywheel Sword, Endless Plains had fired a storm of arrows the moment he set foot into the sword domain. Not only were the Ranger's attacks extremely fast, but they limited Feng's range of movement, forcing him to confront the two oncoming MTS Black Flame. "Show me just how good you are." The tall and robust World Defender stood proudly before Feng as he activated a series of life-saving skills in quick succession. Bloodthirsty Rage, Tier 1 skill. Recovers 3% HP every second for 10 seconds. Shield Wall, Tier 1 skill. Decreases all damage by 60% for 18 seconds. Last Stand, Tier 1 skill. Increases maximum HP by 30% for 30 seconds. Suddenly, World Defender's HP rose from close to 12,000 to nearly 15,600. He also recovered to more than 10,000 HP standing a short distance away. Thousand Hunts similarly activated his life-saving skills. He also used a Tier 1 Holy Shield protection, which could absorb over 2,000 points of damage on himself. When the shield broke, it would heal the player for over 1,000 HP. Following which, Thousand Hunts activated Justice Roar. Enemies, players, or monsters affected by the skill would have to attack him. If they didn't, he would receive a boost to his speed and damage. Feeling the effects of Thousand Hunts' Justice Roar, Feng could not ignore the Guardian Knight. Dashing up to Thousand Hunts, the Abyssal Blade transformed into numerous black streaks of light that descended on the Guardian Knight's body so fast. Thousand Hunts was shocked. He had never imagined that Feng's attack speed would be so fast. He could not even see the afterimages of Feng's attacks. Fortunately, he wielded a shield. Compared to players without shields, he had an easier time defending against attacks. As long as he moved the shield slightly, he could block close to half of his body, making it very difficult to strike him. Thousand Hunts moved his shield quickly, blocking the Abyssal Blade. However, Feng did not bother changing the Abyssal Blade's trajectory. Instead, he continued swinging the magic weapon at Thousand Hunts' illusory shadow. The Abyssal Blade passed through the Guardian Knight's shield, the 6 black streaks of light penetrating the Holy Shield protection before biting into Thousand Hunts 1, 274-2, 604-1, 295-2, 582-3, 829-1, 285. 6 consecutive damages appeared above Thousand Hunts' head. His HP, which had been over 9,000, plummeted to 0. How could this be possible? Thousand Hunts could not believe what he was seeing. Despite Protection Blessing, reducing the damage he received by 60%, Black Flame had killed him without breaking a sweat. The other experts were similarly dumbfounded. A Guardian Knight with more than 9,000 HP remaining and Protection Blessing had died instantly. Just how high is his attack power? World Defender no longer dared to waste time with attacks. Instead, he used Charge at the swordsman turning. Feng used Silent Steps, appearing behind World Defender and brandishing Killing Ray. His witnesses only saw a flash of emerald thundering flash. Like a roaring dragon, 3 blue streaks of lightning instantly devoured World Defender 2, 746-7, 087-4, for 24 World Defender's HP, which had been over 10,000, vanished instantly, his body falling slowly to the ground. Chapter 733, Unstoppable. How could this be? Shock shook Endless Plains' heart when he saw World Defender and Thousand Hunts' lifeless bodies on the ground. He could no longer maintain his previous calm. Both of these MTs had activated all of their life-saving skills. Yet each of them had only lasted one move against Black Flame. They lost their lives before they could work with anyone else on the team to deal with Black Flame. Is he really a player? They could not help but remember Black Flame's title of one-hit Azura. However, everyone finally understood something. Against Black Flame's attacks, the only thing they could do was dodge. That's two. World Defender's quick death had not particularly surprised Feng. After all, not only had his one-handed sword mastery reached the basic Sword King standard, but the aura of fire also increased his damage by another 50%. Even an MT with all of their life-saving skills active would be paper in front of his swords. Feng then shifted his gaze towards the nearest assassin Wind Blade. Suddenly, Feng left behind an afterimage as he appeared before the level 33 assassin. His killing ray slicing through the air. Don't think that I'm that easy to kill. The assassin abruptly retreated as Feng appeared before him and tried to activate Vanish. When activate, Vanish would provide him with nearly of invulnerability. Within the second, all attacks against him would be useless. However, Killing Ray's lightning effect triggered the instant Feng swung Killing Ray. He gained a 50% boost to his attack speed. Like a flash of light, Killing Ray danced across the assassin's body. 548. It was another instant kill. As if that had been a cue, the rest of the team bombarded Feng with attacks. Numerous arrows and spells flew at Feng. Sidestepping, Feng jumped into the air, avoiding the oncoming attacks, following which he turned and retrieved the blazing meteor. With a flick of his wrist, a meteor suddenly flew from Feng's hand. Flame God's Fury. Flame God's Fury deals physical and flame damage to enemies within a 40 by 3 yard area. Deals 900% damage to the initial target, and damage reduces by 10% with each consecutive enemy hit to a minimum of 500% damage. Show. An elementalist, a cursemancer, and a summoner, who were in the midst of spellcasting, could not avoid the attack in time. The crimson flames devoured them in an instant. The remaining experts were shocked. They had never imagined that Black Flame would also possess such powerful long-range attack capabilities. As soon as Feng landed, over a dozen frost arrows descended on him. Endless Plains had grasped the timing of his attack. Not only had he predicted Feng's landing position, but his arrows also blocked off Feng's path of retreat. He had aimed several other arrows at Feng's vital points. Dang, dang, dang. Before 5 frost arrows could strike Feng, they pinged against the swordsman's emerald blade. The remaining frost arrows simply brushed past Feng's body, dealing no damage whatsoever. *CK my life. Endless Plains stared, stunned despite his perfect angle of attack and timing. It seemed as if his arrows had actually tried to avoid Black Flame. After dealing with the attacks, Feng released a low shout. Dragon Breath. He fired a white beam from his mouth. Endless Plains threw his body to the side, hoping to avoid the incoming beam. However, as if this white beam had predicted the ranger's actions, the beam plowed into the ranger. Feng achieved another instant kill even after death. Endless Plains was confused. No matter how he thought about it, why would he have jumped into the Dragon Breath's path? However, Violet Cloud, who happily massacred the Elite Legion, was not the slightest bit surprised when she saw this scene. Feng had already reached the flowing water realm of the realms of refinement. He could easily predict a player's movements by observing their body. Hence, after seeing Endless Plains' intention, he had adjusted Dragon Breath's trajectory before firing the skill. Although nearly 20 yards stood between them, Endless Plains had yet to set foot into the realms of refinement. He lacked sufficient physical control. In such high-speed battles, he could not respond quickly enough to evade the Dragon Breath. Violet Cloud side. This was the watershed of top-tier experts. Although the difference seemed insignificant, Its impact on the battle's outcome would be astounding. Extremely few ordinary players in God's domain could exert their virtual bodies to their very limits. On the other hand, thanks to their refined control over their own bodies, expert players could sometimes push their virtual bodies to their limits. Naturally, if both sides possessed equal levels and attributes, expert players were far more powerful. However, even top-tier experts would find it extremely difficult to adjust their movement in such a superhuman, high-speed battle. It was like a sprinter's difficulty to stop after running at full speed. In a battle this fast, one could just stop without effort. However, experts who had reached the realms of refinement were capable of exactly that. Although it did not appear impressive, having the ability to accelerate and stop suddenly meant that a player could change their attack trajectories abruptly, confusing the enemy. Violet Cloud had already reached the half-step refinement realm. However, even now, she could not break through that final barrier. Hence, Violet Cloud observed Feng's battle carefully while fighting her own, hoping to gain some insight. The elite players who had intended to help were stupefied. In just 2 seconds, Feng had killed 7 of their experts. None of them had been able to withstand even one of his attacks. If even experts had no defense against him, what could elite players like themselves hope to accomplish? Those who had intended to rush over and assist lost all their courage. Instantly, screams echoed from all across the mountaintop. Even for elite players, it was extremely difficult to exert their bodies to their limits. Not to mention, the members of Zero Wing's main force all had very high attributes. Their limits were much higher than elite players. This was no longer a battle. This was a massacre. Weaving through the crowd, Fire Dance moved faster than any of these elite players could follow. And as she moved, Fire Dance plunged the true fire blades into every player she passed, taking their lives with just a few hits. After just a brief moment, corpses littered the field. Dashing into the crowd, Shadow Sword brandished his blue fire double-edged sword madly. He sent the several shield warriors who had charged at him flying. The Berserker then followed up with a flame flash, blue fire devouring these shield warriors instantly. He used Whirlwind Slash to finish them off. Standing on a natural rise, Minor Wind launched a continuous stream of powerful arrows with his Windchaser. The power within a single arrow was enough to push back a Berserker, a class known for its strength. Even though many elite players tried to approach the Ranger, against the dozens of arrows, these elite players became no more than lifeless pincushions. Aqua Rose, Blackie, and the other magical classes released one AoE spell after another, killing dozens of players with every attack. In just a few minutes, the 2,000-strong Elite Legion had less than 1,000 players remaining. In contrast, Zero Wing's main force had not suffered a single casualty yet. Why are they so strong? Are they really human? I don't want to fight anymore. I want to go home. This situation was nothing like the videos they had watched of experts exchanging moves. Now that they witnessed a true battle between experts, they finally understood just how huge of a gap there was between themselves and expert players. Suddenly, fear swept across the battlefield. The Elite Legion's members refused to continue fighting as they fled in all directions. While Zero Wing's main force fought, the situation in the Stoneclaw Mountains grew increasingly intense. Both sides' armies had finally begun fighting a short distance away from the foot of the mountain. How dare you face us with just 10,000 players? Everyone, charge! Kill them all! Red Feather sneered as he glared at Zero Wing's elite members. Chapter 734, Silent Battlefield. In the Stoneclaw Mountains' outer region, Zero Wing's 10 1,000-man elite teams finally faced the legions from the Star Alliance and other enemy guilds. However, Zero Wing's elite legions were at a disadvantage. Their opponent outnumbered them by more than 10 times. It seems Zero Wing really wants to die here. Despite so few players, they still split themselves so sparsely. We mustn't let the other guilds get a head start on us. Red Feather also ordered his army of 30,000 elites to split into multiple legions to surround Zero Wing, afraid that they would lose Zero Wing's elite members to the various large guilds. The other guilds had sent more than 70,000 elites in total. The army was more than enough to deal with Zero Wing's 10,000 elite players. Just as Red Feather led the Star Alliance's army to Zero Wing's position, the other guilds began to clash with their enemy. However, Zero Wing's elite members had slightly superior equipment. Moreover, the battlefield was only so large. Only so many ranged players could attack at once. Hence, when it came to ranged firepower, Zero Wing had a slight advantage. After several exchanges, Zero Wing's foe had already suffered over 100 casualties. On the other hand, Zero Wing had only lost a dozen or so members. Other than the difference in damage, Zero Wing's elite members were far more adept at dodging attacks. In addition, their HPs and healing prowess were much higher. Zero Wing's ranged players only needed 3 to 4 hits to kill an enemy elite. However, if the various guilds' elites wished to finish off one of Zero Wing's, they needed to land roughly 6 attacks. Yet, against Zero Wing, the guild's elites could only dodge 3 or 4 out of 10 attacks. On the other hand, Zero Wing's elites could dodge at least 5 attacks. The difference in equipment, attributes, and combat techniques, though small, was clear for all to see in the end. This minor difference impacted the results significantly. Damn it. All MTs. Advance. Ranged players. Cover them. Healers. Follow. Assassins. Circle and deal with their healers. Don't be afraid. We outnumber Zero Wing. When we reach them, victory will be ours. The upper echelons quickly issued the orders to charge ahead when they noticed Zero Wing's strategy of attack and retreat immediately. A collection of shield warriors and guardian knights emerged from the guild's elite army, everyone activating their life-saving skills as they charged madly at Zero Wing's members. The healers supplied these MTs with endless streams of recovery spells from a safe distance. However, no matter how hard these shield warriors and guardian knights tried to dodge, no matter how much healing they received, or how they lifted their shields as they forged ahead, they died helplessly as Zero Wing's hundreds of ranged players blotted out the sky with a rain of fireballs, frost arrows, and normal arrows. If one watched from afar, they would see row after row of shield warriors and guardian knights tumble to the ground. How is Zero Wing's firepower so powerful? Only 40 yards stretched between the two armies. Yet, to shorten the gap by 20 yards, the various guilds had lost over 300 melee players. Even the upper echelons flinched at this spectacle's brutality. They had never imagined that Zero Wing's ranged attacks would be so powerful. Before they could even reach Zero Wing's elites, their legion, which began with more than 4,000 players, had lost close to 500 members originally. The various large guilds had thought that this would be an easy battle. After all, they had a massive numerical advantage. However, after seeing Zero Wing's combat method, they realized one thing. Indeed, they did have the advantage in numbers, but unfortunately, the Stoneclaw Mountains terrain prevented them from using that advantage. However, the various large guilds couldn't care less anymore. They all gritted their teeth as they charged forward. If they did not get rid of Zero Wing's elite army today, they would never recover. Moreover, the shield warriors, guardian knights, berserkers, swordsmen, and assassins of the various guilds were close enough that they could use their skills effectively. If they did not fight now, then when? Kill them. We'll earn everything back once we plunder Zero Wing's equipment. Suddenly, the guild's melee classes advanced, an intense bloodthirst shining in their eyes. However, just as the various melee players activated their skills, each Zero Wing elite retrieved an intermediate frost grenade, pelting their approaching enemy. Pung, pung, pung. Suddenly, hundreds of intermediate frost grenades bombarded the advancing crowd, transforming the vibrant forest into a world of ice, snow, and death. As for the melee elites from the various large guilds, they froze into ice sculptures. When a gentle breeze blew past, every one of these elite ice sculptures shattered, decorating the battlefield with equipment. Even though there were some assassins and swordsmen that had reacted quickly enough and activated their life-saving skills in time, their life-saving skills could only deflect a limited number of attacks. These skills' durations were also extremely short. However, the bombardment of the hundreds of frost grenades lasted for nearly 6 seconds. In the end, these players still fell under the rain of frost grenades. Each intermediate frost grenade could deal roughly 400 damage to players and had an effective radius of 12 yards. 100 frost grenades would deal roughly 40,000 damage at this stage of the game. No player in existence had more than 40,000 HP. Furthermore, Zero Wing had not thrown only 100 grenades. The various guilds' commanders were shocked, speechless. Their remaining elite players also paused, every one of them wearing dazed expressions. Nice. Awesome. You guys thought you were impressive, huh? Now you understand Zero Wing's power. When Zero Wing's members saw how nearly all of the enemy melee players had fallen, pride and joy suddenly welled in their hearts. They also felt endless reverence towards their guild leader, Black Flame. They, too, had thought that their defeat was inevitable. However, this scene had cleared their minds of any doubt. In the blink of an eye, they had wiped out thousands of their enemies. These several hundred intermediate frost grenades were far more powerful than even a large-scale destruction spell. If they could fight here, in the Stoneclaw Mountains' narrow valley, they would not even fear twice this many opponents. The various battles that raged elsewhere met similar situations. The large guild's elite legions suffered tremendous losses under the intermediate frost grenade bombardment. Their death toll already exceeded 10,000. Whereas Zero Wing had only lost around 100 members. So far, the large guilds were forced to reassess the combat power of Zero Wing's elite army. Meanwhile, at the highest peak in the Stoneclaw Mountains' outer region, roughly 10 minutes after the battle had begun, the elite legion of 2,000 players had lost over 80% of its members. The few survivors had scattered and escaped just as Fire Dance and the others were about to give chase. Feng stopped them. All right. That's enough. Ignore them. We don't need to waste our time hunting them down. We have more important things to do. Feng said in the team chat. His main goal was to occupy this strategic location with good view over the battlefield, not to kill these elite players. Moreover, even if they allowed these several hundred elite players to escape, it would not impact the war's outcome. Guild leader, what are we going to do next? Aqua Rose asked curiously. The other team members were just as eager to learn their next step. Feng had led them through the Star Alliance's encirclement and occupied this highland. What exactly was his goal? We're going to wait for them here, Feng said, laughing. However, we can't idle either. Aqua and Blackie, follow me. Fire, your group will clear the battlefield. Everyone else, pay attention to your surroundings. Be wary of any ambushes from the Star Alliance. Aqua Rose and Blackie nodded sharply. They followed Feng and climbed to an even higher overlook. Fire Dance then arranged her team to guard their surroundings. Chapter 735, Instrument of War. The news of the various large guilds inside the Stoneclaw Mountains suffering heavy damage spread like wildfire. Players throughout the entire Starmoon Kingdom were paying very close attention to this guild war. Hence, the moment this news appeared on the official forums, it instantly exploded, shocking many players throughout the entire kingdom. They uploaded battle videos of the war, staggered them even further. Hundreds of intermediate frost grenades exploded continuously, filling the land with ice flowers and dyeing the land in snow-white color. Several thousand elite players were suddenly nothing more than lifeless ice sculptures doomed to shatter and scatter with the wind. Just seeing this scene alone could give one the shivers. What elite players? What Zerg tactics? Under the bombardment of the frost grenades, everything was insignificant. Without using any words, Zero Wing had proven to everyone that its strength was no trifling matter. Even when going up against over 100,000 elite players, Zero Wing was not afraid. With just the sacrifice of a dozen or so players, Zero Wing had managed to slaughter thousands of elite players. Zero Wing is simply too powerful. They are actually able to obtain so many AoE attack tools. The effects of this item are so good, so it should be very rare and expensive, right? That's an engineering tool. I've bought engineering tools before, so I know how insanely expensive those things are. Since that item they used is practically an instrument of war, it's definitely much more expensive. Despite that, Zero Wing is actually able to casually toss out so many as if they were just toys. Zero Wing is simply too rich. Many players on the official forums began a heated discussion over Zero Wing's financial strength. Although everyone was unclear about the exact price of the intermediate frost grenades, they could still estimate the price range of the frost grenade based on its effects. After making a rough estimate, they then calculated the number of frost grenades Zero Wing had used. Suddenly, everyone was shocked. Just the first wave of frost grenades Zero Wing had thrown in one battlefield cost dozens of gold. Since there was a total of 10 battlefields, that meant Zero Wing had spent several hundred gold just on the first wave of frost grenades. In God's domain, the liquid funds of many guilds did not even amount to several hundred gold, yet Zero Wing had just casually tossed out that sum, using up an entire guild's liquid funds in the blink of an eye. Zero Wing was no longer fighting using players. The guild was practically drowning its enemies with money. However, no one could criticize the effects of this strategy based on initial estimates. The number of deaths the various guilds had suffered already exceeded 10,000. After looking at this scene, one could not help but admit that this money was well spent. If Zero Wing were to rely on its guild members to claim that number of kills, the total cost of the equipment lost and compensation given out would indeed be a lot more. Due to Zero Wing's frightening performance, the guild's prestige, which had been on a constant decline before, suddenly began rising rapidly. Many players, who had initially belittled its chances in this war, also started anticipating the final outcome. Meanwhile, the ones that this sudden turn of events affected the most emotionally would be none other than the guilds that were watching from the sidelines at this moment. They were all inwardly celebrating the fact that they had not rushed to join the Star Alliance's coalition. The outcome of this war, which was initially against Zero Wing's favor, had suddenly taken a big turn for the guilds directly participating in this war. Should the Star Alliance come out victorious, they would definitely benefit greatly from the Stoneclaw Mountains in the future. However, should Zero Wing win, then Zero Wing would surely banish from Stone Forest Town every guild that had aggressed. These guilds would then have a much harder time developing themselves at the Stoneclaw Mountains. So this is his trump card. It's no wonder he insisted on being the spearhead and attracting enemy fire to himself. Gentle Snow could not help but smile after looking at the video showing the situation on the battlefield. It seems that I have really underestimated him. Black Flame had deliberately dispatched only 10,000 members, giving his enemies the impression that Zero Wing was vulnerable. He had then brought out the frost grenades and taken his enemies by surprise. Although the Star Alliance's side had lost over 10,000 players, the impact on the overall situation of this war was negligible. However, it had still awakened the belief that Zero Wing might emerge victorious in this war. This counterattack of Zero Wing had also struck anxiety in the Star Alliance guild leader. What should we do now? If Zero Wing possesses such an instrument of war, we will only be going to our deaths if we charge forward, yet we are no match for Zero Wing in a ranged battle. We also can't utilize our numbers advantage, Red Feather said. When Red Feather received news of this situation, he immediately reported it to Galaxy Pass. Due to Zero Wing's counterattack, the various large guilds no longer dared to close in, only fighting at range. However, such ranged battles were extremely time-consuming and extremely disadvantageous for the Star Alliance's coalition. When their members died, they would have to travel over 10 hours to return to the battlefield in the Stoneclaw Mountains. However, when Zero Wing's members died, they only needed an hour or so to rejoin the war. Regarding reinforcements, Zero Wing was overwhelmingly superior to the Star Alliance. A war of attrition was unfavorable to the coalition. They should not have too many of such tools. We have the numerical advantage. Continue sending people forward, but lower the number of people charging at a single time. It would be best if we can have people attacking Zero Wing from all sides. I want to see just how much money Zero Wing has to spend. Galaxy Past was aware of the severity of the situation this time. Hence, he decisively made such a costly decision. I understand. When Red Feather heard this, he immediately realized the limitations of the Frost Grenade. The Frost Grenade was not a skill with indefinite use. Moreover, the grenade should not be cheap. With their numbers, they could simply use a small fraction to bait Zero Wing to use the frost grenades. Once Zero Wing depleted its supply, its elite army would merely be sheep for the slaughter. As long as they defeated Zero Wing and obtained Stone Forest Town, all the losses they suffered now would be negligible. After the various large guilds received the directions from the Star Alliance, they also began attacking Zero Wing's elite legions from multiple locations, as well as using the lives of their members to draw out Zero Wing's frost grenades. Time passed slowly. The battle between both sides grew increasingly intense and increasingly concentrated. Although the effect of the frost grenades was indeed striking, the results now were much more subdued compared to the first time Zero Wing used the instruments of war. After facing several charging attempts from the Star Alliance, Zero Wing exhausted its supply of frost grenades. However, the Star Alliance suffered only 40,000 plus casualties. In terms of their number of elite members, the Star Alliance was still superior to both Zero Wing and Ouroboros combined. Without the frost grenades, Zero Wing's casualties also began rapidly rising. Zero Wing has already run out of AoE attack tools. Brothers, it's time to let Zero Wing know how amazing the Star Alliance is. Brothers, charge! Suddenly, the Star Alliance and the various large guilds initiated an all-out charge. Many expert players who could exert massive destructive power accompanied the assault teams. These experts could kill an elite Zero Wing player in just a few hits. However, nobody was capable of stopping these experts. Guild leader, if this continues, our people won't be able to last long. Why don't I lead a team to go and clear out some of the Star Alliance's teams? Fire Dance took the initiative to ask. She could no longer stand watching this one-sided battle. The Star Alliance's experts had already begun moving and were casually killing their companions. Meanwhile, the experts of Zero Wing, could only stand and watch from the sidelines. This inaction made them feel greatly troubled standing at the peak of the mountain. Feng shook his head, saying, "Your duty is to guard this place, not to kill elites." Since stamina was a limiting factor in God's domain, even an expert like himself would still slowly drown to death in the flood of players. Hence, exchanging the stamina of experts for the lives of the enemy's elite members was unjustifiable. It would be a different story if they had a large number of expert players. However, Zero Wing had far fewer experts than their opponents, but Fire Dance truly could not understand why Feng wanted them to guard this location. Relax. When going up against elite players, we naturally have to use a method for dealing with elite players. Feng laughed. He then spoke through the team chat, saying, "Aqua, are you guys ready on your side yet? If you don't take action soon, Fire is going to start growing anxious." Before he had come to the Stoneclaw Mountains, he had already thought of a way to cope with the Star Alliance's army. He had never once thought of relying on just the frost grenades to win this war. His real trump card was another item. He had asked Melancholic Smile to purchase basic mana pulse cannon. He had spent a full 20,000 gold to purchase this thing. However, in order to use this item, they had to fix it to the ground and could not move it. Moreover, its assembly and disassembly were extremely troublesome processes. It was also very easily destroyed. Generally, it was an instrument of war used to defend towns and cities despite it being only a basic mana pulse cannon. The power contained in a single shot could rival even a Tier 4 large-scale destruction spell. The cannon had a shooting range of 15,000 yards, and it was a tool often seen in wars that occurred during the later stages of God's Domain. Guild leader, it's ready. We're just waiting for your orders now. Aqua Rose replied through the team chat, smiling. Chapter 736. Battlefield Dominator. Now that Zero Wing has used up their frost grenades, they no longer have anything to depend upon. Although the Dark God's Legion is slaughtering the elite legions of the Star Alliance, the Alliance has already sent over 500 experts to hold back the Legion once the duration of the Dark God's Legion's Berserk skills ends. Zero Wing's Dark God's Legion will be finished as well even if the 100 experts of Zero Wing's main force were to take action now. The assassins of the Flower of Seven Sins will block them. This battle should be nearing its end now. Autumn. Have the others get ready. We're heading over to the Highland. Black Flame has occupied right away now that the outcome of this war is about to be determined. It should be about time for the Flower of Seven Sins to make its move. Yuan Tiexin, who stood observing from an elevated position, could not help but shake his head. In the end, going up against the major forces of God's domain was simply impossible for an upstart guild with no background. However, even if Zero Wing was defeated, the fact that the guild was able to survive up to this point was already a matter to be proud of. Uncle Yuan, isn't there still Ouroboros' elite army of 60,000? Cold Autumn had previously read the report on Ouroboros. The army led by the snow goddess Gentle Snow was not something to discount. Moreover, there were also several noteworthy experts on Ouroboros' side currently. The difference in the number of elites between both sides was no longer as large as when the war began. It was still too early to establish the outcome of this war if the Star Alliance and Overwhelming Smile did not possess that trump card. The outcome of this war would indeed be undetermined. Yuan Tiexin said, smiling as he shook his head. The Star Alliance's trump card? Cold Autumn looked at Yuan Tiexin very curiously. A war involving over 100,000 elite players was not something that could be decided with just any ordinary trump card. However, judging from how assured Yuan Tiexin was, the trump card was precisely that powerful. I have also only heard this piece of information from the guild leader. Just the other day, the Star Alliance and Overwhelming Smile both spent an extremely massive sum to purchase 2 Tier 3 summoning scrolls from a super guild, Yuan Tiexin said. Enviously, he added, Tier 3 summoning scrolls are exceedingly rare in God's domain. They can be of great help in capturing towns or when used in guild wars. Even the secret pavilion has only managed to gather a few pieces after going through many difficulties. Every piece is a treasure that cannot be bought even with thousands of gold coins. A place with narrow terrain like this is indeed unsuitable for large-scale battles. However, it is the best environment for a Tier 3 creature to exert its advantages. A Tier 3 creature can serve as the best shield and sword in this war. With the assistance of a large group of elite players, A Tier 3 creature can easily annihilate an army of several thousand elite players. What more with 2 Tier 3 creatures? Without sufficient experts to pin them down, these monsters will slaughter elite players. Zero Wing and Ouroboros will stand no chance against these monsters. When Cold Autumn and the others heard this, they shivered involuntarily. The power that 2 great lords controlled by players could exert was simply unimaginable. With the current strength of players, coping with these monsters was impossible. They could only rely on Zerg tactics to kill the great lords. However, the number of sacrifices required to do so would be horrific. To Zero Wing and Ouroboros with their smaller fighting force, this trump card of the Star Alliance would be a fatal one. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of Ouroboros and the Star Alliance, as both sides were almost evenly matched, the number of casualties on both sides was nearly equal. Since Zero Wing is almost finished, Purple, give Ouroboros the final blow. Galaxy Past, who was commanding the battle, whispered to Purple Eye they had brought 2 Tier 3 summoning scrolls to this war. One was in Purple Eye's hands, while the other was in Overwhelming Smiles War Wolf's hands. Galaxy Past was not in control of the Tier 3 summoning scroll in Overwhelming Smiles' possession. However, seeing as Zero Wing had already become sheep for the slaughter, he did not wish the Star Alliance to continue losing more elite members. I understand. Purple Eye, who was fighting at the front lines, replied, her lips curling up into a smile. She then excitedly retrieved the Tier 3 summoning scroll in her bag. Unfurling the scroll, she shouted lowly, I summon thee, Mountain Giant. Suddenly, in the heart of the intense battlefield, a massive magic array appeared in midair. In the next moment, a mountain giant with a body made entirely of rocks fell from the aquamarine magic array. The mountain giant was over 50 meters tall, and all players before its colossal body were no different from Ant's mountain giant. Elemental being, Great Lord, level 54, HP 20,000, 000/20, 000,000. Purple Eye was currently level 34. Meanwhile, creatures summoned using summoning scrolls would be 20 levels higher than their summoners. Hence, the mountain giant summoned was level 54. At the same time, its control also fell to Purple Eye as the #1 elementalist in the Star Alliance. Purple Eye's standard in terms of techniques was slightly above even Galaxy Past us. The instant the mountain giant appeared, Purple Eye promptly controlled it to slaughter hundreds of Ouroboros' elite members. Immediately after, the mountain giant abruptly stomped on the ground, and the ground within 120 yards of the Great Lord's feet trembled. In the next moment, at the rear line of Ouroboros' legion, a rock spike with a radius of 20 yards shot up from the ground, instantly annihilating dozens of Ouroboros' healers and striking panic in the remaining healers. Previously, the battle between both sides remained at a stalemate. With the appearance of the mountain giant, however, it immediately became a one-sided struggle when Ouroboros' attacks landed on the mountain giant. None of them dealt more than 100 damage due to the level and tier suppression. Even after adding up the efforts of several hundred players, the total was merely in the tens of thousands. To the mountain giant, who had 20 million HP, this amount of damage was not worth mentioning. Just its battle recovery alone could maintain it at full HP. The mountain giant was essentially a strength-type Great Lord. With a single blow, it could instantly kill a full HP level 30 elite MT. Moreover, as all of the mountain giant's attacks were AoE attacks, when it came to a crowded battlefield, a single blow from it could kill anywhere from a few to more than a dozen players. The mountain giant completely dominated this entire battlefield with overwhelming force in less than 5 minutes. One of Ouroboros' 3,000-man elite legions was wiped out. This scene shocked the other elite legions into a constant retreat shortly after the appearance of the mountain giant. A level 54 Great Lord ranked 3-headed hound appeared on Overwhelming Smile's side of the battlefield. Cerberus, Dark Creature, Great Lord, level 54, HP 17, 500, 000/17, 500, 000. Although the Cerberus did not possess as much HP as the mountain giant, it was significantly superior to the mountain giant in terms of magic damage. Its movement speed and attack speed were also much faster. When it came to killing elite players on the battlefield, it was even more proficient than the mountain giant. After 2 level 54 Great Lords joined the battlefield, Ouroboros' members immediately fell into a panic. The 2 Great Lords both possessed quite a number of AoE attack skills. In a battle of thousands, they could easily reap the lives of hundreds of elite players every passing moment. Ouroboros could not offer any resistance whatsoever. Snow, what should we do now? Zhao Yueru felt her scalp tingling and her body shivering when she looked at the two great lords. If they could not deal with these two great lords, Ouroboros would have no chance of victory at all. We don't have any other choice. Let's use our final card. Although it can't stop these two great lords, it will be able to trap them for a short time. This should give us enough time to escape their pursuit, Gentle Snow said, gritting her teeth. She inwardly felt great frustration. She had never imagined that they would lose this war just like this. Faced with two great lords, choosing a direct confrontation would only increase their losses. As for waiting until the summoning duration of the two great lords ran out, by the time that happened, everyone from Ouroboros would most likely be dead already. Just as the two great lords were pushing forward relentlessly, a beam of alternating black and white lights flashed down from a distant mountaintop, directly piercing the advancing mountain giant. A black and white pillar of light then appeared, devouring an area of 200 yards around the mountain giant. When the light pillar dissipated, not even a blade of grass lingered within the 200-yard radius. Only a large crater and a half-kneeling mountain giant remained. Chapter 737, Absolute Power. The appearance and disappearance of the black and white pillar of light stunned everyone. The power of this sudden attack was simply devastating. The shocking scene etched itself deep into everyone's minds. It was difficult to forget, even if one wanted to. Just what was that thing? At this moment, looking at the half-kneeling mountain giant, the shock Gentle Snow felt was indescribable with words. It would have been fine if the pillar of light had just killed every player within a radius of 200 yards. However, not only had the devastating attack dealt over 4 million damage to the level 54 Great Lord, but it had also placed the mountain giant in a heavily injured state, immobilizing it. Although the mountain giant could still fight, its controller, Purple Eye, had already died within the pillar of light. Normally, summoned creatures could only move within a certain range from their summoners. They could not leave this area. Meanwhile, if the summoner died, the summoned creature would also vanish. One could say that this dependence on the summoner was the weakness of a Tier 3 summoning scroll. Initially, Gentle Snow had also considered killing the player controlling the Great Lord. However, it was simply impossible for them to circle around the Great Lord and break through the numerous elite players protecting the summoner. Hence, they could only retreat in defeat. But with this devastating power, not to mention killing the controller, even killing the Great Lord would not be a problem compared to the shock Gentle Snow and the other members of Ouroboros were feeling. The members of the Star Alliance were utterly dumbfounded. If just a single attack could kill over 1,000 players, wouldn't it be only a moment's effort to finish off tens of thousands of players? Just how were they supposed to go up against this power? Setting aside the fact that the attack covered a radius of 200 yards, the speed of that attack was simply not one that players could dodge. One could say that the instant the black and white beam of light appeared, everyone within its range of attack only had death awaiting them. Suddenly, everyone could not help but turn to look at the origin of that beam of light black flame. Galaxy Past's eyes immediately turned crimson with rage, his expression becoming exceedingly ugly. Galaxy Past had known the location of Zero Wing's main force ever since Feng launched his attack on the elite legion stationed on the mountain. The only reason he had not sent anyone after them was because he intended to have the Flower of Seven Sins finish the job. He had never imagined that Feng would have such a card as well. In just a single attack, Feng had exterminated one of his trump cards. The Star Alliance had paid an unimaginable price to obtain that Tier 3 summoning scroll. Moreover, this price did not take the form of coins. Instead, it was the magic crystals that the Star Alliance had amassed with much difficulty during this period. Yet, now, before the mountain giant could even begin to display its strength, Feng had already wiped it out of existence. At this moment, Galaxy Past wished he could rip out Feng's heart with his very own hands. Kill them all. That kind of attack should only be usable once. Victory still belongs to us. Galaxy Past immediately notified everyone as he began attacking the members of Ouroboros in a frenzy. Due to Galaxy Past's reminder, everyone from the Star Alliance quickly regained their senses. Launching such a heaven-defying attack even once was already plenty amazing. The possibility of Zero Wing pulling off another such attack should be extremely low currently. Although one of their two great lords had been defeated, they still had one left. The advantage their side possessed had yet to disappear. Zero Wing and Ouroboros were still on the losing side. Aqua. How long till the next shot? Feng could not help but ask as he saw the Star Alliance going into action. Once more the requirements to use the Mana Pulse cannon were extremely stringent. It had its limitations. Firstly, the cannon could not be used inside dungeons. Otherwise, dealing with dungeon bosses would be a piece of cake. A few shots would be all it would take to clear the dungeon. Secondly, the cannon had a relatively long cooldown time after firing before it could fire again. Normally, this cooldown was roughly 3 to 4 minutes long. Thirdly, it was extremely costly to fire the cannon, with each shot costing 1,000 magic crystals. Even ordinary large guilds were unlikely to obtain 1,000 magic crystals in a day. Yet, the basic Mana Pulse cannon only needed an instant to waste it all. In terms of coins, the cannon cost over 200 gold to fire each time. To first-rate guilds, 200 gold was not a small amount, not to mention 1,000 magic crystals. Even if first-rate guilds possessed a basic Mana Pulse cannon, they would not be willing to use it unless absolutely necessary. There's still another 30 seconds. Aqua Rose, who was controlling the Mana Pulse cannon, immediately replied after taking a look at the cooldown time previously. She had felt slightly confused when Feng had asked her and Blackie to follow him. However, after Feng took out the basic Mana Pulse cannon, she was left dumbfounded for a long time. She never imagined there would be such a horrifying weapon even in God's domain. Of course, one also needed considerable financial strength to use this horrific weapon. First and foremost, the basic Mana Pulse cannon's selling price of 20,000 gold was enough to deter the majority of the guilds in God's domain from buying it. The next part was the fuel of 1,000 magic crystals. If Zero Wing had not occupied Stone Forest Town and could not collect a large amount of magic crystals from the various large guilds every day, using the Mana Pulse cannon would really have been too expensive. However, she also could not help but admit that this money was well spent. Just a single shot had directly stunned everyone in the Stoneclaw Mountains. However, compared to the cannon's actual effects, its impact on morale was much more amazing. In a war, if one side's momentum were suppressed by the other, this would greatly affect the spirits of both sides, regardless of whether it was the stronger side or the weaker side. Alright. The next target will be that Cerberus. Make sure you don't let the summoner get away, Feng commanded. He then messaged Gentle Snow, having her lure the Cerberus as close as possible to the basic Mana Pulse cannon. The basic Mana Pulse cannon only had a shooting range of 15,000 yards. Beyond this range, the cannon was no threat. After receiving Feng's message, Gentle Snow immediately began directing Ouroboros's army with renewed vigor to move closer to Feng's location. Seeing the members of Ouroboros escaping, the players on the Star Alliance's side naturally gave chase. The duration of a summon creature was limited. Obviously, they needed to achieve the greatest results during this time limit. 30 seconds quickly passed. Yuri next. Aqua Rose aimed at the approaching Cerberus and fired the Mana Pulse cannon once more. The black and white beam of light shot directly at the three-headed hound. Despite the distance of several thousand yards, the energy pulse of the Mana Pulse cannon took only an instant to hit a spot close to the Cerberus. When the black and white pillar of light appeared in the Stoneclaw Mountains once more, every player at the outer area of the dungeon was able to see it clearly. Wolf had noticed the energy pulse the moment it appeared. However, he instantly knew that it was too late to avoid it. The only thing he could do was activate every life-saving skill he possessed. However, the energy pulse, which had the might of a Tier 4 large-scale destruction spell, was not something a measly Tier 1 player could defend against. Even for Feng, his only option when going up against this attack would be to activate space movement to escape. The aura of Earth's absolute defense might not even be able to defend against this move, as invulnerability in God's domain was not absolute. If an attack surpassed the limit a skill could endure, it would likewise break through the skill after the black and white light pillar dissipated. As expected, Wolf had fallen to the energy pulse. The Cerberus had disappeared as well together with Wolf. At the same time, over 1,000 overwhelming Smile members had also been turned into ash, leaving behind only a crater filled with equipment. Chapter 738 7 Sins Take Action. The reappearance of the black and white light pillar and the new wave of devastation that came with it stunned just about everyone in the Stoneclaw Mountains. Had once more stunned everyone in the Stoneclaw Mountains. For a moment, they had forgotten to fight as they turned to watch Pillar of Light in the face of this horrific power. The prowess of tens of thousands of players was a joke. Complete annihilation could happen at any minute, although the energy pulse had killed was only over 1,000 players. A deep fear of the weapon had seeped into their bones. Nobody wanted to be on the receiving end of that attack, disintegrating into dust. Suddenly, everyone, players from the Star Alliance and various guilds alike, feared Zero Wing. They were deeply afraid that Zero Wing would launch another such attack after the energy pulse first appeared. They consoled themselves that it was impossible to use such an attack twice. However, that consolation vanished after the second energy pulse. Players would lose 1 level when they died. However, losing a level in the 30s would require several days to recover. At the thought of losing their lives to a single attack, the Star Alliance and its allies began to move cautiously. The various troops reigned in their bloodlust. After all, if they attracted too much attention, Armageddon could come knocking on their doors next. In contrast, Ouroboros and Zero Wing's morale flourished, the members of both guilds passionately launching their counterattacks. One side held back with caution, while the other side forged on with guns blazing. The battle's outcome was obvious. Damn it. Just where did Black Flame get that thing? Galaxy Pass scowled. That energy pulse attack was simply too much of a threat to the Star Alliance. If they did not deal with it quickly, they would certainly lose this war. Losing this war would be a fatal blow to the guild. The loss of EXP and equipment was a secondary concern. Most importantly, the Star Alliance's prestige as a first-rate guild would vanish. Not only had the Star Alliance challenged an upstart guild like Zero Wing, but it even lost miserably. In the future, how was the Alliance supposed to compete with Ouroboros in Star Moon City? Meanwhile, if Zero Wing won this war, not only would it gain more prestige, but the guild would also see a flood of players trying to join, which, in turn, would allow the guild's strength to grow. Just how was the Star Alliance supposed to capture Stone Forest Town? Red Feather, lead the main army and annihilate Black Flame. We cannot allow him to fire that thing again. After considering his options, Galaxy Pass did not believe that they could allow Zero Wing to occupy that mountain any longer. With the mountain's vantage point, Zero Wing could fire that energy pulse anywhere on the battlefield they wanted. If they could evict Zero Wing quickly, then the threat of mass destruction would lessen. Hence, it was imperative that they remove Zero Wing from the mountain. As for Zero Wing's elite army, it was no longer important. Rest assured, guild leader. I'll lead a unit to annihilate Black Flame. Red Feather understood the importance of his task. Moreover, this was the perfect chance to avenge the humiliation he had previously suffered. He had only sent his subordinates to deal with Black Flame during the battle in White River City. Yet, in the end, not one of the 6 subordinates he sent had returned alive. This time, he intended to deal with Star Moon Kingdom's #1 expert personally, Brother Glorious. I'll have to trouble you to inform the Flower of 7 Sins. Hopefully, they can act as soon as possible. This way, we'll be able to end this battle a little sooner, rather than continuing to waste resources. As insurance, Galaxy Past still decided to deploy the Flower of 7 Sins. Exemplary Willow had intended to force Black Flame to taste despair. Hence, she had ordered them to wipe out Zero Wing's elites before hunting Black Flame and Zero Wing's upper echelons. However, that plan was no longer viable. That energy pulse was simply too much of a threat. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's main force had occupied a location that was easy to hold but difficult to attack. With the combat power of Zero Wing's main force, although Red Feather led many elite members, they could not exert their maximum power. No one was certain that they could chase Black Flame and his team off that mountain. If the battle dragged on and Zero Wing was allowed to fire that energy pulse a few more times, it could turn the tide of this war. Hence, for safety's sake, it would be more efficient for the Flower of 7 Sins assassins to take action. If the Flower of 7 Sins could take down Zero Wing's upper echelons quickly, they could deal a massive blow to both Zero Wing and Ouroboros. The Star Alliance could regain its lost momentum in full. It would be much easier to annihilate the remaining elite members of the 2 guilds. I'll notify them right away, Glorious Echo replied. He, too, realized the severity of the situation. His previous carefree expression had vanished. The war that had clearly been in their favor had suddenly taken a 180-degree turn. If they idled, this war would lose all meaning, even if they killed Zero Wing's upper echelons. Exemplary Willow wanted an overwhelming victory in addition to Black Flame's despair. If he told Exemplary Willow that they had won a Pyrrhic victory, the woman might even skin him alive. Finally want us to join the fray? A silver-robed man asked. This middle-aged man carried a black spear on his back and chuckled when he received Glorious Echo's callies. I hope you can finish the job as soon as possible. Glorious Echo nodded. Relax. As long as we make a move, Black Flame's time in this world will be limited. The silver-robed man laughed. He then disconnected the call and looked to the others, saying, Let's begin. Don't forget your targets. You are only allowed to attack someone else after your target is dead. Although they were all extremely powerful, top-tier experts, when dealing with this silver-robed man, they could not help but shiver as they nodded their heads respectfully. The Flower of Seven Sins was an organization where strength meant everything. The silver-robed man was stronger than every one of them. Hence, he had full command of this operation. Just as the Flower of Seven Sins assassins made their way towards Feng's peak, the secret pavilion's members, who had watched from afar, began to move. I had not expected Zero Wing to obtain such a strategic tool. It's no wonder why it grew from an upstart guild to its present power. If not for the Flower of Seven Sins, Zero Wing might really win this war. Yuan Tiexin shuddered when he recalled the prior devastation. If Zero Wing could obtain several more tools, who could possibly stand up to it in the future? However, this event had reminded him of one thing: wars in God's domain were not won just by relying on elite and expert players. Such strategic tools were similarly very important. While the Star Alliance mobilized a unit, approaching Feng's position, Feng used this time to fire the Mana Pulse cannon a few more times, annihilating thousands of the Star Alliance's members. The Star Alliance's expert team, which faced the Dark God's Legion, also received a shot. The energy pulse had instantly disintegrated close to half of the expert team, alleviating the pressure on the Dark God's Legion. This situation had nearly caused the upper echelons of the Star Alliance and the various other guilds to think. Guild leader, as expected, they're approaching. Should we have the nearby elite legion head our way and assist us? That way, we'll have an easier time holding this area. Fire Dance asked Feng as she watched the elite army gather at the foot of the mountain. With only Zero Wing's main force, it would be extremely difficult to secure this location. No need. Having more people will only hinder us. Feng waved his hand. He then took out the Bible of Darkness and the Tier 3 magic amplification scroll from his bag, smiling faintly. Chapter 739, 100 versus 20,000. The Star Alliance had dispatched an army of 20,000 elite players to surround Feng's mountaintop. Even if Feng and the others were more powerful, they would never escape an army of 20,000 elite players and numerous experts. Everyone, split up as much as possible and attack in groups. Be careful of Zero Wing's AoE spells. Red Feather commanded the Star Alliance had investigated Zero Wing's main force members extensively. Blackie's Stars of Light and Feng's Firestorm were the army's biggest threats. These two spells had displayed their frightening, destructive power many times in the past. If they charged as one, they would be no more than target practice. Even without the Flower of Seven Sins, 20,000 elite players are more than enough to drown Black Flame's group of 100. Cold Autumn, who watched from a nearby mountaintop, could not help but sigh at the sea of players as they climbed the mountain. Players' stamina in God's domain was not unlimited. It might have been fine if Zero Wing fought ordinary players, but not only was every member of the 20,000-man army an elite, but the army also contained plenty of experts. This battle would not end quickly. If Zero Wing faced only common monsters, it might have a chance at victory. After all, common monsters did not require much from players. There was no need to push oneself to the limit to fight such opponents. In a normal battle, players could fight for a very long time. However, it was a different story in a high-speed battle where it was necessary to remain at one's peak. This would have a high demand of one's stamina and concentration. This was like running a marathon. A runner might have the stamina to jog 10 kilometers, but not at full speed. It'd be a miracle if an experienced runner could run a full kilometer at full speed. It was the same concept with maintaining one's peak during combat. If they, the younger generation of the Secret Pavilion, were the ones to fight in this battle, let alone 20,000 players, even 10,000 players would be more than enough to drown them to death. They could only retreat if they wanted to survive. Choosing to fight would simply lead to their grave. The fact that the Star Alliance had dispatched 20,000 elites to entrap Black Flame and his team showed just how afraid the Alliance was of the swordsman. Ordinary top-tier experts would not warrant such treatment. Meanwhile, as the war raged, the official forums exploded with comments: Zero Wing is too amazing. They're actually going up against 20,000 people with a team of 100. I wonder who will win. I wish I could watch this battle in person. I'm guessing that Zero Wing will wipe. We're talking about 20,000 guild elite members. Indeed, that's 20,000 elite players, not 20,000 common monsters. If Zero Wing comes out victorious, they will be a legend in God's domain. I wonder how many people Zero Wing's 100 members will kill. This battle would determine the supremacy over the Stoneclaw Mountains. Hence, the players throughout Starmoon Kingdom paid very close attention to it. Moreover, one did not often see a guild war of this scale aside from the forum discussions. Players also broadcasted live streams of the war on the official forums for this war. The Star Alliance did not bother with chasing away outsiders. Instead, the guild allowed other players to watch. They wanted everyone to know how powerful the Star Alliance was. Only the Star Alliance had begun to regret that decision. Advance. Show everyone the consequences for opposing the Star Alliance. Red Feather shouted suddenly. The army of 20,000 elite players ascended the mountain, leaving no gaps for Zero Wing to escape through. They intended to wipe out Black Flame and his team when the Star Alliance's army was halfway up the mountain. A black figure suddenly appeared in midair. Whenever the figure flapped its pitch-black wings, it generated powerful winds. Why is a demon here? Everyone from the Star Alliance turned to look at the figure battle demon. Demon. Level 55. HP 11. 000. 000/11. 000. 000. While everyone was caught in a daze, the battle demon lifted its twin blood-red war axes and swooped down into the crowd. Swinging its weapons, the battle demon created a storm that sent all players within a radius of 15 yards flying into the air, the countless wind blades ending their lives. Once the violent storm ended, hundreds of pieces of equipment fell from the sky. Everyone involuntarily shuddered with players' current standard. None of them had any hope against a level 55 tier 3 creature. No. This is Zero Wings Demon. All melee players, scatter. Ranged players, distance yourselves from the demon and use barrier magic arrays to trap it. Red Feather immediately commanded. Although the demon's sudden appearance had surprised him, he remained relatively calm. Although barrier magic arrays were rare, a first-rate guild like the Star Alliance had quite a few in reserve. They might not be able to kill the tier 3 demon, but they could confine it for a while. However, Feng had no intentions of giving the Star Alliance the opportunity to trap the demon. The demons he summoned with the Bible of Darkness were different from the creatures summoned with summoning scrolls. The demons could be controlled from a very long distance. Hence, Feng directed the battle demon to fly into the air and attack other locations. Despite the constant attacks from the Star Alliance's players, due to the level and tier suppression, their damage was practically negligible. In such a way, the battle demon repeatedly struck and fled every time the players with the barrier scrolls reached the battle. The demon was out of reach for a time. The Star Alliance's army plunged into chaos. Red Feather's eyes were bloodshot with fury as he roared deafeningly. Watching this madness repeat again and again, it was already difficult enough to deal with a tier 3 demon. Now the demon ran about randomly, wreaking havoc wherever it went. To the Star Alliance, this demon was a nightmare. They were sheep to the slaughter. A casual assault could kill several hundred players. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before the demon annihilated their army of 20,000 elite players. Guild leader, you really are amazing. You can actually summon such a powerful tier 3 demon. With this, the Star Alliance will suffer. Blackie rejoiced as he watched the battle demon massacre the Star Alliance's elites. Previously, the two great lords the Star Alliance and Overwhelming Smile had summoned had dealt quite the blow. Just when he thought that this war had been over, Feng revealed the basic mana pulse cannon. With just 2 shots, they had dealt with the two great lords, forcing the Star Alliance to send out an army of players. Now, Feng had summoned a tier 3 demon in such a narrow mountain path. A tier 3 demon was far more effective than several thousand elite players. Ignore that demon. Charge up the mountain. If we kill the summoner, that demon will disappear. Galaxy Past, who commanded the battle against Ouroboros in the distance, suddenly shouted in the guild chat. Regardless of how powerful a summoned creature was, its summoner was always its weakness. Rather than wasting time with the tier 3 demon, it was more effective to attack its summoner. Zero Wing itself had taught them this lesson. Sure enough, after Galaxy Past's reminder, the Star Alliance's elites calmed themselves and pushed up the mountain, leaving only the barrier team behind to deal with the tier 3 demon. Guild leader, they're coming. Should I fire? Blackie asked as he watched the elite army charge at them like a swarm of ants. He desperately wanted to use stars of light to show the Star Alliance who they were dealing with before replying. Feng glanced at a 50-man team that climbed the mountain path swiftly. With a serious expression, he said, "Save it for now. We can deal with the Star Alliance after we deal with the Flower of Seven Sins. Chapter 740, Top-Tier Battle. Hearing Feng's comment, Fire Dance and the others turned towards the Flower of Seven Sins approach. If they had to name their greatest threat in this war, it was definitely not the Star Alliance's army of over 100,000 elite players. It was the 50-man team from the Flower of Seven Sins watching the assassins close the distance between them. Fire Dance and the others grew nervous. They knew that, should the assassins defeat them here, their previous efforts would be for naught. Don't hold back against them. Use the power of darkness right from the start. Feng reminded his team through the team chat. Victory or defeat, let it be determined within these 10 minutes. In terms of techniques, the Flower of Seven Sins was leaps and bounds above them. They only had two advantages. First, they had more numbers on their side. Second, they had the advantage of berserk skills. The power of darkness had a duration of 10 minutes. Ordinary berserk skills generally only lasted a fraction of that time. When they activated the power of darkness, their opponents would have no choice but to activate theirs as well. If they could last through the duration of the Flower of Seven Sins berserk skills, they would emerge victorious. Feng directed the battle demon to charge at the assassins with flying speed. With the overwhelming combat power of a Tier 3 demon, it should be simple to defeat the 50-man team of assassins. Do you think you can stop the Flower of Seven Sins with a single Tier 3 demon? The silver-robed man glanced at the battle demon flying towards his team, a playful smile appearing on his face. He then revealed a black magic scroll. Unfurling it, he shouted, "I summon the Magma Giant." Suddenly, a massive humanoid figure covered in molten lava appeared on the mountain lava giant. Elemental being, Great Lord. Level 55. HP 18, 000, 000/18, 000, 000. The instant the lava giant appeared, it released an angry bellow and lifted both its hands. Suddenly, lava spewed from the ground and swept across the mountaintop, transforming an area of 300 yards around the lava giant into a lava domain. Not only did the lava domain suppress enemies' attributes, but it also ate away 3% of their HPs every 5 seconds. Players could not fight within the domain for very long at all. After establishing its domain, the lava giant tightly clasped both its hands together. In the next moment, hot lava began to spew into the air, engulfing the battle demon and preventing it from moving. A Great Lord actually knows a domain skill and a Tier 3 imprisonment skill. The Flower of Seven Sins is even willing to part with such a summoning scroll? Feng could not help his frown. A Tier 3 imprisonment skill could seal the battle demon's movements for a very long time. However, throughout the skill's duration, the caster could not move. Both summoned creatures had been taken out of this fight. However, the Flower of Seven Sins had the aid of a domain skill, which was a significant disadvantage for Zero Wing Give Up. Nobody can avoid the Flower of Seven Sins assassins. The silver-robed man chuckled. The lava domain had already enveloped the mountaintop. Zero Wing's members were trapped inside. Moreover, with the suppression and HP reduction effects, even if Zero Wing's members activated their berserk skills, they would not survive for long inside the lava domain. In the end, death would be waiting to greet them. That isn't necessarily true. Watching the assassins charge at them, Feng suddenly shouted, "Activate the magic array!" Suddenly, a purple-gold magic array appeared in the air, enveloping both Zero Wing and the Flower of Seven Sins. This magic array was none other than the intermediate magic array, 9-star polar domain, that Feng had previously obtained. As long as the 9-star polar domain was active, people outside the barrier could not enter. Similarly, those inside could not leave. Only after the 9 casters' mana ran out would the barrier disappear. Moreover, the 9-star polar domain also suppressed the assassin's attributes. Furthermore, its suppression was more powerful than the lava domains. The lava domain could suppress a player's attributes by 30%, whereas the 9-star polar domain could suppress a player's attributes by 40%. Against high-tiered monsters, it could suppress over 70% of their attributes. It was an extremely powerful magic array. When the players outside of the barrier saw Zero Wing and the Flower of Seven Sins' various combat methods, they were momentarily stunned. Very good. At least things are getting a little interesting now. The silver-robed man could not help but laugh. Let's see which one of us will last until the very end. Saying so, the members of the Flower of Seven Sins activated their berserk skills. Although they suffered a more powerful suppression, the lava domain would chip away at Zero Wing's HPs. If they dragged on the battle, they could win easily. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's side similarly activated the power of darkness suddenly. Both sides' attributes soared, their combat powers reaching greater heights than before. With only a few dozen yards between them, they began to launch ranged attack spells and arrows flew at their targets. However, neither side was easy to defeat as they weaved between the rain of spells and arrows in the blink of an eye. The distance between the two teams closed, the melee classes exchanged blows rapidly. Their bodies moving with blurring speed. Fire Dance immediately set her sights on a level 34 cleric. Using shadow steps, she appeared behind the cleric and activated the assassin class' strongest skill, Absolute Strike. However, this cleric had sensed Fire Dance's approach. Not only did he manage to activate Truth Shield before Fire Dance's attack reached him, but he also activated Terrorizing Roar. Fire Dance was forced to activate a control removal skill. Afterward, she thrust her short sword towards the cleric. In response, the cleric used his staff to block the attack as Fire Dance possessed overwhelming strength. Her attack had sent that cleric flying. However, the cleric took the opportunity to put some distance between them. Unfortunately, Fire Dance's damage only shattered the cleric's Truth Shield. The cleric remained unharmed. Just as Fire Dance thought of chasing after the cleric, she felt an intensely dense killing intent from behind her. Hurriedly, Fire Dance used Wind Step Stang. Without her notice, a dagger struck her back. Fortunately, Fire Dance had activated Wind Steps in time. The 1-second invulnerability nullifying the attack. Your reaction time is quite good. But how about this? The black-clothed assassin that suddenly appeared behind Fire Dance bantered. He then brandished 2 daggers, sending over a dozen afterimages at Fire Dance. It was as if he had launched these attacks simultaneously, entrapping Fire Dance instinctually. Fire Dance had wanted to defend against the attacks. However, she quickly changed her mind and used Void Steps instead. Suddenly, Fire Dance vanished. The black-clothed assassin halted his attacks and activated Wind Step Stang. Fire Dance suddenly appeared beside the black-clothed assassin, her short sword stopping just before the man's back, unable to proceed even an inch. Such an amazing footwork. It seems that I did not choose the wrong target. The black-clothed assassin laughed. He glanced at Fire Dance, saying, "I'm Pleiades, the one who is going to kill you. A flowing water realm expert?" When Fire Dance saw her opponent's calm reaction to Void Steps, she could roughly guess Pleiades' standard. Otherwise, he would not have been able to defend. Only those capable of predicting her movements could defend against her Void Steps. Aside from Fire Dance, who had encountered a flowing water realm expert, Violet Cloud faced down one of the Flower of Seven Sins party leaders. Although Zero Wings members had the advantage in attributes and could take the initiative in attacking, the assassins' techniques were far more refined. The assassins did not use strictly might to face their opponents. Instead, they defended and counterattacked. After all, with the presence of the lava domain, Zero Wings members would continuously lose HP over time. They just needed to wait until their opponents ran out of HP. Black Flame, show me your strength, the silver-robed middle-aged man demanded as he stood in Feng's path. Sweeping his spear horizontally, the middle-aged man exuded an imposing aura. Chapter 741, Godly Speed. The members of Zero Wing and the Flower of Seven Sins had entered their own battles aside from Fire Dance, Violet Cloud, and Aqua Rose, relying on the attribute advantage that their Tier 1 set equipment provided to suppress the assassins' party leaders. The others struggled against the remaining 4 party leaders. These party leaders' equipment was in no way inferior to the members of Zero Wing's main force. In addition, they wore almost a full set of Tier 3 gemstones, and their berserk skills were slightly more powerful than the power of darkness. Hence, they easily made up for the difference in attributes with very little difference in basic attributes. Even if 3 of Zero Wing's main force members ganged up on one of the Flower of Seven Sins party leaders, they were powerless. The enemy neutralized their attacks one after another. Meanwhile, if they were not careful and received an attack, they would instantly lose 1/3 of their HP. It was only a matter of time before they were defeated. Not to mention, the lava domain was also in effect, continuously reducing the HPs of Zero Wings players. Surprisingly, Shadow Sword, Minor Wind, Flying Shadow, Turtledove, Cola, and Yiwumian were able to exchange blow for blow with their assassin opponents, both their HPs and their enemies gradually decreasing. A small difference in HP might determine the outcome of their fight. Zero Wing is quite strong. Despite facing so many experts from the Flower of Seven Sins, they still fight so ferociously. If this were any other team, the Flower of Seven Sins would have defeated them by now. Yuan Tiexin, who watched the fight from afar, said in slight surprise. Unfortunately, Zero Wing will still go up in flames. Currently, aside from a few of Zero Wing's upper echelons holding their ground, it was only a matter of time before the others were defeated. If the battle dragged on, the ordinary main force members would fall. At that time, the assassins could corner Zero Wing's upper echelons. As they already had their hands full with their current opponents, facing more at once would be fatal. The other secret pavilion members nodded in agreement, however. They had to admit that Zero Wing's main force was indeed impressive. If they were in Zero Wing's place, the battle would end very quickly. Refinement realm experts could alter their actions in such high-speed battles nimbly. However, ordinary experts could note in the scorched battlefield, although the fights between Zero Wing's main force members and the Flower of Seven Sins assassins was exciting. The secret pavilion members focused on Feng's battle. After all, the title of One-Hit Azura was not just for show to have earned his current reputation. Feng had killed many experts, however. In this war, Feng's opponent was even more extraordinary than he was. He fought the assassin's leader. This was a rare sight. Indeed, the Flower of Seven Sins sent you to lead the mission this time? Feng asked as he unsheathed his swords. He was utterly focused on the silver-robed man before him, although the silver-robed man had not yet attacked. The cold killing intent he radiated caused Feng to shudder involuntarily. Feng felt as if his life were slipping away. It almost felt as if he were standing in the middle of a demonic beast's nest. Moreover, the silver-robed man's level and equipment quality were extremely high. Not only was the man a level 35 berserker, but his equipment was also the dark gold set equipment meant for berserkers, the Wind Frost set. The Wind Frost set focused on speed and strength. It was level 30 to level 40 equipment. It was a dark gold set that could improve as its wearer leveled. It was only second to a tier 1 set equipment. As for the snow-white spear in the man's hands, although Feng had never seen it before, judging by the runes and weapon's elegance, it should be, at the very least, a top-tier dark gold weapon that will depend on whether or not you qualify to know. The silver-robed man rebuked as he swung his spear. Suddenly, it seemed like his spear had transformed into 5 poisonous snakes that shot towards Feng. 1 spear, 5 transformations. Although there were only 5 spear images, these images' attack trajectories were both complex and varied. Even the middle-aged man could not predict the attacks, not to mention the attack trajectories. Seeing this, Feng abruptly retreated. Dang! Sparks scattered between the swordsman and the berserker. Such quick spearmanship. Feng could not help his surprise despite retreating. As soon as he had noticed the attacks, the 5 spear images had appeared before him instantly. By the time he had reacted, although he had deflected 2 of the spear images with his swords, it had been too late to block the other 3 spears. He had no choice but to activate Defensive Blade to block the spears. Otherwise, with his attributes after activating the Power of Darkness, although the remaining spear images would not kill him instantly, they would destroy 1/3 of his HP. Due to the previous clash, Feng had gained a general understanding of just how powerful the silver-robed man was. Hence, he could predict the man's damage. You actually avoided my 1 spear, 5 transformations. You are worthy for me to take you seriously. The silver-robed man smiled. Suddenly, he launched another attack. This time, 6 spear images flew towards Feng. This attack was also much faster than the last. By the time Feng could react, the 6 spear images appeared before him. Despite having taken precautions, 3 of the 6 images struck Feng. Fortunately, Defensive Blade blocked the other 3. How are his attacks so fast? Feng could not help his surprise as he glanced at his opponent's spear. He had clearly predicted the man's general targets. Yet, by the time he had defended himself, the 6 spear images had arrived before him. It almost seemed as if the images had teleported. Despite predicting the trajectory of the attacks, his body could not keep up with the assassin's speed. This was the first time Feng had encountered such a situation. Logically, he should be much faster than the silver-robed man. Yet, the man's spear moved as if it had instantaneous movement. Even if he were faster, he could not keep up with the silver-robed man's spear attacks. With no other choice, Feng used Abyssal Bind. The 4-second binding gave him plenty of time to kill the silver-robed man several times over. However, as soon as the pitch-black chains emerged from the ground, the silver-robed man activated Wargod's Radiance, a dazzling light shining from his body as he became immune to all control effects. Immediately after, 6 more spear images appeared before Feng, striking him. This time, Defensive Blade's block count was exhausted. The secret pavilion members watching from afar were dumbfounded. The silver-robed man's spear strikes were simply too fast. The attacks had completely surpassed the speed defined by the system. How could anyone dodge such attacks? How are that man's attacks so fast? Despite being the top genius of the secret pavilion's new generation, Cold Autumn was shocked as he watched the fierce battle. If he had to block the silver-robed man's attacks, he, most likely, would have died immediately after the battle had begun. Only Black Flame, with his lightning-fast swordsmanship, was barely capable of defending against 2 or 3 of those spear strikes. Anyone else would have died multiple times by now. Autumn, now you understand why I brought you all here to watch this battle, right? Yuan Tianxin asked, chuckling. The Apex experts you know of are only figureheads. This is a true Apex expert of the virtual gaming world. However, Black Flame's performance is just as impressive. 1 spear, 6 transformations is that man's specialty technique. Countless well-known experts have died against this move. I can count the number of experts who can block 2 or 3 strikes while in the flowing water realm on one hand. Now that Black Flame has used up all his life-saving skills, this fight should end very quickly. The silver-robed man executed 1 spear, 6 transformations once more. However, Feng suddenly closed his eyes. He saw nothing as he allowed the assassin to attack. Could he have given up already? The sudden development shocked the onlookers with the spear moving so fast. If Feng did not rely on his sight to predict the silver-robed man's actions, how could he defend against the spear attacks? It seems the fight is over, Cold Autumn said. Shaking his head, the 6 spear images pierced Feng's body. However, the instant the 6 spear images shot through Feng's body, another Feng appeared beside the silver-robed man. This other Feng swung down his abyssal blade. Dang. The clear ring of metal clashing with metal resounded throughout the battlefield. The silver-robed man was forced to retreat 3 steps before stabilizing himself. You actually dodged all of them. Shock appeared on the silver-robed man's face as he stared at the unharmed Feng with disbelief. Chapter 742, Deciding Strike. Feng's sudden evasion of the silver-robed man's 1 spear, 6 transformations left the secret pavilion members speechless. How did he do it? Cold Autumn's eyes widened as he stared at Feng, who still had his eyes closed. Feng had avoided that godlike spearmanship, which had been impossible to dodge with open eyes. With his eyes closed, this was simply inconceivable. Yuan Tianxin was similarly stunned. Black Flame really is surprising. I had never imagined he would see through Sky's 1 spear, 6 transformations so quickly, Yuan Tianxin exclaimed. Years ago, I suffered numerous losses against Sky's 1 spear, 6 transformations, yet Black Flame had seen through it after only a couple of attacks. Could he be a monster? The silver-robed man named Sky was one of the Flower of 7 Sins' veteran assassins. Many top-tier experts from super guilds had suffered immensely at Sky's hands. Sky had even killed many experts who had also stepped into the Void Realm. Only those at the Void Realm, who could exert their 5 senses to their limits and possessed rudimentary control over their surroundings, had the ability to block 1 spear, 6 transformations. Even Yuan Tianxin struggled to defend against 1 spear, 6 transformations while wielding 2 weapons. He could block 4 or 5 strikes at most. However, he was a shield warrior, so he had a much easier time defending against the spear strikes with a shield. Only, he would have a much harder time closing in on Sky. Of course, there were many skills in the game, such as wide-range attacks, that could neutralize such precision attacks. One could also distance themselves from Sky. After all, a berserker's attack range was only so far. Even a long spear would not increase one's attack range by much. However, in a close-quarters, high-speed battle like this, aside from the life-saving skills that one could activate with a thought, it was impossible to defend against Sky's attacks with skills. Skills generally required specific motions before activation. This would create a sense of disharmony in expert players. Their attacks using skills would not be as fast and natural as their normal attacks. Hence, this would reveal weak points that they did not normally possess. It was this reason precisely that experts in the refinement realm or above rarely used skills in close combat against other players, as it was highly possible that one weakness would spell their doom. Feng had yet to reach the Void Realm. However, without using any skills, he still managed to neutralize Sky's 1 spear, 6 transformations. This was the first time Yuan Tianxin had seen such an occurrence. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, after Sky calmed his slightly surprised heart, fighting spirit flared in his eyes. He began to execute 1 spear, 6 transformations. Once more Sky executed his specialty technique numerous times in succession. Yet, Feng dodged all of his attacks with his eyes closed, launching a counterattack each time. Initially, Feng had only gotten 1 hit in during his counterattacks. Now, he landed 2 hits. Although Sky had blocked every attack Feng had sent at him, he had received a lot of damage. Each one of Feng's attacks had dealt over -500 damage. Feng's strength was astonishing in God's domain. The resulting impact as weapons clashed would offset the damage. If there were a significant difference between the combatants' strength, however, some damage would occur. However, this damage was usually so low that it was almost negligible. If the difference in the combatant strengths was quite vast, the weaker side would receive significant damage, even if they blocked the attack successfully. Sky experienced this firsthand against Black Flame. His equipment had already reached the current peak among players in God's domain. He was also a Berserker, a class famed for its strength. The Berserk skill he had activated was even a strength-type Berserk skill. Yet, Feng's strength was still far above his own. This was the first time Sky had encountered such a situation in terms of the strength attribute. Even those monster-like players in God's domain could not overwhelm him like this. It no longer felt as if he fought another player. Instead, it felt more like he fought a humanoid Lord-ranked monster. He received over -500 damage just by defending against attacks. His HP after activating his Berserk skill was only slightly more than 19,000. He had a limit to the number of times he could defend against Feng's attacks. Although Sky put in the utmost effort to dodge Feng's attacks, he discovered that he could not dodge any of them. Despite having relatively powerful control over his surroundings, Feng's attacks were simply too fast. Even though he could predict Feng's attack trajectories, he could barely defend himself. You really are amazing. It's no wonder why even Silver has noticed you. Glaring at Feng, Sky said in a low tone, I had intended to save this card for challenging Silver, but it seems that I have no choice but to try it on you. As soon as he said this, Sky's spear shot out and transformed into 9 spear images. 1 spear, 9 kills. This was currently the limit of Sky's abilities. Not only did this move have a greater range than 1 spear, 6 transformations, but it was also much faster this time. Feng opened his eyes facing the sudden approach of the 9 spear images. Rather than retreating, Feng moved forward to welcome the spears. Yuan Tianxin, who watched from afar, thought that Feng had lost his mind. Players, who knew of it, already avoided 1 spear, 6 transformations like the plague. On the other hand, 1 spear, 9 kills sent chills down even Yuan Tianxin's spine. Even if he could lift his shield in time, the spear images would most likely hit him. Yet, Feng had taken the initiative to welcome the spears. Did his success of neutralizing Sky's 1 spear, 6 transformations make him overconfident? However, as Yuan Tianxin stood too far away from Feng, he did not notice the faint blue arcs of electricity circling Feng's body. This move was none other than Killing Ray's second skill. Thunder God's Descent. Thunder God's Descent. Become immune to all control skills? Movement speed and attack speed increased by 150%, damage increased by 50%, and all damage received decreased by 50% for 30 seconds cooldown. 1 hour. In the next moment, numerous blue lights flashed. The lights deflected the spear images as they closed in on Feng. From an outsider's view, it looked as if the spear images had avoided Feng like a strong gale. Feng blasted through the 9 spear images and swept past Sky. Too fast for the naked eye to follow. Killing Ray penetrated Sky's body. This had all happened in an instant before Sky even realized what had just happened. Fountains of blood spurted from his body. His HP plummeted rapidly. In the blink of an eye, his 19,000 plus HP fell to 0. Sky's body thudded as it hit the ground. This Feng's sudden attack had killed Sky, stunning everyone who watched for a moment. Only silence followed. What happened just now? How did he block the 9 spear images? Sky died. Questions filled the minds of the secret pavilion crowd. Despite their focus on Feng all this time, they had only seen Feng vanish and reappear. They had not noticed Feng draw his sword before Sky fell to the ground. None of them knew exactly what had just happened. Feng had clearly waged a bitter battle against Sky just moments ago. Yet, after a few exchanges, Feng had seen through and neutralized Sky's specialty technique. He even claimed Sky's life with a single move. This change had happened too fast. It was unbelievable. Uncle Yuan, do you know what happened just now? What did Black Flame do? Cold Autumn asked, practically shouting his question with bloodshot eyes. However, standing beside him, Yuan Tiexin's were just as wide, containing his own confusion. Chapter 743, Seven Sins Defeat. In Yuan Tiexin's eyes, although Feng was certainly strong, he was still no match for him. However, the swordsman's sudden performance had truly dumbfounded him. If Yuan Tiexin faced Sky's one spear, 6 transformations, he was only 50% certain of emerging victorious. However, against the one spear 9 kill Sky had just displayed, Yuan Tiexin did not think he had any chance of victory yet. Even after using one spear 9 kills, Sky died after Feng's single strike. From the moment Feng moved to when he swung his sword, everything had happened all too quickly. Moreover, due to the distance between them, the battle had ended before Yuan Tiexin realized what had happened. Did any of you record this battle? Yuan Tiexin asked the several people behind him. They were staff from the secret pavilion's intelligence department. The magic mirror they held was a magical tool in God's domain that could record the scenes within a certain range. One could purchase a magic mirror from shops in the various major cities. However, they were extremely expensive. A basic magic mirror cost 3 gold. However, a basic magic mirror could record an area of 100 by 100 yards in a range of 4,000 yards for 2 hours. This item could easily allow the various large guilds to keep a record of certain battles. It was especially easy for players like them to get dragged into battles like this. Hence, they needed to maintain a certain distance from the battle. Although they could use binoculars to watch the fights, those items could not record the battles. Hence, magic mirrors were the best tools to gather information. After collecting the required data, one could research the information in detail. It was much easier than the system's recording function. We got everything. The intelligence agents nodded in reply. Good. Make a copy and send it to me later. Send a copy to the guild leader as well. Yuan Tiexin commanded seriously. For an expert like himself, nothing was more alluring than watching a battle between players of Feng's and Sky's standards. Moreover, Feng's performance was also mind-blowing. At this moment, Yuan Tiexin could not help but reconsider the relationship between the secret pavilion in Zero Wing. However, this decision would have to wait until after the war ended. Compared to the surprise the secret pavilion members had felt, the Flower of Seven Sins assassins were thunderstruck, although Sky was not one of their upper echelons. His fame within the organization was resounding. Almost everyone had heard of him. Moreover, among the many Void Realm experts in the organization, Sky was the only expert capable of facing down Silver. Yet Black Flame, someone who was only slightly famous, had killed Sky. This was like watching an ant defeat a lion. It was inconceivable. Guild leader. When Fire Dance saw the assassin Pleiades freeze, she followed the assassin's gaze. Immediately, she discovered that Feng had claimed the assassin's team leader. And unconsciously, power welled up in her. Fire Dance wasn't the only one to react this way. Everyone from Zero Wing's main force also felt power flow into their bodies when they saw the Berserker on the ground. Although Zero Wing's main force had lost over a dozen members, this one death had far more of an impact than killing 3 or 4 of the Flower of Seven Sins party leaders. Hadn't the Flower of Seven Sins never failed a job? In the end, hadn't their strongest team leader still died under their guild leader's sword? Sky's death also caused the lava giant to disappear. Without the lava giant, the lava domain vanished as well. In the blink of an eye, the suppression on everyone from Zero Wing lifted, their attributes abruptly soaring. On the other hand, the 9-star polar domain still suppressed the Flower of Seven Sins assassins. Damn it. Sky actually died so quickly. Pleiades frowned as he turned to Fire Dance, whose attributes had been restored. He lost his prior composure initially. Fire Dance already had higher attributes than he did. He had only kept up with Fire Dance's attacks by relying on his accurate judgment. Now that Fire Dance had recovered her attributes while he was still hampered, dodging and blocking the woman's attacks became far more difficult. Whether it was Pleiades or the other members of the Flower of Seven Sins, they all had grimaced as they fought. Didn't you enjoy beating me up just now? Shadow Sword, who had less than half of his HP remaining, said as he smirked at a Refinement Realm level 34 Guardian Knight. His lips curling into a smile, Shadow Sword said, "It's my turn now." Saying so, Shadow Sword swung the blue fire double-edged sword violently and executed Whirlwind Slash. He was not the slightest bit afraid of revealing any weak points against absolute strength and speed, despite the level 34 Guardian Knight using his shield to defend against Shadow Sword's Whirlwind Slash. The impact forced him to retreat 6 steps, a damage of over -800 points appearing above his head. For a second there, he had nearly lost his balance. Shadow Sword immediately followed up with a series of violent slashes facing Shadow Sword's rapid barrage. The Guardian Knight had no choice but to raise his shield and defend himself. However, every time Shadow Sword struck his shield, he received over -200 damage, his body forced to retreat one step after another. He had no chances to counterattack on Violet Cloud's side. The Astromancer was finally able to apply leverage. Activating Star's guidance, she sent the level 34 Berserker party leader who chased after her, flying. Immediately after, she attacked with her mana balls. 30 mana balls appeared in the air around them. Although this attack was not as strong as the 36 mana balls she could summon after drinking the 100-berry wine, Violet Cloud was able to control the 30 mana balls with much greater precision. Moreover, due to her recovered attributes, the force her mana balls contained had also increased significantly. The Berserker party leader required his full might to block every mana ball. Otherwise, the balls would knock him back and reveal even more weak points. However, against the overwhelming power of the 30 mana balls, the Berserker party leader occasionally missed 2 or 3 mana balls, receiving around -500 to -600 damage without the suppression of Zero Wing's attributes. The battle immediately turned to Zero Wing's favor, whereas the Flower of Seven Sins were at a complete disadvantage after killing Sky. Feng did not stop to pick up the loot the Berserker had dropped. Instead, he turned around and dashed for the Seven Sins party leader that posed the greatest threat to Zero Wing. These party leaders were all experts in the Flowing Water realm. Even if Zero Wing's main force members recovered their attributes, the party leaders were still a major threat after Feng's attributes recovered. Due to Thunder God's descent still being active, he became much faster. Although he was not as fast as when he had killed Sky, his speed was more than enough to deal with the Seven Sins party leaders. After appearing behind one of the party leaders, Feng executed Chop with his killing Raya streak of blue light flashed 15. For 85 a bloody mark appeared on the Shield Warrior party leader. Only at this moment did the Shield Warrior's shield appear in Feng's trajectory. The Shield Warrior was slower than Feng's by a massive margin. Suddenly, the party leader, who had roughly 11,000 HP remaining, fell to the ground. Observers were, once again, rendered speechless. Feng's attack was simply too fast. Watching from afar, they had only seen a flash of blue light. They had not even seen his sword's afterimage before it struck his opponent. Just how was someone supposed to defend against such an attack? After just a short moment, 4 of the 7 Flower of Seven Sins party leaders had died at Feng's Handsfire Dance. Violet Cloud and Aqua Rose took care of the last 3 in the end. Zero Wing had annihilated the assassins from the Flower of Seven Sins. Chapter 744, Star Alliance's Defeat. As the Flower of Seven Sins came to an end, everyone watching from afar was dumbfounded. It was especially true for the Star Alliance's upper echelons. People in their position were very aware of how terrifying the Flower of Seven Sins was. The Flower of Seven Sins was an organization that had killed the upper echelons of super guilds countless times, invoking the super guild's wrath. However, none of those guilds could do anything to the assassin organization until this day. The Flower of Seven Sins had never failed a job. Yet now this legend shattered. The most incredulous aspect was that it had been an upstart guild that broke the legend. How can this be? Red Feather's eyes widened, and he clenched his fists as he stared at the corpses of the Seven Sins scattered across the ground. The Flower of Seven Sins had been their final trump card against Zero Wing. Now that the assassins had been wiped out, how were they supposed to deal with Zero Wing's upper echelons? Any expert could take advantage of the narrow terrain to exert their strength, not to mention Black Flame, who could instant kill the Flower of Seven Sins team leader with Black Flame's strength. He could slaughter elite players without wasting much stamina. He only needed 1 hit for each kill if they relied on Zerg tactics to kill Black Flame. Just how many elite players would they need to sacrifice? Not to mention, The Tier 3 demon was still alive and kicking. It was practically impossible to annihilate Zero Wing's main force here, with just 20,000 elite players guild leader. The Flower of Seven Sins members have been wiped out. What should we do now? Unsure himself, Red Feather quickly decided to report to Galaxy Past. What? Galaxy Past was momentarily stunned when he received the news. For a second, he even thought Red Feather was joking. However, Red Feather would never joke so distastefully in such a dire situation like this. His expression turning serious, Galaxy Past asked, "How many people does Zero Wing have left? Is Black Flame dead?" The Flower of Seven Sins' strength was absolute. Even if Zero Wing's main force were impressive, they would not walk away unharmed. If Zero Wing's main force had suffered severe casualties, then they could rely on their elite army to swarm their remaining enemies without any commanders. Zero Wing's army would into disarray and morale would drop sharply. It would be significantly easier to take out Zero Wing's elite army without its leaders. They have 76 people remaining. Black Flame is still alive, Red Feather hurriedly reported after glancing at Zero Wing's members, who were still within the magic era. Galaxy Past's surprise escalated. "Are you sure?" Galaxy Past asked once more. The Flower of Seven Sins had dispatched 50 of its top-tier assassins. Every one of these assassins was an expert that struck fear into one's heart. Even Galaxy Past himself was not sure that he could escape should any one of these experts come for his life. How was it possible that this team of assassins had only claimed slightly over 20 Zero Wing lives? Galaxy Past had a very clear understanding of the strength of Zero Wing's main force. Aside from the few very strong upper echelons, most of them were subpar. Galaxy Past was even confident he could face several of them at once. Guild leader, how could I mistake something like this? For a time, even Red Feather was at a loss. Hurriedly, he said, "All of Zero Wing's upper echelons are still alive. Only a few core members died. That Tier 3 demon has also broken out of its magical imprisonment and has begun to attack our people." When Galaxy Past heard this, his brain stopped functioning. Since when was Zero Wing so powerful? Against the Flower of Seven Sins' 50-man assassin team, Zero Wing had actually emerged victorious, losing only a few unimportant members. Guild leader, what should we do now? Do we fight or retreat? Red Feather asked anxiously as he watched the Tier 3 demon slaughter his elite members. Black Flame, we will retreat. Only after a long moment did Galaxy Past finally decide. When he uttered the word retreat, he sounded as if he had been sapped of all of his energy. How many years had it been? Galaxy Past had long since forgotten the feeling of defeat. However, today he had been reminded of the taste. This taste made him very uncomfortable. Ever since the Star Alliance had fallen into his control, the guild had only lost to super guilds and super first-rate guilds. The Star Alliance had never lost to anything less yet. Now, the Star Alliance he commanded had been beaten into submission by an upstart guild. This blow was many times more humiliating than suffering defeat at the hands of those super guilds. A Tier 3 demon was the equivalent of a great lord. Galaxy Past knew the strength of a great lord quite well. Otherwise, he would not have paid such a large price to purchase a Tier 3 summoning scroll from a super guild. At this stage of a game, having a great lord on one side could reduce one's losses significantly while dealing a devastating blow to the enemy with 2 Tier 3 summoning scrolls. They thought they had this war in the bag. However, Galaxy Past had never imagined that an energy pulse attack would eliminate both of their great lords. They had no way to deal with a Tier 3 demon if they did not retreat. They would only suffer more casualties. After Red Feather heard Galaxy Past's command, his downcast expression became even more gloomy. However, he still gave the order to retreat. Meanwhile, standing on a nearby mountaintop, the secret pavilion members were engaged in a heated discussion over this war between the Star Alliance and Zero Wing Guild leader. Black Flame is too powerful. The way he killed that team leader from the Flower of Seven Sins was just too cool. I wonder what sort of training Black Flame used to get to his level? Even after watching the battle so many times, I only caught a glimpse of Black Flame's figure. I couldn't even see the afterimage of his attack. Uncle Yuan would most likely last only a few moves against Black Flame. What do you even know? Uncle Yuan is powerful. Of course, he could block Black Flame's attack. But Black Flame's attack speed is so high. Who could possibly defend against his attack? Among the secret pavilion's trainees, many had renewed their impressions of Zero Wing. They were no longer arrogant when talking about Zero Wing. Unconsciously, they had gone from calling the swordsman Black Flame to calling him Guild Leader Black Flame. However, a few youths among them were still unsatisfied. There is no need to argue. I am not a match for Black Flame. Or to put it in another way, only those few monstrous players can contend with Black Flame now, Yuan Tianxin said suddenly. He could not help but laugh at everyone's conversation. Autumn, what did you think of this fight? Yuan Tianxin asked. The silent Cold Autumn was the top genius among the secret pavilion's new generation. The youth had joined the secret pavilion's secret training program a year ago. He was only 17 years old, yet he had already become the pavilion's star pupil. He had already reached the half-step refinement realm and was only a thread away from truly entering the refinement realm. He could break through at any time. Initially, Yuan Tianxin had brought Cold Autumn and the other trainees here to teach them not to be too arrogant, showing them that there were many experts in the virtual gaming world. He had also wanted to show them a true monster. Unfortunately, Silver had not made an appearance this time. However, their gains from watching the battle between Sky and Black Flame should be sufficient. Yuan Tianxin had even hoped to see a confrontation between Black Flame and Silver. Just what kind of outcome would such a battle yield? Black Flame is very strong. With my current strength, I am no match for him, the prideful Cold Autumn admitted softly. However, I will continue to work hard. Sooner or later, I will surpass him. Ha ha ha, that's right. This is the sort of mindset you must possess. It seems that this trip here has not been a waste at all. Yuan Tianxin nodded with satisfaction. Suddenly, he heard the ring of his communicator, surprising him. After all, this was a call from none other than the secret pavilion's guild leader. Chapter 745, Eternally Remembered Strike. After Red Feather gave the order, the elite army the Star Alliance had sent to deal with Zero Wing's main force retreated, leaving behind only a small squadron to deal with the battle demon. The elite legions of the Star Alliance and the various large guilds, which fought elsewhere on the battlefield, also began to retreat, preparing to leave the Stoneclaw Mountains. It's too late to retreat now. Feng sneered as he swept his gaze across the fleeing Star Alliance army. Immediately, he sent a command through the guild chat, saying, "All elite legions, activate the 9-star polar domain magic array." There was why Feng had previously split Zero Wing's army into 10 separate elite legions. The Stoneclaw Mountains' outer region was vast. However, there were only 10 paths that led to the dungeon's teleportation areas. Soon as the war began, Feng had used the Guild War Order to seal off the Stoneclaw Mountains. Any player within could not escape with a return scroll. The only way to leave the dungeon was by using the teleportation array. There were two methods of using magic arrays in God's domain. The first method used a magic array aggressively to suppress the enemy. The second use was defensive due to the unique characteristics of barrier magic arrays. Once these magic arrays were activated, enemies trapped inside the barrier could not leave. Similarly, nobody would be able to enter the barrier unless they destroyed the magic array itself. However, it was not easy to destroy a magic array. A lot of time was required to do so. Attacks from outside the array would be weakened. Normally, it was much easier to destroy a magic array from inside. The 9-star polar domain was no exception. Hence, Feng had sent Zero Wing's 10 elite legions to guard the 10 paths. When the elite legions activated their 9-star polar domain magic array, they would prevent the Star Alliance and other large guilds from leaving the Stoneclaw Mountains. They could then take the opportunity to gain more from this war with Feng's command. The barrier parties mobilized, every one of them revealing the 9-star polar domain magic scroll. They had held on to all this time as the 90 players unfurled the magic scrolls in their hands. 10 massive magic arrays suddenly appeared above the battlefield, enveloping a large portion of the battlefield and sealing all exits out of the Stoneclaw Mountains. What's going on? Why have my attributes decreased? Damn it! I don't even have 6,000 HP right now. The various guilds' elite members, who had forced Zero Wing's elite legions into a constant retreat, suddenly discovered something amiss. Their attributes had decreased by 40%. Their attacks could not cause any significant damage to Zero Wing's elite members at all. In contrast, Zero Wing's elite members, whose attributes remained unchanged, could finish them off with just a few hits. Suddenly, Zero Wing's enemies began to panic, although the players caught outside the magic array tried to help and constantly attacked the barrier with spells. The effect of their attacks were minimal. The magical class players maintaining the 9-star polar domain did not lose much mana from their attacks at Elite's our turn now. Seeing the various guilds panicking elites, Zero Wing's elite members rushed forward to resolve the battle originally. They had needed roughly 4 or 5 attacks to defeat their enemies. Now they only needed 2 or 3 hits to do so. On the other hand, their enemies now required roughly 8 or 9 hits to kill them. The battle was one-sided moreover. The 9-star polar domain magic array was like a knife at their throats. The magic arrays had cut off their retreat aqua, used the mana pulse cannon to support the legions. Everyone else, guard the cannon and clean up the battlefield. After Feng issued his commands, he activated Wind Rider and flew down the mountain. The 9-star polar domain would not hold the Star Alliance and its allies for long. The various large guilds would escape by the time the battle demon reached them. However, if he killed his enemy's commanders, the remaining elite players would run like a headless chicken. He would significantly reduce the elite army's momentum, earning more time for his army. Someone's flying towards us. The retreating Star Alliance members suddenly shouted as they glanced towards the sky. Everyone turned to see the flying figure Black Flame. It's Black Flame. As the figure approached, the elites recognized Zero Wing's guild leader charging at us alone. Do you really think the Star Alliance is that easy to bully? Red Feather also noticed Feng rapidly approach their army. He bellowed, "Ranged players, shoot him down. Anyone who kills Black Flame will be rewarded with a set of top-tier equipment, 500 gold, and a promotion to core member." A first-rate guild had many members. However, only a few could become core members. Without extremely powerful combat skills, becoming one of the guild's elites was generally their limit. Meanwhile, there was a qualitative difference between the treatment an elite member received and what the core members enjoyed. Not only did core members have priority on good equipment, but they also received a bountiful salary each month. One could earn far more credits as a core member than they could as at an office job in a large corporation. One could say that core members were considered formal internal staff in a first-rate guild, while an elite was merely external staff. The benefits were on a completely different level. Black Flame, die! The Star Alliance's elites shouted excitedly. Thousands of ranged players began casting their spells and knocking their arrows as they awaited Feng's arrival. As Feng grew closer to the elite army, spells and arrows began to fly towards him. However, with Wind Rider's speed increase, Feng had little trouble evading the spells and arrows. Moreover, as these elite players launched their attacks based on their predictions of Feng's movement, he only needed to fly out of range to avoid the attacks. Like this, Feng advanced effortlessly, weaving his way through the rain of spells and arrows from afar. It seemed as if Feng danced amidst the countless spells and arrows as a result of his frightening speed. Feng left behind one afterimage after another, confusing the Star Alliance's elites. None of them could follow Feng's movements. Seeing Feng approach, instead of being affected by Feng's frightening momentum, Red Feather sneered as he took out a crimson Tier 2 magic scroll from his bag. Black Flame, you're the one who will die today. Red Feather acknowledged that none of his own spells would land on the fast-moving Feng. However, the Tier 2 magic scroll he held was a different story. Tier 2 spell, Holy Spears of Flame. Suddenly, 36 flame spears appeared around Red Feather, the scorching fire increasing the surrounding temperature. Black Flame turned to ash. Red Feather waved his staff when he saw that there were only 30 yards left between him and Feng. The 36 flame spears transformed into streams of light as they shot towards Feng. The flame spears were much faster than Feng, taking only an instant to cross the 30 yards. The flame spears blocked any path of escape, giving Feng no room to dodge. Meanwhile, the Holy Spears of Flame was an unblockable sacred spell. Every spear rivaled a Lord-ranked monster's power. It was an extremely powerful spell. Just as the spears were about to strike Feng, he suddenly disappeared. None of the flame spears hit their Marquis. Before Red Feather could react, he discovered Feng in front of him. Blue arcs of electricity circled Feng's body, crackling as they sparked Tier 2 Taboo skill. Instant strike. Feng's figure dashed past Red Feather, leaving behind a blue afterimage that remained for a relatively long timered feather fell to the ground, his body lying motionless. His HP, which had been over 8,000, dropped to nothing. Meanwhile, Feng's figure had long since departed. Leaving the Star Alliance elites in a daze, they would carry this scene forever in their minds while thousands of players bombarded him with attacks. Feng had managed to kill Red Feather with one hit. All they could do was stare at Feng's back as he departed. Chapter 746. Breaking Through Flowing Water. The retreating elite members weren't the only ones who saw Feng kill Red Feather. The secret pavilion members, who had been preparing to depart from the battlefield, also saw the attack with a flash of blue light. The battle had been over. No one from the secret pavilion understood what had just happened despite the thousands of elite players and Red Feather's Tier 2 magic scroll. Feng had killed Red Feather instantly and left without so much as a scratch. It was simply inconceivable. Feng's attack was even faster than the one he had used to kill Sky. Who could possibly contend with that kind of speed? Black Flame was still hiding his strength when he faced Sky? Yuan Tianxin was shocked. As for the secret pavilion's trainees, everyone was speechless, chills crawling down their spines. Ordinary elite members might not have caught the crucial moment of the fight, but they had seen it rather than his dodging capabilities. The speed of Black Flame's attack had been truly frightening. They had only seen Black Flame brush past Red Feather. None of them had seen Black Flame's sword leave its sheath. They stood too far away, so they had not been able to see the attack too clearly. However, Red Feather had taken the hit personally. He should have seen Black Flame's technique clearly. Moreover, due to God's domain, both ordinary players and experts' sharp intuition had improved significantly in the moment of death. This wildlike intuition could allow them to evade attacks. Expert players, in particular, had an easier time and a higher chance to evade. Red Feather was an expert ranked on the God's Domain experts list, which the secret pavilion published. His strength was extraordinary. Although he had yet to reach the half-step refinement realm, he possessed bountiful combat experience with very high basic attributes to back it up. His ability to respond to danger was first-class among experts. Even Cold Autumn, a genius proclaimed by the secret pavilion, might not be as good as Red Feather in this aspect yet. An expert with such fast reactions had not reacted in the least when Black Flame had attacked him. It was as if Red Feather's intuition had vanished during that moment. Only when he had died did he realize that he had been struck. This was the cause behind the secret pavilion members' shudders. Although the attack speed Black Flame displayed when he faced Sky had been astounding, their eyes had only failed to keep up with Black Flame's sword. Now, however, they had not even realized when Black Flame had attacked. They had only seen the streak of rapidly dissipating blue light. Meanwhile, Feng, who had already pulled away from the elite army, was not particularly satisfied with his performance. Sure enough, it won't be easy to replicate that sensation again. After killing Red Feather, Feng recalled the move he used to kill Sky. The principle behind one spear, 6 transformations was similar to his void steps. One spear, 6 transformations was a technique that used special attack methods to overload the opponent's brain with complex information, causing their brain to ignore this information, not allowing them to perceive the attack. Only when the spear truly threatened their life would their brain dispel this ignorance. However, at that point, the spears were already under their noses, and it was too late to react. Even with his advantage of attributes, Feng could barely block 2 or 3 spear images. It was practically impossible to block all 6. Feng was only able to employ such a technique with his body. However, Sky could employ the technique on his attacks. It was astounding. The body's movement speed was far inferior to its attack speed. Hence, it was exponentially more difficult to employ such a technique with one's attacks. Moreover, for this kind of technique, the faster it was, the more difficult the technique was to use. One was required to carry out a series of complex motions within an extremely short period to execute the technique. Only with overly complex information would the brain refuse to accept the image, choosing to ignore it. As someone who had a profound understanding of this technique, Feng had no choice but to close his eyes and shut out all visual information. Instead, he chose to rely on his other sensory organs, his wealth of combat experience, and his sharp intuition to dodge Sky's 1 spear, 6 transformations with his absolute advantage regarding attributes. It was possible if he maintained a distance of roughly 1 yard away from Sky's attack range and evaded the instant he sensed the Berserker's spear displace the air around him, he would have sufficient time to dodge the incoming attacks. This was precisely the reason that Feng had avoided Sky's aggressive attacks while launching his own counterattack in a battle between experts. It was extremely dangerous to shut out one's visual sense because, among a person's 5 senses, one's sight absorbed the most information. Ordinary players relied on sight the most. If a player lost their sight, they would be crippled, wounding their combat power. However, while Feng had closed his eyes and evaded Sky's 1 spear, 6 transformations, he discovered that his perception of the world had changed. Without his sight, his concentration had focused on his surroundings. He no longer focused on his enemy. When he faced the threat of death, he discovered that his perception had become much clearer than before. Although he had not been able to see Sky's movements, he had sensed the spear's position, which allowed him to have an increasingly easy time to dodge the Berserker's attacks. Finally, when Sky executed 1 spear, 9 kills, Feng realized what the Void Realm actually was. At that moment, it was as if his environment were a part of his body. It felt like the martial arts concept of harmony between man and nature. At that moment, Sky's spear ceased to confuse him. In the end, Feng had opened the last door of the realms of Refinement Void Realm. After reaching the Void Realm, Feng could see the general attack range of 1 spear, 9 kills with a single glance. Hence, Feng brandished Killing Ray to block every single strike. If comparing attack speed, Feng, who had activated Thunder God's Descent, could not lose. However, when Feng landed the final strike against Sky, he noticed a crack in space. He unconsciously swung Killing Ray along that space. By the time he was aware of what was happening, Sky was already on the ground when he had killed Red Feather. However, he had not been able to relive that sensation. Only the bonus speed that instant strike provided was simply astonishing, so much so that Red Feather could not react to his attack. Hence, Feng was somewhat dissatisfied with this result. After Feng killed Red Feather, Red Feather's elite army fell into a turmoil. None of the elites knew what to do. Moreover, after watching Feng's performance, many of them were scared witless as they scattered. If killing Red Feather generated such a result, Feng could not let the other Legion commanders off the hook on top of his own battles. Feng directed the Battle Demon to kill the Star Alliance and their allies' commanders. Very quickly, chaos broke out on the battlefield. Damn that black flame! He is trying to wipe us out. After receiving the reports from the Star Alliance's various elite legions, even if Galaxy Past were a fool, he understood Feng's goal. He then looked at the map of the Stoneclaw Mountains and said through the guild chat, "Everyone, gather at the Northwest Mountain Path. We'll break through as one." With mayhem overwhelming the battlefield, breaking through multiple exits would be too time-consuming. They would only play into Feng's hands if they did so. Hence, Galaxy Pass chose to gather the Star Alliance's army at the nearest exit path, focusing their power into a single point. With this, they could smash through Zero Wing's defense. A moment later, under Galaxy Pass's command, the Star Alliance's elite army gathered at the Northwest Mountain Path and began to attack the 9-star polar domain madly. Despite Zero Wing's elite members retaliating, the effect was minimal. The 9 players maintaining the magic array lost their mana rapidly. After a few minutes, the 9-star polar domain shattered. The Star Alliance members rejoiced. Huh? Isn't that Black Flame? It's not just Black Flame. Isn't that Fire Dance and Aqua Rose beside him? When the magic array shattered, the players from the Star Alliance with sharp eyesight discovered Black Flame and Zero Wing's main force members in the middle of the mountain path. Their expressions sank instantly. Chapter 747, Harvest of the War. Everyone had seen for themselves what kind of powerhouse Feng was. Despite watching from afar, they could not stop their shudder. The fact that Feng was able to kill Red Feather, while surrounded by thousands of elite players, and leave unharmed showed them that their lives were in Feng's hands. If Feng wanted to take any life here, nobody could stop him. It was precisely this reason that kept the various players from the Star Alliance from rejoicing when they shattered the 9-star polar domain. Right now, they only felt fear. Every one of them froze. None of dared to move forward by a single step. One man had deterred an elite army of tens of thousands. Moreover, this was no ordinary elite army. It was the elite army from the Star Alliance, a first-rate guild. Every elite member was level 32 or above. In the eyes of ordinary players, they were all experts, yet against Feng's might, These experts lost the will to fight. Furthermore, Feng had many famous experts standing with him, whether it was Fire Dance, Aqua Rose, and the other upper echelons of Zero Wing. Each one of them was even more famous than their guild leader, Galaxy Past. Moreover, they all possessed dazzling battle records. Chances were that Zero Wing's upper echelons were stronger than their guild leader. How were they supposed to face these monsters? Zero Wing loomed in front of them. Behind them, Ouroboros waited. The Star Alliance army was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Zero Wing only has several hundred people guarding the exit. So what if Zero Wing's main force has joined the fray? Do they really think they can stop our 50,000-strong elite army? Galaxy Past suddenly shouted. All of you charge. Wipe them out. Galaxy Past's words jerked everyone out of their daze. Although Zero Wing had a Tier 3 demon, they had barrier scrolls which could suppress it. Dealing with Zero Wing's several hundred members would be a piece of cake. Even if Feng were more powerful and could kill a player with every attack, even if everyone let him, it would take a very long time to kill 10,000 players, not to mention 50,000. Suddenly, the Star Alliance members swarmed towards Feng. The players from Zero Wing felt their hearts race as they watched the tide of players surging towards them. They only had several hundred players on their side. Although their guild's main force had arrived to assist them, it was impossible to hold off 50,000 players. Even lasting for a short time would be impressive. After all, battles between players demanded an extremely heavy burden of one's stamina. Without stamina, even the strongest expert would fall under an ordinary player's blade. However, as soon as the Star Alliance's elites closed in, dozens of intermediate frost grenades exploded among the crowd, freezing the mountain path and decorating it with hundreds of ice sculptures. As soon as they appeared, these ice sculptures shattered and disappeared naturally. Feng knew that it was impossible for several hundred players to hold off an army of 50,000. However, the frost grenades could delay the elite army for long enough for Ouroboros' army to arrive. Each main force member carried 100 intermediate frost grenades and 10 advanced frost grenades, which were significantly more powerful than intermediate frost grenades. With the main force's strength and the large stock of frost grenades, it was child's play to hold back the Star Alliance's army until Ouroboros arrived. Black Flame. Galaxy Past gnashed his teeth as the frost grenades appeared once more. At this point, the fearsome might of the frost grenades had embedded itself into everyone's minds. Previously, Zero Wing's elite legions had damaged the various large guilds significantly with these frost grenades. To deplete Zero Wing's supply, the various guilds had sacrificed a large chunk of their armies if the Star Alliance showed its fear and halted its rampant assault. Zero Wing wouldn't need to waste their grenades to buy time. However, if the guild proceeded, it would pay a horrific price. Guild leader, are we continuing the charge or not? One of the Star Alliance's commanders asked. Charge. I refuse to believe that Zero Wing has that many tools. Galaxy Past shouted. A chill running through his troops. Neither advancing nor retreating was a good option. Hence, even if he knew that they would slam into a brick wall, they needed to charge past Zero Wing's blockade. If they waited until Ouroboros' army arrived, none of them would leave this place alive. Suddenly, the Star Alliance launched a full charge. Zero Wing's main force, who were throwing frost grenades, had nearly buckled under the flood. The Star Alliance's assault was fierce. These players showed zero regard for their lives as they pushed forward. Many MTs activated all of their life-saving skills, significantly increasing their maximum HP and reducing the damage they took. The intermediate frost grenades were already half as effective against players. Now, its damage reduced by another half. At this moment, each intermediate frost grenade only dealt around -200 damage to the Alliance's MTs. With over 14,000 HP, not even 60 or 70 intermediate frost grenades would be enough to kill Theme. As a result, Zero Wing's 70-plus main force members threw their grenades as fast as they could, barely holding off the assault as Feng charged towards the Star Alliance's army. He upgraded the 7 Luminaries Ring's aura of fire to level 9. As a result, Feng's level fell from 38 to 37. However, the aura of Flame's activatable skill, Firestorm, instantly improved. Previously, the skill only inflicted 1000% damage within a range of 30 by 30 yards for 6 seconds and had a cooldown of 5 minutes. After its upgrade, it inflicted 1200% damage within a range of 45 by 45 yards for 6 seconds with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Although upgrading the skill by 2 levels did not increase its damage by much, the skill's range had increased by 1.5 times. The skill could now cover over half of the mountain path suddenly. An inferno roared in the middle of the mountain path, transforming the frozen land into a scorching hell. Even an MT who had activated all of their life-saving skills only lasted 2 seconds inside this inferno. 6 seconds later, the smoke cleared to reveal a large area empty of players but littered with weapons and equipment. The dropped items nearly formed a small mountain. The least valuable items were level 25 mysterious iron equipment. It was mainstream equipment for God's domain players right now, and each piece could sell for at least 40 or 50 silver. Meanwhile, nearly 5,000 pieces of equipment decorated the ground. Most of it had dropped from players who died under the Frost Grenade assault. Converted to coins, the equipment was worth at least 2,500 gold. Meanwhile, this harvest had only required a brief moment of effort. Feng also collected plenty of immortal souls despite a limit of 10 yards. Feng still managed to collect several hundred immortal souls. If he collected 10,000 souls, he would qualify to establish his own city. A city was different from a town. A town's location was predetermined by the system. On the other hand, players could choose where they wished to build their city. Moreover, after capturing a town, one had to reconstruct the town from scratch, developing it into a city slowly. The time involved was long. On the other hand, the Sherlin's quest would reward Feng with the qualifications to construct a city. Before him was the perfect chance to complete this quest. There were 2 conditions to collect immortal souls. The first condition was the limit of 10 yards. The second was the level limit. There could not be more than 5 levels between Feng and his prey. Currently, the Star Alliance's elites were at least level 32. Meanwhile, Feng was now level 37. It just so happened that he could absorb all of their immortal souls. If he missed this opportunity, he would not find one like it again. There weren't enough people before. Now that so many are here, I should get enough immortal souls. Feng could not help his smile as he looked towards the distant galaxy past. Retrieving a blue magic scroll from his bag, he activated Wind Rider and dashed towards the guild leader. Chapter 748 One Man's Strength. When the firestorm swept through the land, it turned the mountain path into a river of fire. Watching the players inside the fire turn to ash horrified everyone. This spell sure is scary. Luckily, I wasn't with the front line. A level 32 shield warrior in silver heavy armor gulped as he watched the flames in front of him. He had only been a thread away from losing his life. Had he taken another step forward, he would have died like the Guardian Knight who had been in front of him a second ago. The Guardian Knight had over 12,000 HP and had Protection Blessing and Magic Resistance aura activated. The Guardian Knight had even received a Truth Shield from a Cleric and a Defense Blessing from an Oracle. Yet, said Guardian Knight still evaporated in a matter of seconds. Someone's heading this way. The heavy-armored shield warrior suddenly discovered a figure charging straight for him. Someone actually dares to face us alone. Brothers, let's *CK him up. A level 32 berserker snarled as he raised his heavy sword. The berserker immediately received an enthusiastic response from his companions. They all took up a stance to welcome the approaching enemy. After the enemy toyed with them, using the frost grenades, resentment filled these players' hearts. Now that a fool charged at them blindly, this was the perfect chance to let off some steam. The heavy-armored shield warrior squinted, trying to see the figure hidden in the smoke. When he glimpsed Feng's general appearance, he shouted, terrified, "Wait! I think that's Black Flame." The dozen or so berserkers and shield warriors who had activated charge could not help their shock. However, as they had already activated their skills and were only a dozen or so yards away from Feng, retreat was no longer an option. Every one of them hardened their resolve as they aimed their most powerful skills at Feng. However, these berserkers and shield warriors' attack speeds were simply too low. Moreover, these dozen or so players had already entered Feng's range. Now that Feng was in the Void Realm, his perception allowed him to see the attack trajectories of these dozen or so players with a single glance. Suddenly, Feng's footwork changed. Like a cool breeze, he swept through the pincer attack. As he passed these players, the killing ray in his hand left behind several streaks of dazzling blue light on their bodies. On the other hand, none of the enemy's swords and sabers even touched Feng in seconds. Over a dozen plate armor classes died. each dropping a weapon or piece of equipment as they fell to the ground. Over a dozen immortal souls flowed into the marking on Feng's hand. If these people had known that the players who Feng killed would lose their immortal souls, not being able to log into the game for a few days, in addition to the usual level and skill proficiency loss, they probably would have sacrificed themselves to the river of fire before letting Feng get near them. How is this even possible? Everyone from the Star Alliance, who watched from a short distance away, were dumbfounded as Feng finished off over a dozen players in a matter of seconds. They felt a weight that they had never experienced pressing down on them, their breathing growing haggard as a result. Previously, they merely thought that Feng was amazing and powerful. However, this kind of power was somewhat illusory for them. They did not fully understand it. However, only after facing this power themselves did they realize how massive a gap there was between them and Feng. Now that they realized Feng's true power, they nearly lost their grip on their weapons from fear. And although they tried to move, neither their hands nor their feet responded suddenly. Everyone thought that their previous idea of overwhelming Feng with numbers was childish. By the time they returned to their senses, Feng had appeared right before them. In the next moment, numerous streaks of blue light bloomed on their bodies. There sure are a lot of people. As Feng glanced at the crowd of Star Alliance members blocking his way, he lifted Killing Ray and slashed downwards Thundering Flash. Suddenly, several lightning strikes slithered towards the Star Alliance players, leaving behind dazzling electric arcs in the air. With a single move, Feng gained dozens of immortal souls and cleared a path for himself. By the time the Star Alliance members reacted and tried to surround and contain Feng, he had already dashed into the crowd and began a slaughter chop, Earth Splitter, Thunder Flame Explosion, Skywheel Sword. Feng leisurely harvested the Star Alliance's lives, one after another. Despite the elite members throwing all sorts of control skills at Feng, who had activated the Aura of Space, none of these control skills had taken effect. As for the various attacks sent at him with his movement speed, none of them even came close to hitting him frequently. Onlookers watched bodies soar into the air, hitting the ground with a thud far from the Star Alliance's elite army. Those who watched were stupefied. Not only had Feng's onslaught slowed the Star Alliance's offensive, but he had also killed a large fraction of the Star Alliance's elites. Feng was unstoppable as he rushed through the Star Alliance's army. As Zero Wings members watched the slaughter, their fighting spirits burned within them as they joined the offensive. He's so strong. Black Flame can actually hold off the Star Alliance's assault by himself? Is he even a player? The players from the secret pavilion watching from afar were stunned. Feng's astonishing performance even aroused many of the pavilion's female players despite being surrounded by enemies. Not only did Feng's rampage continue without pause, but he was also able to evade everyone's attacks in the limited space. This feat was immensely difficult. The secret pavilion's experts were quite confident that they could handle 100 elite players by themselves during the battle. They would try to choose the most favorable terrain for their fights, using it to funnel their opponents, limiting the number they had to face at a single time. This way, they would have a much easier time defending against and dodging attacks. However, when the enemy surrounded them, the difficulty of defending and dodging increased exponentially. They would most likely last only a moment before they died. Even Cold Autumn, who was known as a genius of the new generation, would be lucky if he lasted even 20 seconds. However, Feng had already lasted over a minute. Moreover, he had yet to receive any damage. Black Flame. Complex emotions filled Galaxy Past's heart as he watched Feng. The Star Alliance's overall strength had clearly surpassed Zero Wings by a large margin. The Alliance had even received assistance from various guilds. They had amassed a force that not even Zero Wing and Ouroboros combined could defeat yet. At the end of the day, he never would have imagined that. In this war, involving hundreds of thousands of elite players, Zero Wing grasped the outcome, dominating simply because they had Feng on their side. It should have been impossible for a single player to change the outcome of a major guild war. Yet at this moment, that is exactly what had happened. Moreover, this domination occurred right before his very eyes. This will end now. Killing intent flashed in Galaxy Past's eyes as he lifted his great sword and charged at Feng, shouting, "Everyone, attack him as one!" Even Twilight Echo's guild leader, Glorious Echo, took action. Over 100 experts also circled to Feng's back stealthily.